is anticipated by the end of the month. Given the criteria, the county expects the mask mandate will likely remain in effect through the end of the year, with hopes of being able to lift the order sometime in January. Our own organization's update related to COVID-19, a total of 80% of our permanent city employees have submitted proof of COVID vaccinations at this time. Those who have not submitted proof of vaccination have been enrolled in the city COVID-19 testing procedures, which are now ongoing on a weekly basis. The city continues to plan for Monday, November 1st as our official back to campus date for the entire organization. We also look forward to getting back to participating in and hosting more in-person events and community meetings beginning this month and going forward. And we also want to make sure that we recognize all of those employees that have continued to work in person in the field throughout the pandemic. Our firefighters, our police officers, our transit and public works employees, our recreation and park employees, and many of the employees who have staffed public counters and operations here at City Hall. We are very grateful to their dedication during the pandemic and their continued service to the community. Our second update this afternoon is our Community Empowerment Plan update. Magali Tellis, our Deputy Director of Community Engagement, will share this update with the City Council.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, members of the Council. I wanted to be able to provide a very quick, brief update on what the Community Engagement Division is doing in terms of our Community Empowerment Plan. A quick update on the Mary Lou, which is the Santa Rosa Lowrider Patrol Car. The staff is working with the Sonoma County Lowrider Council to craft a plan for our unveiling event, which hopefully will be January 8th of 2022. Lots more to come on that. And that will include the documentary that we've been working on with FTA Productions that sort of highlights the inception of the car, the idea, where we are situated today. And then after the Mary Lou will take its maiden voyage downtown, followed by other cars. So we're very much looking forward to that. And in terms of the Multicultural Roots Project, wanted to announce an exciting opportunity for the community through our collaboration with the Sonoma County Museum. We will be hosting an exhibit for our Multicultural Roots Project. There will be a display for Dia de los Muertos, and the exhibit will open starting October 16th through November 7th, with October 16th being the first day and a free day for families. So we do encourage folks to check that out. In terms of the resolution for declaring racism a public health crisis, staff will be bringing the resolution to council on November 16th, and included in the resolution are steps that will be taken by the city and address issues as well as commitments that the city can do through the adoption of the resolution. And we look forward to presenting the resolution again on the 16th and having further discussion on how we can address issues of systemic and institutional racism as an organization. Lastly, through the Community Empowerment Plan listening sessions, we're going to be holding the first of a set of listening sessions regarding the sideshows that are happening in our community. And the first one will be held actually tomorrow from 6 to 7 in Mitote Park. And this listening session was designed for community members and business owners in the Roseland area. The second sideshow listening session will be Thursday, October 21st from 6 to 7. That will be via Zoom. And the listening session that will be in Spanish, co-hosted by Mujeres Unidas, which is one of our community groups. So we'll have more information on our website if folks would like to join us for that Zoom meeting in Spanish on the 21st. And definitely keep an eye out for the upcoming other English opportunities to join us. And that is the end of our report.
Our third briefing is the Glass Fire Recovery Update, and Paul Lowenthal, for our Assistant Fire Marshal, will provide this update to the Council.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers, members of the council. The Glass Fire Recovery Task Force reconvened to discuss the need for the existing proclamation of a local emergency related to the 2020 Glass Fire. The local emergency was originally declared following the September 27, 2020 Shady Fire that eventually merged and became part of the Glass Fire. That local emergency will actually come before you as a consent item during today's meeting for its extension based on the timing of it. With that, the city received notice from Cal OES at the end of September, roughly 2 weeks ago, that they've completed 100% of the debris removal within our region, which includes properties in and around the city. We also just recently received the last of our final sign-off reports related to the state's debris removal program in the city. This paperwork is necessary to allow rebuilds to proceed on state debris removal sites. That left the private program with us to fully resolve within the city. Earlier last week, we received confirmation from the County of Sonoma that they've completed the remaining ash removal on their campus in the city limits off Pythian Road. The completion of both the state and private debris removal programs has significantly reduced the risk to public health and the environment locally. Based on the status of the debris removal program and the emergency repairs that we've updated council on related to city infrastructure and our open spaces that have been made to date, staff recommending releasing the local emergency and having that release formally placed on an upcoming council agenda for the necessary action. All of their needs related to recovery from the 2020 fire will continue without the need for a local emergency in effect. So with that, we want to note that 8 of our rebuilds from the Glass Fire are in progress. 6 of them are through plan review and moving on to the rebuild phase are already in it. We're hopeful that those numbers will start to go up quickly following the final sign-offs that we've received. As you know, that many of the task force members that are helping our community through the 2020 fires are the same team that continues to be directly involved in the Tubbs and Nuns recovery. So 2 quick noteworthy items from the 2017 fires. First, as you know, we just passed our 4-year mark for the 2017 fires, and based on this timing and the decreased level of risk to our hills as the soils have continued to stabilize and regrowth of vegetation has occurred, street staff at the request of our watershed representative will be removing the high-risk signs from in and around Fountain Grove that were placed and in those areas for the risk of mudslides and debris flow. The high-risk signs will remain in place for the Glass Fire. Second, we've got roughly 2,618 permits have been processed and just shy of 2,000 rebuilds have been completed. Jesse Oswald provided me with a great breakdown of all the numbers and large projects related to the 2020 fires and the 2017 fires that will work with Adrian to help get provided to council. And lastly, bringing it back to the Glass Fire, we continue to work with our city attorney's office and outside counsel regarding the ongoing issues with the trees felled by PG&E following the 2020 fires, the current and future impacts this has and will have on here locally. We filed another letter with the CPUC, with the City of Santa Rosa, County of Sonoma, and Napa in late September regarding the status of their current wood management program. Following the direction from the CPUC issued to PG&E that was due in part to our efforts here locally. Last week, we met with CPUC's Executive Director Peterson as a follow-up to our letter. It was a productive meeting, and Executive Peterson heard our messages loud and clear. And ultimately, these efforts are intended to help keep our risks minimized and help provide the framework for us locally and at a regional level, as well as across much of Northern California for any future fires and the effects of the PG&E wood management program. With that, that ends the briefing and be available for any questions at the end.
And our 4th briefing this afternoon and final briefing is on the Housing Choice Voucher Program waiting list update. Rebecca Lane, our Housing and Community Services Manager, will provide this update.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and council members. My name is Rebecca Lane, and I'm the manager of the Housing Choice Voucher Program and the city's rental assistance programs. I am pleased to be here today to provide you with information about the opening of the Housing Choice Voucher Program waiting list. Next slide, please. I'll start with some background. The Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program is the largest rental assistance program in the city. We currently assist over 2,000 households who each pay approximately 30% of their income towards their rent, with the program paying the balance of the rent directly to the owner. The Housing Choice Voucher Program is funded by the Department of Housing and Urban Development and administered by local public housing authorities through a funding contract that specifies a certain number of vouchers per jurisdiction. In general, there are not enough vouchers under the contract to assist everyone in the jurisdiction that would qualify, so housing authorities establish a waiting list for the program. Next slide, please. In the city of Santa Rosa, the waiting list is organized by date of application and by lottery within the application year. There are a small number of vouchers set aside for target populations through what is known as the limited preference system, designed to address specific local needs. And we have separate subgroups in the waiting list for openings in properties that are funded by project-based vouchers. Next slide, please. In the past, our practice has been to open the waiting list to new applicants for 1 month every other year. The applications were on paper and widely distributed throughout the community. This process was very labor intensive, and even before COVID, we were developing an electronic alternative to not only improve efficiency of the system, but also improve access to the application process. Next slide, please. The pandemic did delay our planned waiting list opening for the year 2020, which would have been our final year for paper applications. But ultimately, we moved implementation of our electronic waiting list from a planned rollout of mid-2022 to September 2021. Next slide, please. On the last slide, you saw a screenshot of the actual electronic application, and here we have a sample of just some of the marketing tools that were implemented to share the waiting list information with the community. Over the last couple of months, you may have heard spots on local radio stations, seen ads in print media, or through various social media outlets. We've also have posters throughout the city bus system. We included information in the water bill enclosures, and we have directly engaged social service agencies in the effort to let people know about the waiting list opening and educate everyone about the new online system. Can we go to the next slide, please? And can you hit play on the video in this slide if that works? Great, thank you. So in addition to outreach and marketing efforts, we are providing technical support for anyone who has questions or needs assistance applying. The video that's playing here is one that we can share to walk people through the application process. We also do have staff answering our hotline during business hours who can provide additional support. Also, if people can't access the application online, we do have a process in place to request an alternate format. And we can go to the next slide. Thank you. Oh, maybe it's going to finish the video. Thank you. The list has been open for new applications since September 1st, and in the first month, 4,817 households have successfully submitted applications. By way of comparison, during previous 1 month openings using paper forms, we would receive about 2,500 to 3,000 applications. This year's opportunity to apply to the waiting list will close on October 31st, and our outreach will continue throughout the month. And this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much, Rebecca. So I'll ask a couple of questions first, and then I'll throw it over to my colleagues. For folks who are watching the meeting, how would they know if they are eligible? What are the eligible requirements for the voucher program?
They will need to be income eligible based on their household size, which is at or below 50% of the area median income. And that those numbers based on household size are available when you log into the system. They're also available on our website, and they are also listed on the paper application that we have set up for alternate access.
Okay. Council, any other questions? All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the other staff briefings? Okay, we'll see if there's any public comment on our staff briefings tonight. If you do have a comment, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on your Zoom for items 7.1 through 7.4. I'm seeing no hands. I'm seeing nobody move towards the podium in the chamber. Do we have any pre-recorded voicemails?
No, we do not.
All right, We'll keep moving then. City manager and city attorney reports. Who wants to start tonight?
I'm happy to start, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, almost evening. I'm here to report on the settlements and litigation currently pending in our office. I do want to report out 2 settlements. I know the materials that were included in the agenda item listed just 1, but we have reached final settlement on a second case just in the last week or so. The first settlement is in the matter of Terracon versus City of Santa Rosa. And this is a settlement of a construction contract dispute. It rises out of a contract for replacement of contaminated water lines up in the Fountain Grove area following the 2017 wildfires. It was a large public works contract. The total value of the contract was a little over $3.2 million. The dispute that led to the litigation concerned payment for certain construction materials, and the settlement provides for a single payment of $395,000 to resolve that dispute. And that is a full resolution. It's inclusive of costs, and there is no payment for attorney's fees. So that settlement is now final, and the case will be dismissed. Dismissal is pending. The second case that was just recently resolved is the Airport Business Center versus the City of Santa Rosa. This was a CEQA challenge to the city's downtown station area specific plan. We have reached agreement with the Airport Business Center. The agreement is in a form of a parking agreement that will ensure specified access to 2 existing parking garages. This will be done through the issuance of a number of non-reserved parking permits for garages 5 and 9. And with the execution of that parking agreement, I will note that the parking agreement is still going back and forth for final revisions, but the substance is all agreed upon. And with execution of that agreement, Airport Business Center will dismiss the lawsuit, and each party will bear their own costs and attorney's fees. So no financial payment in that settlement at all. In terms of pending litigation, those are listed in the chart that was provided. 29 pending matters. All are moving forward. I will note that a couple of the cases that were scheduled for trials in November and in the next couple of months, those trial dates have been continued based either at the request of the plaintiffs or by order of the court. We have not asked for any continuance. We have been ready to go to trial on those cases. In terms of claims, we received 1 new claim that was listed on the chart. We have received a couple additional claims since the agenda was published. And I will note, just because it may be mentioned later in the day, yesterday or the day before, we did receive a large batch of claims related to the short-term rental proposed ordinance that you will be considering later today. And those claims were filed on behalf of an organization opposing that resolution. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions for the city attorney? Okay, Mr. City Manager.
Nothing further to report today.
All right, let's see if we have any public comment on item number 8. I see no hands on Zoom. Any email or voicemail?
No, we received no written public comment on item 8.
All right, are there any statements of abstention from council members, item number 9? Councilmember Tibbetts?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be abstaining from item 12.9, declaration of homeless emergency, and item 14.1. Both are related to homelessness, which is what I do for work. and could tangentially have a material financial effect on my organization. So out of an abundance of caution, I will be abstaining.
Okay, we'll have that noted. Let's go on to mayors and council member reports. Who wants to start? Let's go, Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I just want to let everybody know that on October 9th, along with City of Santa Rosa Water, we held a drought drop-by event at Colgan Creek Park. It was held from 8 to 12, and I'm happy to report that we pretty much got rid of all the buckets that were there for that day, and we're looking to see where else within District 1 we can set up other sites to give away buckets that hold a lot of items to help with not only water conservation, but energy as well. And probably the coolest tool that is within the bucket is a timer that lets us know when we're taking too long of a shower. So it definitely tells us to hurry up. So hopefully be on the lookout for future events with the drought drop by. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to announce that after it was brought to my attention following our presentation by Assistant City Manager Nutt that we would be going forward with the 101 pedestrian overcross, there had been a $6 million expended funding gap, and I was able to work with MTC to secure the last $3.4 million and through a deferral of repayment of an earlier loan. So I'm pleased to announce that we have the last $3.4 million in the door, and in the next year we should see that project begin to move forward, which I know will mean so much to the junior college neighborhood and neighborhoods on the other side of the freeway. It's going to really, in my mind, fix a problem that has been too long without a remediation. So very grateful to Public Works, SCTA, Suzanne Smith, as well as MTC's Alex Brockelman and staff who worked so hard to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Alvarez was at one drought drop-by event. I was at the other at Youth Community Park on the same day. What was really nice about it is just the fabulous Mr. City Manager, Santa Rosa Water staff. Director Burke was out there, Assistant City Manager Jason Nett, and some fabulous staff. And what was really nice about it, I'm not going to talk about all the goodies. There'll be a little teaser to have people come by the next drop-by event. But just the positive attitude. I mean, there's some audits of waters. Sprinkler systems went on there just by chance because staff was there. But all the smiles and the appreciative community, and our numbers are showing that. So it's a wonderful event. I just want to compliment the staff that just made it a fun morning out at Youth Community Park.
Council members on Zoom, any reports? Okay. I wanted to start my report with SCTA, Sonoma County Transportation Authority, and the Regional Climate Protection Authority meeting yesterday. And I wanted to start by giving props to Councilmember Fleming. I think mad props is the word. So she did touch on it, but SCTA was going to be required to pay back a $3.4 million loan in what's called our STIP funding. And Councilmember Fleming, with the work of Suzanne Smith and others from SCTA, were able to convince MTC to defer that repayment to be able to get that $3.4 million in the door instead for a really critical project for our community. As one person said, we'll pay you tomorrow for a project today every single time. And so I just wanted to commend the council member for her work on that. We'll still owe that money, but that'll be deferred down the road. And instead of having to compete for additional funding for that project, we now have that project funding in the door. We had a Sonoma Clean Power meeting last week where SCP is pursuing a geothermal opportunity zone. It's another critical element in addressing climate change within our region. We had a long-term finance meeting this morning with myself and Councilmember Schwedhelm, where we did look at the staff's prioritization for the American Rescue Plan Act and the PG&E settlement funds based on the input from council members, staff, and the community, and then putting it through the filters that we had discussed from the dais, including equity and impact and sustainability. That full list will be coming to the council on October 26th for approval. We had a Sonoma County Health Action meeting last week where they also were looking at the county's potential ARPA funds and giving a presentation to the group on what they're pursuing. There's a lot of overlap and commonality between the city and the county. And they also are in the process of doing a redesign of the Health Action workload based on the equity lens that we've all been pushing forward as well. Finally, last thing to report, we did last Friday have our remembrance for the 4-year anniversary of the Tubbs Fire. I want to thank my colleagues, staff, fire survivors, first responders who are able to attend the bell ringing. It's always a very impactful and moving moment, I think, in our community. It's great to see the progress as homes continue to go up, but it is nice to be able to pause and to remember the impact that it's had both on the lives that were lost and the thousands in our community who continue to be impacted by fire. So did want to thank staff for arranging that as well. We have one more item associated with our mayors and council member reports. I'm going to go ahead and take public comment on individual council member reports, as well as comment on the next item, which is the appointment of the City Charter Review Committee chairperson as one item. We'll do public comment and then we'll bring it back and see if there's a motion on item 10.2.1, where the recommendation is to select Patty Cisco as the chairperson for the Charter Review Committee. I'm seeing nobody in chambers with comments. I don't see any hands on Zoom. Are there any public comments? Public comments?
One moment.
While you queue that up, I'll come to Councilmember Tibbetts.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. I was going to give you a motion for Patty Cisco. Wait.
All right, we'll come back to you in a moment. Let's go ahead and listen to our voicemail public comment.
Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. The appointment of the City Charter Review Committee has been something that a lot of people are not well informed about, because it seems to have been just kind of off to the side and not really advertised real well in typical media format. It's really problematic that you would be appointing a chairperson rather than letting the committee members elect their chair. To many folks in our area, it seems like it's the old go along to get along approach. Same old stuff, different day. They'll pick an insider, somebody who's been on there for a long time. In this case, a woman off of the Planning Commission who always goes along to get along. And that's not a help to the citizens, to the people that want a different approach on our charter. There needs to be changes. District elections, popularly elected mayor, opportunities like term limits. These are the things that are really important to most folks out here in our area of Roseland. Although we know in your eyes we're newcomers, we've been around a long time, and it would be really nice if we could have you folks look at the idea of members of boards and commissions electing their own chairperson, like happens on most others, happening also here on this Charter Review Committee. They should elect their own chairperson and not have it be chosen by the politicians. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes our voice message public comments on 10.2.1 and item 10 entirely.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam Deputy City Clerk. So I'll bring it back. Council, when we discussed how to move forward as a council with the appointment of the chair, I was given authority as the mayor to make a recommendation with the pending approval from the full council. Ms. Cisco is on the Planning Commission, has been the chair of the Planning Commission, appointed by one council member. She was appointed to the Charter Review Committee by a different council member. She lives in a third council member's district from the two that have appointed her in the past, and my recommendation to her is from a fourth different council district. She's very well regarded. I think she would do a very fair job listening to a number of voices and has a pretty wide perspective on the issues that are facing the city, and I think would do a good job of chairing that committee. So that is my recommendation. I'll see if there's a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Tibbetts and a second from Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Sawyer, did you have comments? His video is off, but his hand is now up.
Sorry. I wanted to just voice my dissatisfaction and disappointment that a member of the Roseland community would be demeaning the reputation of a very dedicated woman from Roseland that has given so much to this community, and to suggest that she goes along to get along is insulting, and I don't appreciate that personal comment from someone that has given so much to this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any other comments on the motion? All right, let's go ahead and call the vote, please.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers? Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Let the record show, I'm sorry, that motion passes with 6 ayes with Vice Mayor Rogers absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So that, I believe, will conclude our appointments to the Charter Review Committee. I think every council member has now made their 3 appointments. We've now selected a chair. I want to just express my excitement looking at the committee, where it is, I think council members were very thoughtful on who they appointed, the skill set that they bring, the background that they bring, and the perspective that they bring. It's a lot of new names for folks that have not been particularly involved in the city before, and it is a couple of, call them old hands, who can help steer and provide some historical perspective as well. So I'm really excited to see what comes out of those charter committee meetings. That will move on. We have no minutes tonight. We do have a lengthy consent calendar, and so go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council, we have 10 items on the consent calendar this afternoon. One of those items requires a good cause finding, item 12.10, to add to the agenda. Item 12.1 is a resolution for an agreement with the Sonoma County Library for funding to assist in the creation of video public access facilities. Item 12.2 is a resolution approving the adoption of a memorandum of understanding with Unit 2 Firefighting, represented by the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1401, effective July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2024. Item 12.3, also a resolution authorizing administrative cost recovery liens against the real property located at 4760 Granada Drive in Santa Rosa, California. Item 12.4, a resolution providing authorization to continue participation in the Clipper Start Low-Income Transit Fare Subsidy Pilot Program. Item 12.5, a resolution, fiscal year-end 2020-21 budget adjustment related to emergency response expenditures incurred during fiscal year 2020-21. Item 12.6, a resolution making required findings and authorizing the continued use of teleconferencing for public meetings of the City Council and all the city's boards, commissions, and committees pursuant to Assembly Bill 361. Item 12.7, a resolution authorizing the extension of a proclamation of the existence of a local emergency relating to the 2020 Glass Fire. Item 12.8, a resolution authorizing an extension to the proclamation of the existence of a local emergency relating to the threat to community health posed by COVID-19. Item 12.9, also a resolution authorizing an extension of a proclamation of local homeless emergency. And then finally, item 12.10, a resolution in opposition to the application of the North Coast Railroad Company, LLC, to transport high-volume shipments to the port of Humboldt Bay through Northern California, and support of the North Coast Railroad Authority's request to rail bank its line from Willits to Humboldt Bay for potential future multi-use trail use. That concludes the consent calendar items, and I'll turn it over to the city attorney regarding item 12.10.
Thank you. I actually want to address two items that are on the consent calendar. The first is 12.7, which is the extension of the proclamation of existence of a local emergency related to the 2020 glass fire. Earlier this afternoon, you did receive a report from Assistant Fire Marshal Paul Lowenthal indicating that the grounds for the declaration of the local emergency have resolved, and that resolution is no longer necessary. We will be bringing back to council in the next meeting or two a formal termination of that declaration of emergency. But in the meantime, I would recommend that the council simply withdraw that item, that 12.7. The declaration will then expire by its own accord, but we also will need to take formal action to confirm that termination of the emergency. Then turning to item 12.10, this item was not on the council's preliminary agenda for this evening. And as you know, the council's early agenda policy generally requires that all items of business appear first on the preliminary agenda, published at least 9 days before the council meeting, and then again on the final agenda, published at least 72 hours prior to the meeting. There is an exception that allows for the council to consider items that were not on the preliminary agenda. It can be placed on the final agenda and considered only if there is a showing of good cause and only with the concurrence of 6 council members. Showing a good cause requires a finding by council that as a result of exceptional circumstances beyond the control of council, compliance with the preliminary agenda requirement would, quote, impose a substantial burden on the city's ability to conduct its business or result in prejudice to a private person. As I mentioned, item 12.10 did not appear on the council's preliminary agenda, and this item is a proposed resolution that will state the council's opposition to the application of North Coast Railroad Company to acquire and rehabilitate the rail line from through Northern California in order to allow the North Coast Railroad Company to transport high volume shipments to Humboldt Bay. It is anticipated that those shipments will be for coal. The resolution will also express the city's support for the North Coast Railroad Authority's request to rail bank its line for future use as a multi-use trail. Meetings are scheduled in Washington, D.C. to discuss these proposals, and those meetings will happen before the council's next regular meeting. Were we to delay this item to the next meeting, the city would lose its opportunity to advocate for its position in those meetings, and therefore we do believe that there is a basis for a finding of good cause to move forward with this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I will first open up for public comment the consent calendar and include in it whether or not to add item 12.1 to the agenda. And then after that, I'll come back for separate motions, first on 12.10. I'll come back for a motion on 12.10 and then potentially the full consent calendar after. Do we have any comments tonight on the consent calendar? I do see a hand from Gregory.
Thank you. My name is Gregory Farron. I want to applaud Ann Hammond and Eric McHenry for 12.1. I've been probably a pest on this for at least 4 years, 5 years, trying to restore video access, public access to residents of Santa Rosa has been one of my primary goals. And this looks like it's going to do it. So I want to thank the staff of both the library and the city. I'm looking forward to helping people implement this. I think one of the best ways to get Santa Rosans to know about Santa Rosa is to have videos about Santa Rosa on our television station. And I thank the city for helping pay for it for the next 5 years. And I hope to try to expand it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gregory. That's the only hand that I see. Madam Deputy City Clerk, do we have any pre-recorded voicemails?
We do.
Item 12.6, resolution. This is about the meetings being hybrid approach teleconferencing. Hopefully, you folks would see that it's possible to have large gatherings now, and that these meetings could be held in such a way with this hybrid approach where people could be coming into the chambers like you're doing with city council meetings occasionally, but for all boards and commissions. It's really important that we get back to the norm as much as possible, as soon as possible. Right now, the baseball and football games have stadiums packed with 60, 70,000 people and right next to each other. And here at these city meetings, you want people standing 30, 40, 50 feet away from the podium where you're at, wearing masks still, and then armed guards to make sure it all happens. This is really strange, folks. Let us get back to a more democratic approach. Allow the hybrid meetings and do so in such a way that people feel comfortable in our government. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes public comment on the consent calendar.
Great, thank you. I will first entertain a motion on whether to add item 12.10 to tonight's consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Sawyer and a second from Councilmember Fleming. Is there any discussion? All right, let's call the vote.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers? Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes with Vice Mayor Rogers absent.
All right, and I'll come to Councilmember Fleming for a motion on the consent calendar.
Through the mayor, have we determined if we're going to withdraw item 12.7?
I think if you make that motion, I think that'll carry.
Okay. I wasn't sure if we wanted a full council on that or if that's up to me. So I will go ahead and take the city manager's or city attorney's advice and remove that and move items 12.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 and 10.
Okay.
And wait a second.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Fleming and a second from Councilmember Sawyer. Any discussion? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question or request on item 12.1 regarding the PEG funds. So it's my understanding the last 5 years we've allocated about $750K to the library. I couldn't find what do we buy with that, and what's the future plan for that? So I just ask. It doesn't need to be. I don't need an answer now, but if we can get communication to find out, here's where those investments are going. In addition to those PEG funds that didn't go to the library, what is the city buying with that? Specifically, we've had some council discussions about overhead, some of that equipment in this chamber. I'd be interested in hearing where we are with those projects.
We'd be happy to provide the council with an update.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, just a point of clarification is I don't have the agenda in front of me, is the item, the declaration of homeless emergency 12.7 or 12.9?
12.9 So that is not part of the motion currently.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right, Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank
Through the
you.
mayor, I didn't get a second.
Oh, you had a second from Councilmember Sawyer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Tibbetts,
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming,
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers, Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes with Vice Mayor Rogers absent.
Okay.
Excellent. And then I'd like to move item 12.9.
Second?
Motion from Fleming, second from Sawyer. Let's call the vote.
Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming,
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers, Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Vice Mayor Rogers absent and Councilmember Tibbetts recusing.
Okay. And council, as a reminder, based on our open government ordinance, our sunshine ordinance, we take public hearings that are of high interest as close to 5 o'clock as we can. So we will be moving to item 15.1. That's our public hearing on short-term rental urgency ordinance. I am going to give staff a 5-minute break to prepare for that, and then we'll come back and take item 15.1. We'll take public comment for non-agenda items after, and then we'll do item 14.1 to finish out the meeting after that. That will take a 5-minute break.
He is such an ass.
Councilmember Sawyer, oh, thank you. Thank you. Your mic was live, Councilmember, and we just muted you.
All right, Madam City Clerk, let's see if we can get some council members back to the dais. All right, let's call the roll and see if we have a quorum.
Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming. Here. Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers. Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Vice Mayor Rogers and Councilmember Tibbetts.
All right, Mr. City Manager. So we're going to jump to item 15.1, consistent with our ordinance. That's our public hearing for the night. I did want to walk through for the council and for the public how we intend to run this item. This is an urgency ordinance. Half of council has not seen this yet, and this council in particular likes to make sausage from the dais. So we have a process that tries to help us to get through that. What we'll do tonight is hear the presentation from staff. Council members will ask questions. We'll open the public hearing and take in public comment, both the pre-recorded and those who are here in person or on Zoom. Then when we come back to the council, I think what we'll do is we'll go through everybody's lists to see if there are parts of the ordinance that they would like to change or amend or delete. And we'll put that all on the table. Then we can walk through it issue by issue as a council, take a straw poll to see where we're at on each of the items, and then that'll allow the city attorney and her team, who are working both here and remotely, to coordinate on what that language could potentially look like, to wordsmith it, and then to present it back to council. At that point, we then can see if there's support for moving forward on the ordinance, or if there's some other type of motion that needs to be made at the time. Does that work for everybody? Great. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council. The item before the council is a short-term rentals urgency ordinance. Claire Hartman, our interim assistant city manager, and Sherry Meads, our city planner, have been doing a lot of outreach and research on this item, and will be sharing their results and recommendations with you this evening for the short-term rentals urgency ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers isn't with us. Good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. Claire was actually going to kick this part of the presentation off, but I don't see her as a panelist. So I will just go on ahead and repeat what City Manager Cullen said. And that is that, there she is. I'll be quiet. You'll hear enough from me later.
All right, good evening. I'm just going to kick it off. Sherry does have the bulk of the presentation, so we'll just go ahead and get started. Next slide. So we're here tonight with the urgency ordinance. So not your traditional ordinance that's had, several months of public engagement, gone through design review and or planning commission, and then makes its way to the city council. Urgency ordinances are unique in that you are making special findings that you can't wait any longer to take action. And these findings relate to essentially public safety, health, and welfare. So short-term rentals, we're at that point. We have no regulations. We haven't had any regulations. So we're not here to amend regulations. We're here to have some. So prior to what we're presenting tonight, a house is a house, whether you rent it for a weekend or whether you rent it for 12 months or 3 years. So we don't distinguish in Santa Rosa. We haven't. And vacation rentals is another way we call these, but we're going to call them short-term rentals. It's broader. It kind of snuck up on our city. 4 or 5 years ago, we would check in with code enforcement or police and find out if we were having the same issues that we were hearing about in Sonoma or Sebastopol or Hillsburg, and we simply weren't. And then we started to get some complaints. We started to hear about some vacation rentals moving in next door to our residences. And it wasn't until, I would say, the last 24, but in particular the last 12 months, it really has exponentially increased in terms of our awareness of short-term rentals, where they are, and some of the nuisance factors that can be experienced if they're left unchecked. So one of the things that we've also heard a lot about are impacts to not just neighborhood compatibility, basic compatibility issues, but also concern about fire safety. One is access to the residents that are there for just a weekend or a day, and how do we get communication to them if we are in a wildfire season like we are, and we're trying to get notifications to all residents, even those that are just staying through the weekend. Also, if there's over parking that happens at a short-term rental, what that happens in terms of impacts to evacuation routes. We've also heard a lot about housing, right? We are in a housing crisis. We're still in the housing crisis. I wish someday we'll get there soon, that we are no longer in a housing crisis and we have solved that issue. But for now, we are definitely still in a housing crisis, and we need to protect the housing stock that we have. And left unregulated, we really have no controls over that. We have, when we adopted our accessory dwelling unit, so as things came up, we took note and said, oh, accessory dwelling units, you can't rent those as short-term rentals. When the city allocated money towards the Red Housing Fund, we put a stipulation in there. You can't have it be short-term rentals, but we didn't come in with a comprehensive ordinance of any sort to address short-term rentals in general. And what that means is no regulations means there's no accountability, right? There's no way to monitor them, to track them, to speak with them, to work things out. There's no enforcement power. So we handle a lot of calls and we meet people out in the field. There's very little the city can do. And so that's the impetus for the urgency ordinance. And here you see the goals. So it's accountability, having that 24/7 contact, having some monitoring abilities to have them register and have them be regulated, meet basic compatibility standards to be good neighbors. And in terms of an urgency ordinance, we'll really focus on the highest problem areas in terms of nuisance factors. So you'll hear about noise, parking, events, occupancy. And so these are the things that we want to address tonight. And probably most importantly, you don't want to pass an ordinance that you can't enforce. So we have developed an ordinance tonight that is lean and to the point, to buy us some time while we take more time to think more comprehensively about this, especially as we start to collect more specific data. But give us a framework in which we can levy fines and apply enforcement. And then last but not least, there are great things about vacation rentals that support the city's economic engine, and also our restaurants, our tourism base. And there is a collection of tax. So TOT is transient occupancy tax, and BIA is business improvement area assessment. And these are fees that if we can register and track these, is definitely a opportunity for the city to support. Next slide. So as mentioned by the mayor, thank you for that. The urgency ordinance is unique. It is based on very specific findings. Out of the Santa Rosa City Charter, we do have the allowance to pass such a measure. We have to make specific findings to talk about why it's urgent. And most importantly, it has to be so important and so in alignment with council's goals and vision. It requires a 5 out of 7 council vote. So tonight, I understand we have one council member absent. We still need 5 council members to vote in a direction. So this sausage making will take place tonight. We will help you with that. But keep that in mind as we look at pivots in the ordinance, that we will need almost a unanimous vote to move something forward. Next slide. And what we've learned just in the last few months, as we've dedicated some time to this effort, is that it has really touched across the organization. And we are finding that as we're sharing information that we do have across the organization, planning handles a lot of land use questions. Our counter staff handles a lot of questions about how we regulate or not regulate, what the implications are. Complaints come in to various different staff members. So we have engaged representatives of code compliance, police and fire, and also of water. So we've learned a lot in terms of how all these different unique ways that we hear about short-term rentals and if there's issues or just compliance questions. We've also learned that finance and economic development play a big role in helping to either answer questions or support the industry. And then we also have worked with, obviously, our city attorney's office and our communications team to complete the work. And before we go to the next slide, I do want to give a special thank you to 3 council members that have played a part in helping us just talk about the issues and to get direction on where to go, and was also supportive of doing an urgency ordinance while we take the additional time to do something more comprehensive. And this is council members Fleming, Sawyer, and Alvarez. I just want to thank you for your time, because we've spent time in the council's economic development subcommittee on this issue. Next slide. So in terms of outreach and engagement, this is a short story. And we often, with urgency ordinances, have very little time to go out. We did build in a little bit more time than normal because we quickly saw that this was of great interest to the community. So it wasn't really appropriate to come up with a draft ordinance on our own in the dark and then put it on the next Tuesday's agenda. It did need some vetting, needed to be informed. And so we did buy ourselves a few months of time to outreach. And one of the biggest opportunities that we came up with was a dedicated web page so that it was a one-stop area. So citizens or people interested in this industry could go to one place and access information, follow the project, and we'll continue to use this as we move forward. We also had a dedicated email address set up. And then we'll hear about tonight a short-term rentals community survey, which greatly informed the urgency ordinance. We did get quite a bit of response, and I won't steal Sherry's thunder on that, but that was kind of an eye-opener about how important this issue is for Santa Rosa and how important it is to act quickly and not wait another few months to get to a comprehensive ordinance. We also took up offers, and there was interest on part of the industry to hold a focus meeting, which we did. We had about 100 participants to that. We were also invited out to the Montecito Heights neighborhood to walk a site and talk with the neighbors that are living next to short-term rentals. And so I think there was about 30 members that attended that. And then as soon as we heard a framework emerge, we posted the draft ordinance to the website and started to collect comments from the public in that way. And since it's posted from the website to the council, obviously it's been informed by public comments that have come along the way. And in fact, it's an evolving process. So we are still getting comments. And so tonight there are, 3-4 items that staff will be recommending that we would make an adjustment to make it clearer or easier for us to implement or to enforce. And with that, we'll go on to the next slide. And Sherry will take it from here, though we have some other speakers. She's going to go over sort of how we ended up with the urgency ordinance, why, and how the public comments came in and informed the ordinance that you have tonight. And so with that, Sherry.
Thanks, Claire. So as Claire mentioned, we started out gathering information from the different departments that had been hearing from constituents, be it code enforcement, be it police. We would have these regular check-ins, and we took that information first to what was called the Economic Recovery Task Force, which was a group that was formed by the city manager in spring of 2020 to work on things during the pandemic and that type of thing. So that group met weekly and then bi-weekly. It eventually was reabsorbed into the Economic Development Subcommittee, which we met with later. But our first outreach was with them, the Economic Recovery Task Force, in December of 2020. And because things weren't too crazy at that time, they told us just keep monitoring, collect data, see what other jurisdictions are doing, and that'll help inform our next steps. So next slide, please. And what is a short-term rental is probably a question some of you have that are on the call. And they're a rental of a private residence for 30 days or less is just a general definition that's agreed upon by the industry. And there are two different types. There are hosted short-term rentals, which are the rental of a single room or sleeping area within a dwelling unit where the property owner remains in residence. And that definition is a little bit old school. It can be more than obviously just a single room. But the main point is that the property owner stays in the residence at the same time as the short-term renters. And then a non-hosted short-term rental is when the property owner is not in the residence. So it's typically also called a whole house short-term rental. Next slide, please. And back in July, when we had finance draw up this map for us, there were 197 registered short-term rentals. Now, since that time, the latest poll on October 7th was that we have 232 or 237 that have registered. So just in that period of time, it's increased by 40. So, that's a pretty dramatic increase from that point. Next slide, please. And this shows the revenue that we have received in July so far from those 197 registered short-term rentals, the transient occupancy tax and the BISA assessment that Claire mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. And at around that same time, we engaged with a company known as Host Compliance, who is a third-party short-term rental expert, if you will. They help with writing policies, they help with compliance enforcement, they do data mining, and they did a web scrape of our area and found at that time in July there were 358 unique short-term rentals advertising. So as you can see, it's not consistent with how many that were registered at the same time. Next slide, please. Taking that one step farther, they gave us a median nightly rate and an average occupancy rate. And just doing a little bit of math shows you that if there were 161 unregistered short-term rentals renting at the median nightly rate for the average occupancy rate, there is a hypothetical revenue recovery of $900,000 and BIA recovery of $300,000. Most of the rentals that they found in our area are whole house, AKA non-hosted short-term rentals, and they're in single-family dwellings. Next slide, please. So along with gathering that type of data, we also started taking a good look at what type of things were we hearing from our constituents? What about a short-term rental made them uncomfortable to live next to? And so these are broken into a couple of different summaries here. The community effects that we heard most about were people worried about their neighbors who were being displaced by short-term rentals. owners with multiple properties and absentee corporate ownership coming in and purchasing up housing stock, which then would drive up property rates, rental rates, and that type of thing. How these impact available housing stock. If somebody is renting it out as a short-term rental, then that takes it away from the possibility of being a long-term rental or a home on the market for somebody that wants to live here long-term. We heard a lot about certain neighborhoods where there were just a lot of them moving in at one time, several on a block, several within 2 blocks, and how they were worried that that would erode their neighborhood cohesiveness and character and, school enrollment declining and that type of thing. We also heard that, there's a discrepancy between other lodging types and short-term rentals, and that a hotel has, they have to be ADA compliant and their pool has to be inspected every day and that type of thing. And they have to have, permitting and that type of thing, whereas short-term rentals were just completely unregulated. And we heard a lot about neighbors having a hard time in contacting the owners of properties and getting the type of resolution to the more nuisance quality of life type of issues and parking. In one neighborhood, a short-term rental was being used, and there was so much parking on the street, which was, not designed to have parking on both sides of the street, that their garbage wasn't able to be picked up one week. And so that, you translate that into somebody needing to evacuate or an emergency vehicle needing to get through. And that causes, frustration and tension among owners and guests. And then police and code and fire dealt more with the noise, trash, and exterior lighting they hear a lot about. Again, the over parking, events, people were having, large gatherings and party houses as they were described. And then we worried about, as Claire mentioned, getting a hold of these transient renters that are coming up here from different areas. And we don't know that they're signed up for alerts or that type of thing. And so, open and unattended fires, and again, evacuation impacts. Next slide, please. So we took all of the information we had at that time to the Economic Development Subcommittee in August, and we were optimistic that we would be able to prepare a comprehensive short-term rental urgency ordinance relatively quickly, and that was their direction, to get one together and bring it back to council as soon as possible. And we made a good faith effort in that regard. Next slide, please. We had even more people meeting on a regular basis, weekly, sometimes, some of us meeting daily, trying to just get something together that was really thoughtful and we thought would reflect what the best we could, encouraging tourism to our beautiful area, yet recognizing that, residential neighborhoods are also residential neighborhoods. And we wanted to be able to try to find that balance and do the best we could to get some regulations on the books to try to make the short-term rentals better neighbors. And next slide, please. With that in mind, also, we thought, let's hear what the public has to say. Claire summarized it pretty well, but we really wanted to, with the limited time that we knew we had, we thought we would be able to get quite a few responses, nowhere near as many as we ended up getting. I don't think anybody anticipated that. We actually ended up getting the second largest survey response in the city of Santa Rosa history, second only to one other survey that was actually published for a month, and we were only out for 2 weeks. So there was a lot of response, and we did want to hear from short-term rental operators, and we did hear from 13% of the respondents who were. And in addition to all the multiple choice responses, there were 1,719 individual comments left by people that wanted us to really think about what they had to say. Next slide, please. And so I'm just going to very quickly go through the slides. They're on the short-term rental website. Hopefully folks have had a chance to see them already. But the first question was just to establish, okay, who are you? How do short-term rentals, do you live here? Do you own property here? Next slide. Then we wanted to find out if people lived near them, if they operated them, and how that could impact their further decisions in the survey. Next slide, please. And so we asked them what did they think we should do to limit short-term rentals? Some said nothing at all. Some said, they should be limited citywide, by neighborhood, by street. And then 205 people left us their idea of what would be the best way to limit them. Next slide, please. We asked where short-term rentals should be allowed. And as you can see, the highest response was in commercial zoning districts, followed by residential and on and on. Next slide, please. The most highly responded question in the poll was that they believed short-term rentals should require a permit license or some other type of certification requirement and fees. As you can see, there was a high response on the limit of total occupancy, day guests and vehicles. Extension of quiet hours was a popular response, and on down. I highly recommend you look through this report that's on the website if you haven't already. Next slide. And then this question, we should throw this one out, but we included it because it was in the survey. So for transparency's sake, it's still here. The question was worded rather poorly, and the 103 open-ended responses many of them let us know that it was just interpreted many different ways. So there's really not, I don't give any weight to this one personally. Next slide, please. And then again, we asked about enforcement. You can see that fines was the number one, and so on. Next slide, please. So after gaining that much input from the constituents and residents, and also amongst city staff saying we need some more time to do this right, we went back to the Economic Development Subcommittee and suggested and recommended that we do a more limited urgency ordinance to try to hit the most important public safety issues that we had been hearing about, and also the quality of life, public peace and welfare issues. So they graciously agreed to give us more time, and that's what we ended up doing. And now we're here tonight with the urgency ordinance that was discussed. Next slide, please. So now the ordinance itself. The ordinance itself is adding an entirely new chapter. It's chapter 2048, short-term rentals. We're giving definitions, permit and registration requirements, occupancy and parking standards, operational standards, and enforcement procedures. Next slide, please. This just goes through, typically when an ordinance is introduced, we go through each of the sections, and this is the applicability section. It just talks about how it applies to hosted and non-hosted short-term rentals, but not any other transient occupancy types of rentals. Next slide, please. We added a bunch of definitions with the draft ordinance because they're so specific to short-term rentals, or they're just not anywhere else in the city code or zoning code. So that's what this slide indicates. We also, since this time, have added a definition for short-term rental permit application fee, since that was not specified. So that is going to be one of the amendments that we discuss later this evening. Next slide, please. So annual permit requirements. We developed an entirely new permit for this. It's a short-term rental permit, and it at this point is an annual permit, and it allows for short-term rental permits in hosted short-term rental permits in all city zoning districts. So again, hosted is when the property owner is in residence during the short-term rental period. Non-hosted, we looked at a little bit differently. They're where we typically hear more complaints. And so we wanted to, think about where we thought there would be the least impact to neighbors. And so they're allowed with a short-term rental permit in the mixed-use districts, the single-family dwelling, also known as R1, the planned development districts, the residential plan developments where they're not explicitly prohibited, rural residential, neighborhood commercial, office commercial, and general commercial. And I want to mention there was a question asked about where that means what's left, where are they not allowed. So I made a list of that, and I want to make sure I cover that to make it very clear. So non-hosted short-term rentals would be prohibited in R2 zones, which are medium density multifamily residential, R3 multifamily residential, TVR transit village residential, mobile home park, motor vehicle sales, open space districts, industrial districts, public institutional districts, and then, like I said, any planned developments where they're explicitly prohibited. And the rationale behind that was to leave our multifamily, more dense neighborhoods available for long-time rental use. So that was the reason behind excluding the R2 and R3 districts. And the TVR is Transit Village Residential. Again, that's near transit, and we're really hoping to have transient-oriented, folks that live here that are going to use transit to get to work and school or et cetera. Next slide, please. So we established a operators in good standing provision in this ordinance. And what we were trying to do is recognize those short-term rental owners that have been operating in good faith, that have registered for TOT and BIA and done that essentially voluntarily, because it's not like anybody was able to go out and find out who they were and do it as an enforcement mechanism. So operators in good standing, we were hoping to give them I guess you could call it a grace period of 50 days to submit their application and fee to Planning and Economic Development. And during that period, they'd be able to continue to advertise and operate and do all the same things they're doing now and throughout getting planning approval. This last bullet point is one of the things where actually staff is going to recommend that we remove from the ordinance, because we're hoping that applicants will respond to planning requests as quickly as possible. So operators that are not considered operators in good standing, in other words, new operators, because they haven't been registered to pay TOT or BIA, would follow the standard permitting process that's established by this chapter. Next slide, please. So registration requirements, this is nothing new. Short-term rental operations are lodging operations, and so they have been required to register for transient occupancy tax and BIA assessments, quarterly payments. We included it in the ordinance just for clarity, but like I said, that's been something that's been required for years. Next slide, please. So now we get into the occupancy standards and parking requirements. And this was where we had to look at what are we hearing most complaints about? And most of the time it's, hey, there's a lot of people in a small area making a lot of noise. They have a lot of cars. It's dangerous. So we looked at different jurisdictions. We, tried to come up with a logical way to look at this. And most jurisdictions do have a 2 persons per bedroom type of system, if you will. Some allow an extra person or 2, or cut it off at a certain number. Some Cupertino has 2 per bedroom. Milpitas 2 per bedroom with 1 extra person. Sacramento says no more than 6 period. So there's just so many different flavors. We came up with this as, if you have 5 bedrooms, that's 10 people. We considered that a good sized group. And then in terms of the additional daytime guests, we considered what other jurisdictions had. Some have no limit, some have a limit of 6, some have no additional daytime guests, period. And what we tried to do was consider neighbors and the fact that, some of us will have that many people over at our house, once, twice, 3 times a year, but neighbors that are adjacent to a short-term rental could potentially have, these 14 people out and about and making noise and parking and all that type of thing every single day of the year, 365 days a year. And so we tried to, make it reasonable. We tied parking to this occupancy as well. based on the fact that a lot of the issues seem to be with cars and not being able to evacuate and just being, being a good neighbor. So we looked at one off-street space per bedroom, which matches other lodging types like bed and breakfast, hotels in our zoning code, and also other jurisdictions. Some other jurisdictions are more lenient and say one space per 2 bedrooms, that type of thing. We just followed what other lodging types in our zoning code have. Properties in the downtown station area, so that's the CNU, MMU, NMU, and SMU zoning districts. They have no minimum parking requirements for commercial or residential uses, so they will not be required to have this minimum parking. And we also allowed one on-street space to count where available. Next slide, please. Operational standards, I'm going to turn over to John Cregan and Paul Lowenthal. So Police Captain John Cregan and Assistant Fire Marshal Paul Lowenthal are skillfully going to walk through this slide and give me a chance to take a drink of water and be quiet for a moment.
All right, I'll start off with the first part. Paul Lowenthal and I will go through this, but some of the bigger issues that we're getting from community complaints that the police department is seeing is with the large groups coming. So we're seeing large events, whether it be weddings, corporate events, bachelor parties, family reunions, and then the complaints are coming in saying, hey, they're out in the backyard until 10, 11, 12, and then sometimes late into the early morning hours. So one of the things that we think that will really help with some of the complaints that are coming into the police department is putting a clear guideline on the outside quiet hours, and 9 p.m. gives it a reasonable time for them to still be out there in the evening, and then for neighbors to still have some peace and quiet in their neighborhoods. And we're hearing stories from people talking about, my kids can't go to sleep every single weekend. There's loud parties, there's amplified music. So that's an important one from the police department's perspective that I think will really reduce a lot of the neighborhood concerns and then reduce some of the calls for service coming into the police department. And I'll let Paul touch on the next one here with the evacuations.
So as you heard from the survey, enforcement was one of the things that we heard back a lot from the community and in the survey process. And we tied enforcement into kind of the way we looked at the overall public safety issues that related to everything from fire safety to evacuations and whatnot. With that, we took a pretty long list of public safety concerns, both from police and fire, and whittled it down to what we truly felt was kind of those highest, most priority issues. The first of which is the need to ensure that the transient residents, they're the people that are using these occupancies, have access to knowing what's going on, especially with the conditions we're currently faced with and the uncertainty of how long fire season is really going to last and some of the issues that we're experienced, especially over the last 4 years. And this is our attempt to help minimize some of those risks to the people living in them and around them. So the first one is the reverse 911. Obviously, there's a lot of work that the city's done to make sure that we're doing those emergency alerts much earlier than we could have before, but making sure the people that are there having the access to them is critically important. So the reverse 911, the homes will be required to opt in either through what we refer to as POTS or VoIP. So it's plain old telephone system, those are technical acronyms, or the voice internet service. And the residents, the address will actually be opted into the SoCo alert system. Having the evacuation checklists posted as well as the zones posted in addition to know your ways out. So these are all the things that we've been educating our community on, and it is critically, again, important that those occupancies have that information, especially for people that are in them that don't know the area and need to have that access. We want to ensure they have it. We also put language in here regarding outdoor fires. That's something else that we've heard a lot about and have had concerns with people not from the area, not knowing some of the risks in these areas. And some of the feedback we heard was, aren't these rules applicable to a lot of people? And yes, some of them are, some of them aren't. But the reason and rationale behind having them in this ordinance allows us to actually take that enforcement action. So when you look at parking, for example, parking that restricts fire department access or emergency vehicle access very well can be ticketed any given day. But if we start having these same enforceable actions time and time again from the same resident, allows us to escalate the enforcement through our relationships with the police department and code enforcement in this process.
And the next, we'll talk about some more about with the event planning. So that's the one that we had talked about specifically talking about. And we're seeing right now some of the bigger complaints, I'm sure you'll hear about from some of the callers later tonight, is large weddings with 30, 40 vehicles coming in, parking in the residential neighborhoods. And Sherry had talked about that, of some of the things it causes with residential neighborhoods not being able to park their cars. It affects trash delivery. And what we're most concerned with is some of the access for our emergency vehicles into some of these residential neighborhoods. And so it'll specifically prohibit that. And then the advertising and listing requirements, if you look at the ordinance, it actually lists out, there's 5 separate prongs. So on your advertisements, you list the maximum occupancy based on the number of rooms that Sherry talked about with the max of 10, the number of dedicated off-street and on-street parking spaces available, the notifications for the renters on the quiet hours between 9 and 8, the notification of no amplified music being allowed, and then the actual permit number. And that would have to be on these. And for this is where it really is what city staff is hoping to get out of this too, is it's going to provide clear guidelines. And the guidelines is going to be for multi-purpose. It's going to be for those renters who are staying at the homes. It's going to be for the owners who are renting out these homes, for the neighbors, and then for city staff who's tasked with enforcing and going to these calls. So by having these clear guidelines in place, it helps all of those affected parties to have an understanding. And what we really hope it's gonna work out where we're not seeing these complaints emerge weekend after weekend that the neighbors are frustrated with, the homeowners are frustrated with who are trying to rent this out, and then city staff are frustrated with because now they're getting tasked with kind of managing neighborhood complaints. And some of the worst events are basically turning into these commercial event centers in residential neighborhoods, and they're difficult for us to manage right now with none of these regulations in place. And I'll turn it over to Paul for our last one with the accessibility requirements.
Yeah, so just again, the accessibility and us eventually being able to not only have access to the properties through the permitting standpoint, but just the real our open ability to have access to the properties for inspection purposes, for enforcement purposes, to make sure that the rules are being adhered to. That's critical. Again, these rules are put in place not to be a burden. They're intended to make primarily, a lot of them, just the neighborhood safer, the process work, and ultimately make our communities, again, safer, better prepared for fire season, and allow code enforcement and Santa Rosa Police the ability to take action where necessary. So again, there's a lot of work that went into this. There was a long list. We whittled it down to what we felt was going to be the most applicable, the best language to put forward for the urgency ordinance, knowing very well that there's a lot of things that we'll need to tackle eventually, but we just need more time to dig our teeth into them.
So the next slide, Cece Muella is going to talk about enforcement for us.
Okay, so the next slide, we're talking about enforcement measures in response to any violations that may result from the operational standards. So in this case, the initial complaint would be directed to the 24/7 contact. So the person that is local and that is appointed by the property owner, the operator, to respond to any complaint that they may receive regarding the short-term rental. So the penalties in response to anything that could result in a violation would then start with the first violation at $500 and education at that moment. So the education would include going through what would be required to be complied with in regards to the operational standards. So giving them, not just that citation, if you will, in the form of a penalty, but also then reminding them that this is what needs to be adhered to. The secondary violation within 1 year of that permit issuance would result in a $1,000 fine, with the third violation within that 1 year resulting in a $2,000 fine and resulting in permit revocation.
So that's the urgency ordinance in a nutshell. And from that point, once we posted the draft ordinance on the website, we had a couple of different outreach events, and the industry-focused community meeting was one of them. That was on September 29th. And we wanted to make sure that we gave a platform to the short-term rental owners and operators and groups. There are a couple of groups that we heard from that wanted to have a voice in this. And so we listened. And as Claire mentioned, I think there were close to 100 people. And the themes that were talked about most often was that we need to recognize that short-term rentals are a benefit. And I think that was a very good point, and we recognize that. They were hoping we would allow them in more commercial zones, and we did. We expanded in the ordinance, the ordinance that's in the packet that you have tonight, we've expanded to include more commercial zones than what was originally posted. The permit to allow continue operating during permit approval process, and that's where we established the operators in good standing provision that was added to the ordinance. We will definitely be looking at a renewal type of process in the comprehensive ordinance. It was just not something we could put together right now, but we're hoping to come back with a comprehensive ordinance before anybody would need a renewal anyways. So occupancy, we heard several people say, hey, I do a hosted short-term rental. I own a 5-bedroom house. Why can't I rent out 4 bedrooms? We didn't change that. We obviously will be ready to do that if that's council's direction. Parking, we heard from some people that they were hoping that we would reduce the requirements or allow a parking exception. Some places do. Petaluma has a parking exception policy, and that's definitely something, again, that we would look at with the comprehensive ordinance. Enforcement, they were hoping that we would allow more than 45 minutes for complaint resolution and wanted more information about how complaints would be verified. We included language in the ordinance that videos, code enforcement calls, all of that type of stuff would be considered evidence, I guess is the best word, or a way of recording what had happened at the time. And the 45 minutes for complaint resolution, we kind of split it in the middle. Some jurisdictions say, they were saying that you had to be on site and fixing the problem within 30 minutes. Some said 60 minutes. So our code enforcement team came up with 45 minutes, and that's what's included tonight. We heard, again, that all of these standards should apply for long-term tenants and homeowners. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't, but we're addressing one certain thing at this point, and that's short-term rentals. And they would have liked more opportunity to influence the ordinance. And we'll obviously be engaging more with them throughout the comprehensive ordinance process when we'll have more time. Next slide, please. So this project is not subject to CEQA. It is not a project because it will not result in a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment and for the other reasons listed here. Next slide, please. Again, I'll reiterate that an urgency ordinance is allowed by the city charter. We will need a 5 of 6 council vote tonight for adoption. And because we will not have a 5 of 7 vote, we will have to strike from the ordinance the information regarding the government code. Next slide, please. So our next steps are to just keep working on this. Tonight doesn't end anything. Even if we pass something tonight, we will still be working on a comprehensive approach, refining this, collecting information on how this one's working, what else we need to look at. We'll definitely plan on doing some additional community engagement and hoping to be before the Planning Commission and City Council in 2022. So next slide, please. Okay, this is where I've got to be careful here because we're going to talk about the potential amendments. So staff is recommending 5 amendments to the ordinance that is before you tonight. We recommend an updated definition of operator in good standing, deletion of the 5-day response to planning requests provision, no longer requiring 2 documents that are listed in the application requirements section, and revising the neighborhood notification section to reflect that the city will take responsibility for this process. And I need to add here too, that I didn't have on here, is that we added a definition for short-term rental permit application fee. So with those changes, and I can either read the full text of the proposed amendments at this time, or if you would prefer I do it during your deliberations of the proposed ordinance. But the Planning and Economic Development, with those changes, recommends that the City Council approve an urgency ordinance to amend Title 20 of the City Zoning Code to add Chapter 2048, short-term rentals, to regulate short-term rentals defined generally as the rental of residential property for a period of less than 30 calendar days. Next slide, please. And with that, we've got a full bench here ready to answer any questions and take suggestions and amendments as necessary.
Great. Thank you so much, Sherry. I'm actually going to start with somebody who's not on the list. Madam City Attorney, could you clarify for the council and for the public the various vote requirements and iterations that could happen tonight?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are a couple of different provisions that we're operating under tonight. The first is our City Charter Section 8, which concerns adoption of ordinances and does provide for adoption of urgency ordinances where appropriate to preserve public peace, health, or safety. To adopt an ordinance under the Charter, it requires 5 affirmative votes of the council. One of the recommendations is that we clarify in the ordinance itself that it is that provision under our charter that we are moving forward with. That would then just require the 5 affirmative council member votes. There are 2 other code sections, state statutes that could be relevant tonight. One is the state law provision for adoption of urgency ordinances by a city, and that section is Government Code Section 36937, and that allows a city, charter or general law city, to adopt an urgency ordinance for preservation of public peace, health, or safety with a 4/5 vote. Given our 7-member council, that would require 6 affirmative votes. Those are alternative. We do not need to go under the state statute. We can go under our charter alone. The other provision that has been mentioned is Government Code Section 65858. That is a provision under the zoning and planning law that allows a jurisdiction, both county and city, to adopt an urgency measure to prohibit a use while you are studying the issue further. So basically that is an ordinance, a moratorium, and is commonly used when an issue has arisen in a community. You adopt a moratorium on that use while you're studying it. We're not operating under that. We're not at this point. What's before you is not a moratorium and is an interim. Yes, it is an interim ordinance, but not a moratorium. So that provision is not relevant. That provision also requires the 4/5 vote. If we moved forward with any version of a moratorium, we would require the 6 affirmative votes. I hope that helps, and happy to answer questions.
Just as a point of clarification, so what I heard, and I think the public hopefully heard, is if this goes into moratorium territory, it'll take all 6 of the council members who are present. If not, the regulations as being proposed right now, because the city has the authority in its charter to do it with 5 out of 7, you'd have 5 out of the 6 that are present that could pass it.
That is correct. And I do want to clarify, this hearing today, this meeting today has not been noticed for a moratorium. So if the council decides to move towards a moratorium of any sort, we would need to bring that back at a subsequent meeting. And then at that time, we would be requiring the 6 affirmative votes if the council wants to go with a moratorium.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, council, we'll turn it over to questions for staff on the proposed ordinance. Who wants to start? Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one. It's kind of a preliminary question. I'm sure it'll be dealt with as we get into the language. But I want some clarification on the operators in good standing. I'm a little bit. I'm not clear on the definition and what that status provides for those operators in good standing. Now, and the reason I ask is because I can. If as an example, someone who has a short-term rental in one of the zones, and it's unhosted, in one of the zones where it was not that this ordinance would exempt them from being able to be, or would decline their application under normal circumstances. If they were an operator in good standing and had never had any complaints, basically no one even knows that it is a vacation rental or a short-term rental, and they were, except for the fact that because of this ordinance, they would not normally be allowed to have an unhosted rental in or short-term rental in that particular zone. If they were an operator in good standing, would they then be able to continue functioning until we come up with our comprehensive ordinance? So what is the definition? What does the good standing status provide them, I guess, is really the question.
I'll start with that, and then I'm going to defer to Claire for part of the answer to that question. So operators in good standing are defined as short-term rental operators who have registered for TOT and BIA as of October 7th, 2021. And that is a revised definition because we were asked to have a date certain for that to be, a cutoff date so that we could pull the records and get that information ready. And so that's the definition that we're proposing for operators in good standing, that it be people who have been registered as of October 7th. And what that allows is, instead of feeling like they have to rush in and get a permit to operate tomorrow, they have a 50-day grace period to even apply. And during that 50-day grace period and all throughout the city's approval process, they'll be able to continue operating as if nothing's changed, if you will. The only time they would have to stop is if their permit is, denied, that type of thing. And then I'm going to defer to Claire on the answer to your question about what that means to property owners who are in excluded zones.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thanks for the question. It's a good question. My initial response to that would be that the intent for operator in good standing is to comply with the urgency ordinance. So to comply with the operational standards. So it's not a free pass to literally continue on as though the ordinance hasn't passed, right? So we have set basic operational standards set up, and it would be, we would look to them to comply with those standards. The tougher question is the locational inconsistency. So if they are located in a prohibited zone, then my initial response to that is that they would not be allowed. They would not be an operator in good standing because they can't comply with the ordinance. So they would have to wait for the comprehensive ordinance, or if this is a zone that the council wants to add in or consider allowing, that could be done tonight, but not site by site. It would be unilateral.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. And perhaps when we hear from the public, there will be, it will be interesting to hear how many of the operators, and let's face it, what we're trying to do is to ferret out the bad actors. And what I fear, especially and this is a fairly comprehensive ordinance, albeit temporary in nature and urgent. is that we are, because of the nature of some of the decisions about the zoning, placing people that have had really good records, denying their ability to continue operating, and that. So we'll have to wait and see what the community says. And I don't want to overly complicate it and make it confusing to staff or to the community, but it does. It does concern me that there would be some people that have been very good neighbors and never had any complaints, and then because of our zoning restrictions, they become their ability to continue would be compromised. So we'll wait to hear from the community. And thanks, Claire. I appreciate the clarification. And Sherry.
Can I add one thing through the mayor? So I did some initial research into who are registered at this point, and it did appear that there were 10 potential property owners that are in an R2 or an R3 zone. That is our higher density residential development. So I think the bigger question maybe to look at is, do we want to allow short-term rentals in those type of more dense residential areas, like Claire mentioned, rather than having one-offs? Is that something the council would like to consider? And we'll be prepared to answer that in any way you would like through the ordinance.
Thank you. And that would be something that the council could do, given that this is a potentially 5-month, 6-month ordinance. What we would be doing, in essence, if we were to have that conversation and to make that determination, that this would be a temporary decision. So, but I appreciate that flexibility. I think that is going to be the key to a successful urgency ordinance is the flexibility that is embedded in this conversation tonight. So I very much appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, what proof is needed to constitute a violation, and what opportunity do the homeowners have to contest?
So we are currently drafting the operational standard requirements. So when someone does apply, they're going to receive a list of items that they're going to basically sign off on and say, I do understand that I have to comply with the operational standards. Now, those would include noise complaints, parking. They would include access to the unit. They would include any other type of operational standard that could turn into a violation. So in that regard, if somebody does file a complaint, we would follow up either by means of the fire department, the police department, or the code enforcement unit and verify whether or not that is a valid complaint. If we determine that in fact it is a valid complaint, then at that point, that's when it would be substantiated that in fact they are in violation of the ordinance.
And what recourse does the homeowner have to contest a violation?
So currently, we don't have that built out in this urgency notice. They do basically have a three-time, opportunity to kind of correct the behavior. So, for example, if I go out to a specific property or send some of our staff to go out to a specific property, we go ahead and notify them, hey, we received a complaint, we did verify or didn't verify. If we verify it, we're going to go ahead and provide that education. There really isn't a recourse for contesting it. However, we do let them know, listen, this is your first complaint received. You have 2 more opportunities, although we don't want it to get to that point, right? That education component is what we're hoping is going to correct any further complaints that may result in regards to the violations of the operational standards.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yes, thank you. My questions center around fire safety. I have 2 to that end. One is, did staff consider the wild and urban interface when they were going through the zones that might be most appropriate to prohibit short-term rentals? And the other is, if not, were the drafting and publication of fire evacuation routes in these operations considered? And if not, would staff recommend putting these in?
So I'll try and answer it. If I don't hit it, maybe we can clarify. But when we looked at the fire-specific requirements, knowing that a number of the short-term rentals were in the wildland urban interface, which is where a majority of them are, it highlighted the need to deal with specific code sections that are identified in the California Fire Code and addressing them, as well as putting in some of the language that is specific to the know your ways out, know your zones. But we didn't just do it specifically because they're in the WUI. We did it based on some of the risks we've seen around our entire community. I also really quickly wanted to back up to the previous question, if I can, related to Councilmember Alvarez's question. Some of it is going to be specific to what the violation was. Captain Krieg and I were talking offline. There could very well be a parking violation where somebody's specifically parked in a fire lane blocking our access. And that could be a ticket that's issued by either the police department or the fire department under the vehicle code. And so that resident or renter, whatever you want to call them, would be subject to the typical appeal process through that. But then our violation would also be turned over to code enforcement so they can track that. And then I'll let maybe Claire or Sherry jump in to clarify anything specific to Councilmember Fleming's question.
I think if I understand the question correctly, we didn't specifically exclude the wildland urban interface area at this point. We just tried to figure out how to best make things safer in that area. And like Paul mentioned earlier, we had a really long list of things that we will eventually want to include in the comprehensive ordinance, most likely, but I think we hit on the things that make it as compatible as can be.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schwedel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a couple of questions starting on slide 30, and they're regarding enforcement. So if someone were to complain that, hey, there's more than 4 additional daytime guests and or any of the other requirements here, who would investigate that?
That would be investigated by the code enforcement unit. So if the complaint comes in and we can go out there during the daytime hours, obviously we would follow up with the person that's on call, the agent or the owner, whomever is accessible, to allow us entry so that we can go ahead and verify. If it's after hours, the wording in the ordinance does suggest that, the police department and or the fire department can also look at those. However, it would be primarily code enforcement, and we would keep following up that complaint.
And do we have the current capacity to hold this accountable with what our current staffing levels are? Because my assumption is there are no additional staffing additions if this urgency ordinance goes through.
That's a great question. So this is actually something that we've been discussing as far as our staffing level currently and what would be something that we would need to be able to follow up on this. So currently what we are looking into is perhaps getting some temporary relief to be able to assist us in response to any potential complaints that come in.
So I know.
If I may add through the mayor, just additional in terms of the staffing question. So this is something that we obviously don't want to enact an ordinance we can't enforce. There is a little concern about having an ordinance that's too broad, which is why you've got this streamlined and focused. We do think that we can take this ordinance on, implement it, and enforce it to reasonable expectations of the community. We will have to hire some temporary staffing. We are not looking to hire new technical or professional staff for an urgency ordinance. We're not looking at hiring a third-party entity for the urgency ordinance. We will be evaluating how this goes and how successful we are in implementing and enforcement, and that will lead into an informed, comprehensive approach. And for that, we are open. whether it's city staffing or if it's third party to support. But most importantly, we don't really have the information, the experience yet on how much time and what extent of staffing is required to do a comprehensive ordinance, which is another reason why we decided to focus on just urgency for now.
And so where would these type of complaints fall within the priority calls for code enforcement? Because I know we've been told previously that they prioritize the, obviously the safety ones. Too many daytime guests, does it fit within that top priority? Or where do these type of violations fall within the priority list for code enforcement?
So these would be priority in that. So we have it set up as priority 1, 2, and 3, with our 1 and 2s being the most exigent, 1 being an imminent. So this would be a priority 2. We would definitely go out there and respond within about a 24-hour time period to go out there and just assess what's going on. So it would definitely be on that high priority level for us.
Okay, so priority 2, thank you. And then if on slide 32, if you could just walk me through, let's say it's midnight, probably on a holiday weekend. The only city employees working, I'm guessing, would be police dispatch. So they get a call about violation of this ordinance. Does the dispatcher tell the caller to call the 24/7 contact, or would a city employee make that call and relay the information that they've been relayed? How would that work?
Well, it would work a couple of multiple ways, and I'll go ahead and let Captain Cregan speak on this as well. So the complainant party can provide us with video evidence, photo evidence to our department that we can then follow up on. In addition to making a call, if it warrants it, which then I'll go ahead and defer to Captain Cregan to follow up on that secondary part.
Yes, that's a good question. So we're still working out the dispatch protocols once we get whatever ordinances may or may not be passed tonight. But that's going to be one of the things, and we're going to be working using our city communication team and our social media platforms to educate neighbors on how they can call and what the number is. And hopefully we'll be doing the notification to the neighbors in the surrounding 600 feet. So what we're really hoping, by having these guidelines in place, we're actually going to get less calls to the police department and code enforcement, and they're going to follow that. And now they're going to have a contact person to call, and they can call the homeowner. And by having these clear guidelines for the homeowner, the rental, and the neighbor, that a lot of these are going to get resolved at that level. But if they're not, then we will have a police officer would respond to the scene, would document it about if there's a violation or not, and then we refer it to code enforcement to follow the typical code enforcement strategy. But the big thing that from city staff is, by having these clear guidelines and the instruction, we really believe that it's going to hopefully reduce some of the calls for our city staff. As of right now, they're just calling frustrated, and they kind of get bounced around between police, fire, code, planning, all over the place. And so we're hoping now they'll have a centralized way to be able to enforce these and give clear guidelines for our community.
If I could add to Councilmember Captain Cregan and I have been strategizing about how to handle, I think, some of the questions you're talking about. So again, it goes back to the complexity of all the different types of potential violations out there. And one of the common calls that we get this time of year is the illegal burning. So if fire responds out for an illegal burn, which is a typical routine call, we'll have the ability potentially behind the scenes now to pull different addresses tied to these type of rentals and then track that information and then relay it to code enforcement. So we may respond, we may document it the way we would typically document it through a typical incident report, and then provide that information to code enforcement for tracking and enforcement.
So I guess I'm still kind of struggling again using the midnight. If someone is calling because it's a loud party or something, just like any other party call, I heard they could take pictures, video. I'm guessing most of our residents of our community just want it to go away. And it sounds like, and let's say they would have to get up, find the number associated with that short-term rental, make the phone call, and I'm not sure, is that going to be realistic? Flip side, does the police department have the capacity to respond to some of those calls? They just want it to end. And so maybe, again, this will be feedback that we're going to have to work our way through, what I heard, the captain and assistant fire marshal talk about. But it's just, I'm not really clear as to how that's going to work out and what the community could expect would be the response from the city with a complaint at midnight on a holiday weekend. Thanks.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. This question is probably best directed to Ms. Meads or Ms. Hartman. The maker mixed use and neighborhood mixed use zoning, admittedly, I can't envision what that looks like. Can you give me a specific area of town that would be maker mixed use?
All of those all of those zoning districts are in the downtown station area. So maker mixed use, I believe, if anybody else can jump. Claire, you got that one? Okay, thank you.
Maker mixed use, I believe that's in our Roberts Road downtown neighborhood, as well as like the Upper West End, Bodine property, that area is also maker mixed use.
Okay, thank you. And neighborhood mixed use, it's also station area, so it's kind of that core. Okay. And then my second question was, I did notice in the staff report that the fiscal impact will be offset by fine and application fee collection. But do you know or have an idea of what the cost of this addition to code enforcement will be, what the fiscal impact will be?
Not until we have a chance to try it.
Okay, fair enough.
That's what this interim ordinance is hopefully going to inform.
Okay, thank you.
So if I can back up to kind of the 50,000 foot view, one of the stated goals of the ordinance is to address overconcentrations and loss of character of neighborhoods. How did staff come to the decision that looking at it by zoning district was the way to address some of those issues? And my concern is by banning it in certain zoning districts, you don't have any concentration there, but it does nothing to address the overconcentration in areas where it's allowed.
So I mentioned overconcentration as something that we hear quite a bit about from our constituents. This ordinance does not address overconcentration. It is something that we will be looking at how to best consider that in the comprehensive ordinance, whether it's a citywide cap, whether it's by neighborhood, by street, a spatial distance requirement between units, that type of thing. So that isn't addressed in this ordinance. It's just something that we do hear about from folks. And that's why that was included in the slide. And so I'm sorry, what was the second part of that question?
I guess just as a follow-up for the public that doesn't follow local land use policy as much, do we have a map that they can access to see when we talk about allowing it in core mixed use but not in R2? Is there any type of a visual that the community can see about where we're proposing to allow it and disallow it? And I ask specifically, and I know you've already heard this from me, but I ask specifically because we are having community conversations around equity and making sure that the impacts are felt equitably across the community and not banning it from one side of town versus other sides of town. And this is an issue we saw with cannabis.
So we're definitely not trying to do that at all, and looked more at density rather than location. Like R1 zoning districts are throughout the city, and we will have something online that says know your zoning district, but I think to your point that we can work with GIS and actually have something that will show spatially and for visual people where things are and are not allowed. And again, the idea behind excluding the R2 and R3 was wondering if a unhosted short-term rental is appropriate in a really dense neighborhood. And again, bed and breakfast and other things like that, those type of lodging are excluded from there. So we sort of followed that trail. And I'll let Claire, she had something to say, sorry.
No, that was great. And this is a really good question. Back on slide 8, you don't have to bring it up, but unless you want to, but that is where we have the registered short-term rentals. And you can see it is citywide. So one of the early discussion points was where are they happening? And I think it was somewhat folklore that they were only in our Rincon Valley areas, Skyhawk areas, areas that are higher elevations have used. It's not, it's literally citywide. So one of our first determinations is just recognizing that short-term rentals, and these are just the registered ones, right? And we know that this is about 200 and there's 300 getting advertised. So we do need to figure out where exactly they are and get those mapped. And then I think we just recognize that they are citywide. It's going to be easier to map like where you're not allowed to do them. But we can produce that map and we'll put it on the website. It's a fluid conversation, as you can tell tonight. We may or may not consider adding back in R2 and R3, or so those are all things that we'll take note of. And then once we have this ordinance and we know the locational criteria, just like what we did with the cannabis program, we're going to load that website with all kinds of helpful, not just applicant tools, but tools that our residents can see. But we do hope that because most of these districts that we are talking about are in across the city, that it would generally be equitable in that manner, and also just recognizing they are already located across the city.
Yeah,
overconcentration definitely came up, and overconcentration, as you know, is quite tricky in terms of figuring out per street, per neighborhood, per district, per zone. There's a lot of different ways to do that. And then once you decide you're going to address overconcentration, who gets to be first? Is it a first come, first serve? Is it someone who is in this good operator in good standing category? A lot of different things. Or is it a competition of sorts, a lottery? There's so many different ways. And we need to have a lot more discussion about that when we talk about overconcentration or cap. That was in the same category.
Yeah, and I'm particularly interested in the overconcentration conversation. I get a little bit weary when we're doing decisions like this based on land use designation. As you know, the socioeconomics follow the land use designation. If you put an asphalt plant in a specific area, you know what that does to the property values in that area. And so by looking and having a thoughtful approach to what our zoning looks like and where we allow these, we can potentially not have some of those disparities pop up. But I am concerned about the overconcentration aspect. I did have a question about the definition of hosted versus non-hosted. So it's proposed, it's current city law, you cannot have a vacation rental in an ADU. If an individual lives in the ADU, but does a vacation rental or a short-term rental for the front house, is that considered hosted or non-hosted?
At this point, that would be considered non-hosted, but that's something we can look at. And that was based on conversations that if somebody's in an ADU, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to prohibit activities at a primary residence that they're not actually in and having to sleep through that type of activity. But again, that's something we're totally open for. And I think Captain Cregan has something to add there.
Yeah, another thing that we saw that we'll have to consider is when we reached out to other cities, we saw a lot of abuses with that. And we have that even with some of the current high complaint residences right now of residences saying, hey, I do live there and I spend one night a week at the ADU of my property. And then so I live there as my primary residence. So that's another thing for us to consider. And we met with talked to San Francisco, and they have a rule of just the non-hosted there and are only hosted in their city, and talked a lot of abuses that they see with some of those. So that was one thing we were trying to steer away from.
And do we have any type of, or have we seen in other jurisdictions, any type of an attempt that once an individual owns 5, 6 homes that they're using as short-term rentals, that actually they become a hotelier instead, or some other type of regulation on those individuals?
I haven't seen that. What I have seen is that jurisdictions that don't have an ordinance in place and then bring one on board with that situation already in place, typically allow a amnesty period for the person to come into compliance, which means if the regulation is that the city only allows someone to have one, say, non-hosted or two non-hosted, and someone owns 5, they would have to bring those other 3 either into a long-term rental situation or sell them. So it's still an investment for them, but it just wouldn't be allowed to be a short-term rental beyond whatever number is allowed by that jurisdiction.
Okay, I appreciate that. One of the things that struck me reading the materials was the conversation around whether somebody cares for their neighborhood and cares for their community. And so I'm not going to do it tonight, but I would be interested when we go through this process down the road to talk about, is there a difference that the council sees in somebody who actively lives in the community versus somebody who does not? Because I think that that's one of the main concerns that I do hear from people. My last question, for the 160 or so that we identified that are currently unregistered, how do we go get the transient occupancy tax and BIA that is due for them having operated?
That's going to be a tough one. So most of that type of work is done by a data mining company, if you will, or an enforcement compliance type of company. They have the tools to do those, web scrapes and check all I think there's up to 60 now platforms that advertise these types of things. And so one step in that direction for us is requiring that, and for operators in good standing, since they'll be continuing to operate before they have their short-term rental permit, we require that they include the transient occupancy tax account number on their advertisements. So a step towards, finding those people that are operating without paying the TOT and BIA and being registered is to do a web scrape. Okay, any of these people that don't have that information included, which will eventually be replaced by the short-term rental permit number, but it's an identifier, if you will. We can catch up to those people that are advertising, but that don't have that information and hopefully bring them into compliance.
I think if, in the survey, I think if you had asked operators and community members whether they wanted us to go after the folks who were doing things without paying their fair share, I think it would have been pretty unanimously high. So I'd be interested in figuring out how we do that as well as we go towards regulation. Are there any other questions from council? Councilmember Alvarez?
Thank you, Mayor. In slide number 32, I understand that this is definitely uncharted territory for the city of Santa Rosa and definitely a learning experience. With that in mind, I'm wondering if I were to be one of the renters at these short-term rentals and I had loud music as well as a violation for parking, would I be coughing up the $1,500, or is there a way to implement a system where the first time is learning and the second time should never happen type of scenario? Was that discussed, and what were the pros and cons, if any?
Before, Cece's going to have the better answers to that, but what I will say is that in order to apply for or to submit your application for this permit, we're requiring that people, certify, if you will, or acknowledge that they have read the requirements of this ordinance and that they agree to, to follow the regulations and stuff included in the ordinance. So they should be educated already to be operating at all. And so the education listed in that first column is really kind of a re-education or a reminder. And now I'll let Cece, the subject matter expert, take it over.
Yes, Councilmember Alvarez, we did actually do a sampling of various jurisdictions to kind of see how this works in their jurisdiction. And one of the things that we did consider was, penalties to the operator, penalties to the permit holder, and how that would interface. As Sherry mentioned, in this case, we would start with the education component at the time of submittal for application and their acknowledgement that they understand the operational standards. And subsequent to that, obviously, when we verified that first violation, then redoing that education, re-providing that information again, so that they know that even while they're working their program, they can relay that information to the person that's going to be renting their STR, so that they're in understanding that, hey, you know, we have operational standards that we have to adhere by, and if they're violated in any way, shape, or form, then we're held responsible. That puts the onus more on the permit holder to be able to ensure. Again, it's education that's walked through from the beginning all the way through the existence of that actual permit.
Any other questions, council? Okay, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. So for folks who have not participated in a council meeting before, you'll have 3 minutes to address the council. We won't get into a back and forth during public comment, but we will take notes down and can ask follow-up questions of staff or can acknowledge them afterwards when we do our deliberations. Because this is an urgency ordinance, and I understand that there are folks who feel like they haven't had a chance to be heard, we're not going to limit the time beyond the 3 minutes that's allowed. What I would say is, if somebody before you said what you would want to say, feel free to say me too, because we do have a lot of folks who want to speak tonight. We'll start with folks in the chamber, and then we'll do Zoom, and then we'll finish up with our pre-recorded voicemails that were provided. So we'll start with Ann, followed by Dan, and I promise I didn't do that intentionally.
Thank you very much for all the work you've done on this issue. It's a issue close to my heart because 500 feet from my house, there's a Airbnb that hosts 13 people routinely, and there's different issues with that house. A block to my left, there's a house, also an Airbnb frequently. But the biggest concern is 5 feet from my property line, there's an Airbnb who, according to the ordinance now, you'd have fined her 4 times. She wouldn't be in good standing. My biggest concern was she started this when we were all on a pretty much public health lockdown. And the first night there were 13 people showed up in a house that was supposed to have 4. And they had a great time at Dillon Beach, and they went clamming, and they left the garbage there for a week. I thought that was pretty bad until the unpermitted bathrooms in the place started dumping raw sewerage down her driveway right next to my property line, and I have animals and stuff. So I understand that some of these issues are enforcement issues, but when I have raw sewage coming down next to my house and she's not responsive, we do actually call her directly all the time. She tries to get us to call her property manager, but no, we call her. So I do appreciate that you've been working on this. For me, it's been 574 days. And we exceed the 76% occupancy. We're close to 90%. There's always somebody new there. So I want to thank you, and I look forward to seeing the work that you do, and I appreciate that you're taking this on. I'm kind of in that purple heavy density area, and I'm in the JC area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. We'll go to Dan, followed by Charles.
Thank you, City Council, for giving me the opportunity to make public comment. My name is Dan Godino. I am a homeowner and a certified professional vacation rental manager, operator with Wine Country Getaway. I would like to state that I fully support a well-thought-out regulatory STR package, a package that addresses the mutual interest of homeowners, neighbors, city officials, and operators. It appears this urgency ordinance came about specifically to regulate a continued noise dispute between a neighbor and a vacation homeowner in the Montecito community. It is puzzling to me there were no enforcement options available to address this issue. Are there no tools at the city's disposal that can address this type of particular neighborhood disputes? Some of the proposals in the urgency ordinance seem to be overreaching and will stifle the vacation rental industry. As far as I can tell, there was no input taken from the vacation rental industry to craft this urgency ordinance. A lot of the problems that the ordinance is trying to address are already solvable via professional management. I hope you're open to getting input from vacation rental operators in crafting a comprehensive regulatory package that isn't overly restrictive. In the meantime, if the public needs any help with vacation rental issues, you may join the Santa Rosa, California Short-Term Rental Association on Facebook. I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Dan. We'll go to Charles, followed by Yvonne.
You ready? Hello, my name is Charles Metz, and I've been hosting since 2013, and I hope you will consider the Good Reputation hosted rentals and allow them to purpose all rooms they have available and not limited to only 2, since the host lives on site and can deal with any issue that may arise, because I want to sleep too. Also, there are times when I'm away and list my property non-hosted, so I hope you will allow a permitting process that would recognize that, so I can continue to host when I'm there and can continue to share my home when I'm not. Regarding a required front and side setback, many folks in Santa Rosa, long-term and short-term, have parking next to or accessible to a driveway they've created or was established before they purchased their home. Short-term rentals should be allowed to create off-street parking spaces that are accessible to a driveway, similar to what long-term residents often create. Parking could be verified or approved by a photo when applying for a short-term rental permit. I ask that you look at the county guidelines for daytime and nighttime visitors for non-hosted rentals. That would only be an addition of 2 extra people from what you're currently proposing for day or nighttime visitors. That's all. Because right now you don't allow any visitors past curfew, so mom or dad or grandma and grandpa can't spend a night with a family who's coming to visit them in Santa Rosa. And allow the county's guidelines that children under 3 shouldn't be counted as guests because they are usually in cribs or sleeping with parents. Also align quiet hours with the county from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. And regarding R2, allow homeowners the option to choose how they wish to purpose their home and don't prohibit certain zoning districts and housing types from being used as a short-term rental. If an ordinance is created that only allows more expensive homes to be purposed short-term, only the wealthy will be able to own a non-hosted short-term rental, and only the wealthy will be able to stay in a short-term rental. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Yvonne, followed by Gordon.
Thank you. Speak nice and close to the microphone. Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Yvonne Rosso. My husband and I have had a hosted rental here in Santa Rosa since 2015. When we started, we registered our property with the City of Santa Rosa to comply with the TOT taxes. We were blessed to be able to generate this volume income in order to stay living in our home during our retirement. Hosted rentals must be treated differently. Prior to our retirement, I was in the travel industry for over 30 years. I am aware of how much a city can benefit from the tourism industry. Not all cities have this opportunity. I strongly believe that visitors should obey the rules of the city and be respectful with the residents. In my view, this is a must. For that reason, I want to be present at all times when I have guests in my home in order to maintain order and be available for their needs. Our guest benefits Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. We refer them to restaurants, wineries, stores, and shops. Guests who come to our home, then to this area, are people who are coming from out of the country sometimes. We welcome them. We want to make sure that they have unforgettable experiences here in the city of Santa Rosa, which is the center of the wine country. So when they return home, they will refer their family members and friends to our friendly city. Indeed, we have had numerous visits. We are the ambassadors of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. Losing two of our main hotels, the Sheraton and the Fountain Grove Inn, and the Tubbs Fire was a detrimental loss to our tourism and business industry, but short-term rental units have helped to fill that void. More and more, we get business travelers thanking us for sharing our home with them so they can still come to Santa Rosa and have a productive business day. During the entire time we have hosted, we have never gotten any complaints. In fact, our neighbors have asked us if we are still hosting because they have a family member coming to town and they wanted to stay with us. They don't have the space. The answer is always yes, of course. We have regular family members coming to visit their parents who are in retirement homes and they don't have facilities for them to stay. We also have traveling nurses who prefer to stay with us than to stay in a motel. It was mentioned that, well, I think I'm going to end there because I'm almost done with the time, but I wanted to just thank for having this opportunity to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Gordon, followed by Carl.
Oh, that's better. Thank you. Good evening. It's not day anymore. I'm Gordon Scott. My wife and I have an Airbnb over in Rincon Valley. I was a little bit concerned, having read the proposed ordinance, that the city council was conflating what I believe is two distinct things: the difference between a hosted rental and a non-hosted rental, and the problems that are delineated in the urgency ordinance are almost invariably tied to unhosted short-term rentals where people come in. Apparently they're putting in several of these in our neighborhood. My understanding is that the cost to rent them is astronomical, and that one can conclude that the people who rent those houses believe that because they pay, from great expense comes great liberty. These are things that aren't good for us. We live in Rincon Valley, in an area that appears rural. We want that residential quality. That's what we use for our guests. That's what attracts them. What I'm concerned about, now we have since 2015 pumped approximately $23,000 into the city on TOT. We have personal relations with many of our guests. They come back. They come back to Santa Rosa and they come back to our place. What I would not want to see is to have the hosted rentals, which are a different animal, lumped together with the non-hosted rentals, which seem to be the bulk of the problem. I note Airbnb provides an alternative to, we lost two of our big hotels in the Tubbs fire. There's a limit to how many hotel rooms they have. We have people who come stay to our house for business. They stay with us because they want to go to the wine country. Back when we had the Ironman, they'd come to go running. And these are people who take advantage of our hosted rental because it is more familial, it is less expensive, it is less stressful. None of the concerns that are evidenced in the urgency ordinance actually relate to the specifics of how we operate, because there aren't a lot of cars, there isn't any noise because we would shut them up. And I just want to ask the City Council to distinguish these two things. They're different. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gordon. Carl, followed by Michael.
My name is Carl Yeager. I started home sharing after I adopted my children as a single dad. It was a way for us to stay in the Bay Area and afford it. I could then help them with their many emotional needs. I recently bought my home in Santa Rosa so that I could provide a home for my son, Jason, and his girlfriend, Alyssa, as well as income for them while they go to college here. We engage in home sharing, which means we operate a hosted rental here in Santa Rosa where a family member is present during the stay of our guests. The people that we host act like guests in our home because that is exactly what they are. We are home to make sure they act safely and do not make noise. We like to sleep too. I have hosted for 2 decades, first in San Francisco and now here. Thousands of guests, not one single complaint. As a matter of fact, my next door neighbor in San Francisco for a decade didn't even know that we hosted folks. We can all agree that noise, safety guidelines, and nuisance guidelines make sense. In fact, our guidelines for those things are stricter than what is being proposed by the city. We love our neighborhood, we act responsibly. We don't allow events. We are also home to direct guests to Santa Rosa's many restaurants, coffee shops, bakeries. That translates into jobs. Here's the real part that I don't understand. This ordinance you have written caps hosted short-term rentals for hosted folks at 2 bedrooms in our home. Yet the law has no such cap on the number of bedrooms for unhosted vacation rental use. So if the goal is to lessen noise complaints, how does this make sense at all? Why not hold us to the same standard as unhosted, 2 per bedroom with a cap of 10? That sounds very fair to me and sounds like it's equitable. The other thing that this ordinance does, it creates an economic incentive for me to change my home from a hosted rental to an unhosted one. If I go unhosted and move my children and myself elsewhere, I can rent out all 5 bedrooms in my home if I obtain a permit. Why would we create an economic incentive to do the thing that might cause more noise and nuisance? I just don't understand it. If we are kept to the 2-bedroom cap, we will have 50% less income. That is crushing for a filmmaker like me. And that means 50% fewer people going to our restaurants, coffee shops. I think that the urgency here seems to be around noise, nuisance, and safety. Let's urgently legislate that and all work together over the next few months to craft an ordinance that's a win-win for everyone, including our economy.
Thank you so much, Carl. We'll go to Michael, followed by Ed.
Okay. Well, hello, my name is Michael Laris. I was born and raised in Santa Rosa. I run a Airbnb in the Northwest Santa Rosa. Been doing so for about 3 years. Again, I'd just like to reiterate the part about hosted versus non-hosted. I'm on my property. It's a farm. It's actually a farm share, so there's an educational component to it. And we're there as ambassadors to the city. We're really careful about who we have, and we follow all the rules in the city, and we're, everything that we make goes back into our community, unlike a lot of hotel chains, that the money goes to some corporate headquarters. So I'd really like you to take a close look at this and really consider the hosted versus non-hosted part, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. We'll go to Ed, followed by Gary.
Okay. Hi, my name's Ed Kinney. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I have a big interest in this. I have a lot of history in short-term rentals. I've had short-term rentals for 20 years, unhosted. And in that 20 years, I've never had one complaint. One thing I like to emphasize is I understand the importance of being good neighbors. That's the key to success here. The other part of it is when there are certain problems, government has a tendency to over-regulate. So if you have 1 or 2 complaints, you may, say, well, now we've got to create these draconian rules so that we don't have these problems, when, when in the big picture, there are very, very few of these big noise complaints. Of course, you would have more information of that, but I'd like to have you look at it and say, of all the rentals and the rental nights, which you have a lot of information on, how many actual complaints do you have, so that you can make a rule that makes sense. The other part of this is, again, as non-hosted renter, it is my house, and my wife and I, travel, and we're both retired, so we want to be able to make a little income from the house while we're gone, excuse me. That being said, it is our house. Even though we're not there, we don't want our house destroyed by parties. So should we get involved in this, which is our plan, we would have extensive rules. We would have security systems, monitoring systems, not inside but outside the house, to make sure that the number of guests that are supposed to be there are there, not to be exceeded. No wild parties, things like that. So I think, you could incorporate some of the rules that, maybe you want to have some way for the owners to survey what's happening on the property, so that they could be more proactive in the idea of keeping it, more of a community-sensitive environment. Just saying, don't deny responsible owners of short-term rentals the opportunity to make money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ed. We'll go to Gary, followed by Kay.
That's as high as it goes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I come to you, my name is Gary Lentz. I've had a hosted property for about 6 years, and I come to you as somebody tonight who Airbnb and VRBO has really saved my financial future and my home. After the downturn 10, 12 years ago, I went through a rough time, and it was at risk of losing my house when I decided to get into something that was commission-based. And the ability to rent out my house during that period of time was critical. And, I hate to think that we're going to come down with some draconian rules that are going to limit this to the point where people can't do this very easily. I think a lot of the stuff you're talking about is common sense. I give everybody who rents in my place 4 different warnings that they are to come to me. They're not to bring a lot of people to my place and to bring big parties. To me, it's common sense. My neighbors, they didn't sign up for a hotel near them, so I want to make sure that this is a good experience for them as well. So they have my number as well. It sounds like you guys are going to take care of that. That sounds right. But a lot of the things, limiting the number of people per bedroom, I think is overreach and too much. It seems like you're trying to solve problems, and I think that's fine. We don't want big parties, as the gentleman just said, but why not make it evidence-based and outcome-based? If there are problems, then start limiting it, and you've done some of that. But to me, it's very easy to do this as an owner and have people come to me when there's a problem and take care of the issue, but not do it with arbitrary limits like that and with the parking and the other things. The other thing is, we're talking about enforcement. You guys are creating a regulatory regime where you're going to have people come in and regulate this. You're not doing it now, it sounds like, or where you are, it's sort of hit and miss. The story I read in the paper today was outrageous. I would have never allowed that to happen. I don't allow events at my home. So, I think if you're setting yourself up for more regulation when you're not able to enforce what you're already doing, trust me, the city knows how to collect taxes. I no sooner put up my ad than somebody from the Treasury, the Finance Department reached out to me and said, hey, you've got an Airbnb. You guys know how to do this. You guys know how to find those folks. I think if you just enforce the rules you already have for noise ordinances and parties and being bad neighbors and not paying your taxes, that would take care of itself. But I appreciate what you're trying to do and bring it in hand. I just ask you to not do it in too heavy-handed a way that throws the baby out with the bathwater and takes away something that's great for our community. I mean, I refer people to all of our local restaurants and stores. They ask me for things all the time, and it's great for our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Go to Kay.
Okay, I'm Kay Ward, and I've had a rental since 2013, and I've had no complaints. When the people come, I meet them, I show them around the house, and I explain where the light switches are and things, and answer all their questions. I live in the back house, and I consider myself a hosted Airbnb, and I'm not sure you do, because I live in a different house, but only twice I've had to blink the lights at 9:15 and ask them to move in the house rather than stay out and party outside. And they went in right away. So I would like clarification. I've had no problems. I enjoy the income. I pay my TOT on time. And just consider all of it, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Is there anyone else in the chambers who would like to give public comment? All right, we'll go to Zoom. If you're interested in providing public comment and you're on Zoom, hit the raise hand feature. We'll start with Gay, followed by Trinidad.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Oh, my name is Gay Barner. I have a hosted short-term rental since 2014 in Santa Rosa. I pay my BIA and TOT taxes. I have off-street parking for my guests. I feel the non-hosted rentals should have different requirements and be treated differently. Hosted rentals should not have any limits on the number of rooms or guests allowed. Non-hosted rentals don't have any restrictions, but should, since there is no one there to monitor noise or behavior. It seems kind of backwards to me to do that. Non-hosted rentals should be treated like hotels and zoned differently, especially if the owner is a corporation or not a local. And I would just want to add, if there are fires or anything like that in the area, a hosted rental can communicate with their guests. They know what's going on and they can help them. And my neighbors love me because they use me for overflow guests of their own. Therefore, all short-term rentals should not be lumped together. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Gay. We'll go to Trinidad, followed by James.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Trinidad, and I am just starting to get into the game of being a short-term rental. October is my first month in doing so. So I have a few concerns. As a person that has rented Airbnbs for the last 10 years or so, there are a lot of rules as far as quiet times and parking restrictions and all of that. I'm concerned that if the city changes those times and those structures for Santa Rosa, that people that normally rent these places are going to be not sure what's going on by following different rules. It's pretty much a standard out there about quiet times and everything else. So why enforce something that's different than kind of the standard that's out there that everybody's well aware of? So that was one of my comments there. The other thing is about the having a phone in the house to get the alerts and everything else. I think that the renter can get onto the Nextel or Nictel or whatever that emergency thing is about that gives what's going on in the area. I know in Airbnbs that I rent, I don't answer the phone. I don't pay attention to the phone. And I feel like the owner is going to be coming by or something to check messages or something like that. So that's one thing that I do not have in my home. And I really don't want that. It's an extra cost and everything else. And like I said, guests are not going to answer those phones and stuff. So in listening to all this other stuff, I'm actually thinking about putting together an evacuation plan and then have that posted to my door, just like a hotel room would have, how to exit premises and stuff and things like that. So I'm learning a lot through all of this, and I'm going to take some extra precautions in keeping my guests safe and stuff. So will do what I can. So thank you for your time. I appreciate you letting me talk, and hope you can consider kind of the industry standards that are out there and stuff, and not have guests confused and things like that. Also, on the real quick on the noise thing is, it would be odd for my neighbors to be able to make noises till 10 o'clock at night, but my guests can't, and that'd be a confusion there. The place that I have my Airbnb, the neighbors do tend to be out late at night as well too. So we'll just go from there. I've also talked to my neighbors, and everybody seems to be pretty good about it so far. I've given my numbers to them, so we'll see how it all goes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Trinidad. We'll go to James, followed by Nancy.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Lozano, and I'm not just only a host, I'm a super host on the Airbnb global platform, and I'm also have my own business that has been registered by the city of Santa Rosa as a manager of several homes. And I manage 8 homes in Santa Rosa. Over the 7 years that I've managed these Airbnbs or short-term rentals since 2014, I have had only one complaint. And that was from a neighbor who had, at 8 o'clock in the evening, had a little bit of a noise issue with my guest who were here for a wedding. In over 7 years, I've only had one issue, which was, you know, that was addressed immediately by a phone call from myself to the guests. I wanted to commend you on the quiet hours. I think that's very important because I do respect my neighbors and my neighborhood. I also want to commend you on TOT taxes. I feel like that's also very important for us to enforce. Now, I wanted you to be aware of something really important, which I'm not in agreement at all. The $1,250 is, in my opinion, an outrageous amount of money, considering that I did some research and I found out that the city of New York, it costs nothing. They don't require a fee. San Francisco has a $250 fee. Los Angeles has $89 fee. DC has $0. Chicago is $0 to $250. Boston has a $200 fee. Seattle has a $75 fee. And Las Vegas has a $0 fee. So my question to you is, our little city of Santa Rosa is thinking about a $1,200 fee from us responsible hosts. Why are you doing this to us? And why is it so much higher than bigger cities like New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, DC, Chicago, Boston, and Seattle, and Las Vegas? I don't understand this, and this is where I think that you should reconsider that part of the ordinance. So thank you so much for hearing us out, and just please reconsider that.
Thank you, Cynthia. We'll go to Nancy, followed by Bernadette. Nancy, are you able to unmute? All right, Nancy, we'll come back to you. Let's go to Bernadette, followed by D. Beaver.
Hi there. Every day I now live in fear of who will be occupying the house next to me. The single-family home next door is a Sleep 16 Santa Rosa short-term rental in a 4-bedroom house with parking for 7 cars. There was no warning, no zoning change signs in front of the property to let me know that now be a commercial business that out-of-town investors own. The house that once had a family now is an ever-changing flow of strangers. I have two short-term rentals that touch my property lines, one on the west side and one on the back of my house. The circle we live in now has 5 short-term rentals. Only one of them is someone's primary residence and is a hosted rental. Every time a for sale sign comes up on our street, we brace ourselves for who will be buying it. Beer pong, shotgunning, and intoxicated adults are the noises that have replaced the voices of my old neighbors. An excess of 20 cars now drive up and down our circle looking for the party house they rented for the weekend. I've called city planning and asked if I can split my double lot. They said yes. I told them I wanted to build a 5-bedroom house for the sole purpose of renting it out on a nightly basis. I was told by a senior planner that it is a non-conforming use and not permitted in a residential zone. A home on Rancho Cabeza sold on 9/20. 3 weeks later, it's open for business as a 14-person hotel. No zoning change, no permits required, no regulations. I asked you all, then why are the proliferations of Santa Rosa short-term rentals allowed around me? Why are out-of-town investors permitted to buy up homes with a shortage of housing and turn a profit? Why my house has decreased in value because of the party house being next to me? These investors don't spend their profits in Sonoma County or volunteer, send their kids to our local schools, or donate to the local charities like the residents of Santa Rosa have. They are from out of town. I ask your city council, as the leaders of our community, to protect us. No to short-term rentals in residential areas, and there should be a moratorium on all short-term rentals until the city of Santa Rosa has regulations in place like every other county in Santa Rosa. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bernadette. We'll go to D. Beaver, followed by Chuck.
Yes, first and foremost, I would like clarification on the open fire. I understand we live in a fire-sensitive community. Would that include propane fire pits or just log burning fire pits? So some clarification there would be much appreciated. Also, in regards to the fees and the taxes that we will be paying, what support will we as the Airbnb operators have? Or are you only after our money in collecting these fees? Hopefully there's support for the Airbnb operators as well as for the neighbors that live near the Airbnbs. Thank you.
Thank you, D. Beaver. We'll go to Chuck, followed by Chris.
Hi, this is Chuck Pope. I live near Kay and have some similar concerns. We have a hosted location here. We've never had any complaints. We take our neighbors very seriously as far as making sure that what we're doing isn't compromising their lifestyle or their daily lives. And we've done a very good job of it. Much like many of the hosted people have said, we have people that come back and return regularly because we've been gracious hosts and we're salesmen for Santa Rosa. Even with the current program that's being talked about, within the 50 days, we no longer may be able to host while it's written. And I think that's very unfair. As a host and someone that's been paid, I appreciate all the effort that went into putting this together. However, my phone number and my address is listed with the city, and I was never contacted to get my input. I just recently received my form for submitting my taxes for this quarter, which I'll be paying almost $2,000. And there was no mention in that. So I think that there's been a shortcoming and the effort that was made or the opportunity to have contacted paying hosts. On a number of occasions, I've called the offices there and expressed my concern about people that are not paying the TOT, because that puts me at a disadvantage because I have to charge 12% more to be able to make the same amount of money. And conversely, they can list for 12% less. And every time I've called, the comment has been, yeah, we appreciate that. We're short-staffed. We really can only do very little about that. So the idea that now we're going to take on this additional enforcement with limited staff is concerning. And the final point that I would make is that I also feel that this is focused more on the complaints of a few, which I really feel badly for those people. But there seems to be very little effort to be going after the people that are not paying TOT. And I feel that's very unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. We'll go to Chris, followed by Laura.
Good evening, everyone. This is Chris Butler. I am a realtor and an Airbnb superhost. I've hosted since April 2019 through the Airbnb platform, and I've paid my 12% taxes faithfully since day one. In fact, when I moved back to Santa Rosa from Oakland, where I lived for 3 years, I went to the city asking about the policies and signed up for the program immediately because I want to be compliant and contribute to the financial well-being of the city. To date, I've paid $4,806.78 in my 12% TOT taxes, in addition to the $4,700 I pay for my property taxes. I'm a superhost and have 3 listings in my bungalow in which I live full-time. My STR is my main source of income right now, as I'm a newer realtor. And I won't be able to stay here without that income. There have been 0 complaints from guests or neighbors about my home. I live here. Since the city went digital for special parking permits this year, a zone in which I live near the fairgrounds, 100% of my guests who arrive with a vehicle, and that's not all of my guests, but those who do have a vehicle, are registered as daily parking guests with a city parking permit and a scan code in the vehicle. So it's easily identified as a guest. Dozens of local restaurants and businesses have directly benefited from my personal listing, and the guests that I refer to them for dinner, car repairs, musical events, wineries, stationery stores, and more. COVID and the fires, as many other hosts have mentioned, have devastated our economy. The responsible hosted homes like mine provide a seamless short-term rental experience for the guests, practically invisible to the neighborhood, and a place to stay for those who can't afford the cost of the remaining hotels that didn't burn down, and a much-needed source of income for people like me who are trying to hold on to their homes. It feels punishing to pass this umbrella ordinance when the problems appear to be due to a few mega mansions with offsite hosts. They don't represent the SCR community. We are responsible, and we serve a variety of legitimate and responsible guests visiting Santa Rosa for a variety of business and personal reasons. Please don't punish all of us for the sake of a few outliers. It's possible to deal with them directly since they have so many complaints lodged against them. Perhaps begin with those offenders and adapt the ordinance as needed, add in as needed, do more research, collect the taxes from those who aren't paying. And that concludes my comments. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the time you're putting into this.
Thank you, Chris. We'll go to Laura, followed by Land Paths.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead, Laura.
Hey, thanks. I'm in favor of adopting the ordinance and establishing a moratorium. And I'm not just directing this at my district city council member, but to all city council members listening tonight, because all of you have unhosted rentals in each of your districts, and it will only get worse unless something is done. But I'm trying to be objective and considerate about this whole thing, so I tried to think of something positive to say about unhosted rentals. Let's see. Do I enjoy all the loud party noise on most nights? No. Do I appreciate all the cars parked on our small one-way, one street, blocking the road so it's impossible for fire trucks to get through? Heck no. Do I relish all the overflowing trash bins left out in the street for a week, attracting all kinds of critters? Not at all. But mostly, do I really adore that our neighborhoods are becoming hotbeds for makeshift hotels and tearing apart our communities? Absolutely not. I guess I'm not so objective.
Okay, thank you, Laura. We'll go to Land Paths, followed by Eric.
Hi, actually, my name is Leilani Clark. That's my work name, so please don't put that on the record.
Well, we'll welcome Leilani.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Rogers and City Council members. My name is Leilani Clark, and I live in Mayor Rogers' district. I work full-time at a local nonprofit, and my husband also works full-time at another local nonprofit. Our daughter is 8 years old and a third grader in the Santa Rosa City Schools district. In 2012, we were lucky enough to be able to buy a house in downtown Santa Rosa, so far away from the mega mansions. We moved to the neighborhood excited about the prospect of getting to know our neighbors and getting involved in the community. We made friends with other families, including the working parents who lived next door and who rented the downstairs unit, and who had a little boy not much older than our daughter. In 2018, that family was asked to move out by the owner of the property, and both the upstairs and downstairs units were turned into a short-term vacation rental advertised on Airbnb, and soon began the near constant flow of visitors that continues to this day. Because it's a duplex, it draws large groups. And over the past few years, we've had to regularly ask the people on the patio, which is just a few feet from my daughter's bedroom, to be quiet after 10 p.m. A couple of weeks ago, I had to go out at 3 a.m. to ask a loud group to quiet down. My daughter goes to bed by 8:30 in order to be rested for the school day. People on vacation kind of think of their surroundings differently than working people like myself and my husband. And honestly, many times they don't even appear to be aware at all that they're staying in a residential neighborhood with children nearby. We've been forced to ask people to turn down booming music, pouring through our windows late at night. We've had to shut the windows and close up one side of the house when people cuss, yell, and talk about all manner of adult subjects as my daughter plays with Legos in her bedroom just a few feet away from them. If these guests were actual neighbors, we could develop a relationship with them and deal with the noise in a community-oriented way. But these are strangers, and we have no recourse since the owner, who doesn't live there and has 2 other unhosted vacation rentals in the neighborhood, hasn't made us feel safe in expressing concerns, and so we have no contact with him. The new ordinance puts homeowners like me in the uncomfortable position of having to, quote, police the visitors at the vacation rental. I supported any ordinance that regulates short-term vacation rentals, and I'd love to see the ordinance go so far as places like the city of Los Angeles, which passed rules in December 2018 that limit people to renting out only their primary residence and not a second home or investment property. So we do support the hosted rentals, just not the unhosted. Please think about families like mine whose lives have been negatively impacted by close proximity to short-term vacation rentals when you vote tonight on the proposed ordinance. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Leilani. We'll go to Eric Frazier, followed by Eric Dietz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. So yeah, obviously I'm not in favor. I'm a 5-star hosted host in downtown Santa Rosa. And even if you were to draft this ordinance to exclude hosted rentals, I still reject strongly to this whole process. Basically, what you're doing is using an urgency ordinance as an end round around a proven planning process that include robust public involvement. I mean, you're saying that you have 168 or 163 hosts or STRs in good standing, but yet you don't even invite them in on the policy setting? You guys have been working on this for over a year. What, that isn't time to have a competent planning process? No, this urgency ordinance is an end round around the law. And quite frankly, it is a moratorium. You're expressing a moratorium on certain zones of the area. Obviously, you haven't explained to people that by law, this has to expire. You have to replace an urgency ordinance with something, and it has to have grounds, factual grounds for why something is urgent. The problem is just the amount of false testimony by your staff. It's endless. The reason why you're not collecting TOT from this purported 190 some rentals is because they're a mirage. They're fictitious. Even if they existed 6 years ago, you had the opportunity to sign off, and still do to this day, with a voluntary collection agreement with Airbnb and presumably other platforms. In fact, there's speculation that because the county has these agreements in place, that some of the tax revenue that's due the city inadvertently flows to the county because they're on top of their game. You guys love to play in the shadows. You don't like STRs for whatever political reason, and you set this up for a lot of got you moments. You're insisting on creating policy and legitimizing policy under this urgency ordinance that normally would be going through a planning process. Once the policy is established, it would be very difficult to remove. You had no outreach, even though you now say that there's 163 good standing accounts. You've had no outreach to them. It's outrageous. Really, what you're doing is beyond the pale. Sorry for getting emotional about it, but I hate seeing you guys push around senior citizens and other people, not even having a robust complaint process for all of our citizens. False testimony against our neighbors is what you're engaging in. It's got to stop. You are going to have to be accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. We'll go to Eric Dietz, followed by Erica.
Yes, hi. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Eric Diaz. I live in the Montecito Meadows neighborhood, and I'm sure you're all familiar with the problems we've faced here with the short-term rental property that's in our area. If you're not familiar, you can just look at the front page of today's Press Democrat and read about it. But I'm not going to rehash those details. What I want to say, though, is that the issues that we've been having in our neighborhood, they're not unique. Short-term rentals are causing problems in neighborhoods all over the city. We've heard about the loud noise, the big parties, the parking issues, fire safety, emergency access issues, and all the rest. But really, most importantly, short-term rentals reallocate scarce housing resources that we're facing here in the city. It reallocates it to tourists rather than to the residents that need to live here on a long-term basis. Now, I've heard some of the STR owners here say they depend on the income either right now or as part of their retirement plan. But I would say to those people that there are alternatives. Specifically, you can rent your properties out on a long-term basis instead, and that would actually help our housing shortage rather than hurt it. So I want to thank all of you on the City Council for addressing, this is a complex issue, and I want to say thanks to all the other city leaders, people in the planning department, code enforcement, police and fire departments, and others for all the hours you've put into researching the issue and drafting this interim urgency ordinance. So I urge the City Council not only to approve the ordinance, but also to enact a moratorium on any new short-term rentals between now and whenever the final regulations are enacted in a few months. That will prevent new problems in new neighborhoods from happening and give everybody some time to focus on crafting a solid, well thought out ordinance. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. We'll go to Erica, followed by Ryan.
Hello, hi, my name's Erica Lapanovich. I appreciate, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate City Council members. Thank you for hearing us all out. My husband was born and raised in Santa Rosa, and he always spoke so highly of his childhood. He used to bike to school. He used to be able to walk to his neighbor's house. He felt like he knew all of his neighbors. It was that sort of small town vibe that a city girl like me who grew up in Southern California, Los Angeles megaplex never had. And when we decided to move to Santa Rosa, it was clear we were ready to have a family. I wanted to be where the families are. I wanted to be where the community was. I was excited about that. So when we finally did move back to Santa Rosa, we were so blessed to move onto a very quiet street in the Hidden Valley neighborhood. And we were just so grateful because at the same time we moved here, 6 other families happened to move here at the same time. And we now have over a dozen children that live within our block, and we play in the court. You know, my kids bike in the streets, and it's just been such a wonderful opportunity. We started a block party that we get together, you know, once a month, or as we try to, you know, despite COVID, but we know each other. We call each other during fire season. We make sure we have a buddy system. These are all aspects of a community that I moved to Santa Rosa for, so I could raise my children in an area, in a different world than I grew up. And it was really, really sad to me when I saw that a house up the street, I was ready to go drop off a little welcome to the neighborhood package. I found out that it was bought by an investment group, some people who've never seen it, who knows. And now it's going to be a 5-bedroom short-term rental. And it was really sad because, you know, this was supposed to be a new family that was supposed to join us on the block parties and get to know us and be contributing members of our community. But, you know, things happen. So that's how I felt until a week later, the house across the street also sold and became a short-term rental. Now we have 2 brand new short-term rentals that have pools that are less than 300 feet from each other. And I'm really concerned that this trend is just going to continue unless we push for passage of this ordinance and a moratorium on any new short-term rentals. It has the capacity of completely changing and altering the Santa Rosa that we all love. There are people who've been here who boast about having been here for 40 years, 60 years, you know, and I really hope that someday my children see Santa Rosa as a place where they want to come back and raise their own family, just like my husband and I did. So please, I strongly hope that you will consider passing a moratorium on new short-term rentals until something else can be decided. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Erica. We'll go to Ryan, followed by David.
Hi, I'm Ryan, and I go to Spring Lake Middle School. And I am here talking about the issue of homeless people near my tennis club, La Cantera on Montgomery Drive. At La Cantera, there have been like a lot of homeless people making a lot of noise and frightening like children of younger ages below 10 during classes there. We've also found needles and homeless people sleeping on courts, and our instructors have not let us go on the courts at the back of the club because that's where they're most found. And I just wanted to address this here to bring attention to this and try and like fix this problem because like my parents and my brother, my younger brother, feel like afraid of them and like they could go onto the court at any time, and there's some really dangerous problems there. And yeah, I'm just speaking for many of my friends and my family on behalf of this issue. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. We appreciate you being here with us. We have an agenda item that'll come up after this for everything not related to the short-term rental urgency ordinance. So we'll hold your comments for then, and we'll consider them at that point. We'll go to David, followed by Sharon.
Good evening, council people. Thank you so much for working on this really important issue. The short-term rental urgency ordinance is an important first step towards what I think should be a full and appropriate regulation of the short-term rental industry in Santa Rosa. And make no mistake, short-term rental is an industry. It is an industry enabled by internet-based service firms like Airbnb, VRBO, and AvantStay. It is an industry that is exploiting and profiting from transformation of single-family homes into quasi-small hotels. And it is an industry that is disruptive and growing in Santa Rosa. Industries require regulation. Unfortunately, the urgency ordinance as it's written will do very little to curb disruptions and will do little to achieve the stated purposes, the correctly stated purposes of the ordinance. Its enforcement clauses are weak and they rely on general citizenry to be stealthy investigators. The stated purposes can really only be achieved by severely limiting the frequency with which non-hosted short-term rentals are allowed to be occupied, or by just eliminating them from residential neighborhoods. This needs to be the focus of your future effort to fine-tune the regulations. Of the supposed benefits that are often touted by the short-term rental industry, none of them, including the generation of transient occupancy tax income for the city, actually outweigh their detriments, and many are really just simply not true. There is a comprehensive economic cost-benefit study that was performed in 2019 by the Economic Policy Institute, and it provides ample proof of this, and it concludes that short-term rentals should have to play by the same rules as hotels and other lodging providers. Council members and city staff would be really well served by reading this report. The city of Santa Rosa is late to the short-term rental regulation party. The County of Sonoma and all major cities in the county have already have ordinances in place that limit short-term rental operations. While city staff and leaders contemplate the next tier of short-term regulations, they should really recognize that a moratorium on all new short-term rental is the most effective immediate action that can be taken and will at least prevent the short-term rental problems from growing worse. It's time to alter the formula that is currently being employed time and time again by non-hosted short-term rental owners, primarily in the R1 and R rural residential zones of Santa Rosa. That formula is A, purchase a home with 3 or more bedrooms, an attractive outside space, and preferably a swimming pool. B, advertise it as sleeping, in quotation marks, 10 or more persons. C, charge a nightly rental fee that covers the primary expenses of ownership with just 5 or 6 rental nights a month. D, book it as often as possible with little regard for the resultant disruption, then rinse and repeat. Please stop this ridiculous practice.
Thank you, David. I need you to wrap up your comments, please.
Adopt the urgency ordinance, install a citywide moratorium on all new non-hosted short-term rentals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. We'll go to Sharon, followed by Jan.
Hi, this is Sharon Abbott. I live across the street from a 9-bedroom, 7-bath party house, and it has been an absolute nightmare. And I won't go into all the woes of that because you've heard many of it tonight. I just would like to say I'm in favor of this passing of this urgency ordinance and definitely a moratorium, please.
Thank you, Sharon. We'll go to Jan, followed by Javier.
Hello, this is Jan Gilman, and I want to thank Mr. Mayor and Council for considering this very important issue. As an owner of over 15 years of a vacation rental in Hawaii, I am concerned about the unlicensed STVRs in Santa Rosa. They, I know, can add value to a community by bringing tourism into the community. They increase business opportunities for local tourism-based business. They increase the tax base, and they add a positive visibility to the community. They offer an opportunity for families to vacation in a more relaxed structure than the typical hotel, and they become an important fixture in the sharing economy. However, I am alarmed that there are new unhosted short-term rentals in my Montecito Heights neighborhood. I am alarmed that 2 houses with swimming pools have been purchased across the street from each other. Together, they have 9 bedrooms and 7 baths, perfect for quiet family reunions, but also for raucous parties. With these houses, we could potentially, even under the restrictions, have 26 people daily on our 3 short block street. There's few ordinance prohibiting these owners for traffic, noise, size of gatherings, trash, and water conservation. Most alarmingly, We are very concerned about fire. Our neighborhood has recently requested and received a fire mitigation consultation from Will Powers of the Santa Rosa Fire Department because of our community concerns. We have no assurance that STVR guests will have any sense of this. After living in Santa Rosa for 45 years and raising my family, I've been delighted to see our neighborhood filled again with young families who are committed to modernizing these older homes as a long-term investment for their families. They will bring energy, enthusiasm, and leadership to the community. The two recent sales have dramatically inflated the cost of buying into our neighborhood. If the city is unprepared to take on this measure of control, I'm afraid these units will proliferate. It will certainly reduce the quiet enjoyment we all require as a condition of living, working, and contributing to the city of Santa Rosa. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jan. We'll go to Javier, followed by Ted.
Hi, my name is Javier, and I operate what appears to be the only legal hosted vacation rental in the Oakmont community. I have been doing it for 4 years now, and we have met many wonderful people from around the world. I would like to echo the comments from other hosted rental hosts. Most of my neighbors didn't even know there was a vacation rental in my neighborhood, and when they found out, they would tell their neighbors and friends and family members to send business our way. The reason being is that as a hosted rental host, we follow and enforce all the rules. As a hosted rental host, we are a dedicated resource to our guests and eliminate any and all issues that arise. In the 4 years we have been in business, we have never had a complaint or had the police called to our property. However, with the proposed ordinance that as it currently reads, we will be losing 25 to 30% of our potential rental revenue every year. It doesn't seem fair for a host who is following the rules to be negatively impacted by this ordinance. So I ask that if an ordinance is enacted, more lenient rules be implemented for hosted vacation rentals. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier. We'll go to Ted, followed by ZTA.
Hello, my name is Ted Onstead, and I grew up in Sonoma County. I'm a head coach of a high school sports team here, and I run a short-term rental management company. I'm very committed to the current and future well-being of the community, and I think a lot of what we have to look at comes down to the complaints that we're listening to tonight. Mainly what we're hearing are complaints of loud noise, fire safety, and just general public nuisance. I think a lot of these are complaints on properties that aren't frankly managed correctly. I think there should be a difference between hosted, not hosted, but also a special designation for professionally managed Airbnbs or short-term rentals. Seems as though if a Airbnb or short-term managed rental is managed correctly, we wouldn't have a lot of these problems. In addition to that, I think one other issue that we might see decline is with TOTs. I think it's very hard to pay the TOTs based off of the system that's currently there. I can't tell you when people come to us for advice and ask, how do they actually get a hold of the city to pay their TOT? And right now, if you were to go on the website to download the form to fill out, you click on the form and it shows it's unavailable. So you can't even download the form online. I think it'd be easier if, along with this ordinance that we're putting in place, we made a more efficient way for people to actually log in and pay their TOTs online. Just some pieces of advice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ted. We'll go to ZTA, followed by Ivan.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing this very important issue. My name is Julia Adams. ZTA is my employer, so if we could take that off the record, that would be great. I own a single-family home in Rincon Valley, and it's a very quiet residential street where most evenings the loudest noise is birds and little animals running around. That's until the next door house became an STR. The house sold in 2020, and a 3-bedroom, 2-bath became a 6-bedroom, 2.5 bath. It is a non-hosted rental. It is professionally managed. It is a party house. There is no other definition for it. So my quiet neighborhood became a fraternity row with one house alone. We have tried to work with the management company. We have resorted to calling the police multiple times. I won't go into all of the details simply because the stories are the same that other people have been saying tonight. It is outrageous that these people can come into our neighborhoods and treat them like hotels. But it's worse than that, because if this were a hotel and they were acting the way that they act, the hotel would kick them out. And that's not what happens. Some guests that stay multiple nights, we've had to call the police on them night after night after night, sometimes multiple times in a night. One of my favorite evenings was the police came and knocked on the door around midnight. And 5 minutes later, they turned on "Please Don't Stop the Music" as loud as they possibly could and were screaming it at the top of their lungs just because we called the police. The police obviously had to come back and take care of it. I strongly urge you to vote for the urgency ordinance and consider stronger regulations for non-hosted rentals as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Julia. We'll go to Eric, followed by Sean.
Hi, I'd like to say a couple things and echo some of the things that have been said already. I believe that this can be boiled down to a couple things. I unfortunately live in a neighborhood that has 2 short-term rentals, and I've had to have similar some things happen in the neighborhood that have been spoken for already. But I think what really to boil us down is we're losing the fabric of our communities by having these short-term rentals come in. And I also agree that the hosted rentals is a different animal altogether. They're part of the community. We want them to be part of our neighborhoods and our community, but that's not what's happening with the unhosted versions of this. So, and I feel very sorry because like some other comments, I grew up in this town. I've been here 60 years. Grew up in a neighborhood where I knew everybody. I knew the kids, I knew the parents. We all took care of each other, and we're losing that fabric within the community when these short-term rentals, non-hosted, come into the neighborhoods. And I'm also sorry because I have children. They're young adults. They'd like to return home, but they can't afford to live here. And we have a housing shortage as it is that increases prices by itself. And then we have this influx of people with money. Many don't live in the community. It's a business to them. And it's an opportunity for our families to be maintained, our kids to come home, but they can't do it. They can't afford it. Rents go up. Long-term rentals are being reversed into short-term rentals. So the rental market is impacted as well. Rents go up. So even if they wanted to come back to community and rent for a while and try to save up money to buy, they can't even do that. So I'm strongly for the moratorium and the urgency use that's proposed at this point. And let's nip this in the bud before it gets way out of hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. We'll go to Sean, followed by Sheila.
Hello, my name is John Hermosillo. I'm a local realtor. Attended Pioneer High School, was a coach at Santa Rosa High. I started renting one of my houses, my house out in Coffee Park while I was living there, and I had traveling nurses to other professionals coming from 1 to 3 weeks. And then when I moved out of that house, I kept 2 long-term tenants, and then 2 rooms continued to be a short-term rental for traveling professionals. And even during the fires, they got out safely. We contacted them, and it fortunately worked out for everybody. Since then, my family and I have one other short-term rental, and we help manage other people's rentals. I've helped people purchase second homes or a new home so they can leave the home they were living in to do a move-up purchase. And in the same opportunity, they're able to make a little bit more money to keep that other home for retirement purposes. So I'm all for, and I feel very empathetic to people that have had severe noise problems. We've never had any noise problems. And let's talk about the issue at hand. Some bad actors who are not being responsible to their neighbors. That's awful. And that needs to be addressed and in a much better way. And it seems like it's in a couple focused areas, but all these other homeowners that are either hosted rentals or non-hosted that have 1 or 2 homes that are doing this, they shouldn't be punished for this. Like somebody also mentioned about the fee structure of $1,250 just to rent your own home out. That's rather exorbitant. That's one of the big issues that I would like to bring up. And have it being equal, because a non-hosted rental versus a hosted, having more stringent rules for a hosted rental when there's more control, more ability to correct problems quickly, that seems rather heavy-handed for individuals that are really relying on that income. Fortunately, I don't have to rent out my primary residence. We do it sometimes when we go on vacation, and that's a huge help. So that's considered non-hosted rental, even though it's once in a while for our primary residence. In short, I want you to reconsider some of these details of the ordinance. I'm all for holding people accountable. That's very important. I'm all for a permitting process, but let's make it reasonable, $150, $200, and that would be on the high side compared to a big city. And let's really be thoughtful about this so we can have a ordinance that makes sense and also punishes the people that needs to be punished. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. We'll go to Sheila, followed by Johanna.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm calling because this ordinance does not go far enough in regulating non-hosted short-term vacation rentals, which I believe should be unpermitted or a banned land use. One of this council's top 3 goals is housing and affordable housing. In addition to the housing crisis created by a lack of inventory, there's increased competition for housing from both fire survivors and the influx of buyers from higher cost housing markets who are now able to telecommute and purchase homes in Sonoma County due to the pandemic. Now the city is contemplating adding regulations to provide for more competitions from investors and corporations with the resources to buy homes to use as de facto hotels in residential neighborhoods, which will further reduce housing inventory. The fact is the city cannot regulate who buys properties. They can be mom and pop investors or a global investment company. And it really doesn't matter because the end result is the same, a reduction in housing inventory. In 2015, the County of Sonoma commissioned a study of vacation rentals by consulting firm Economic and Planning System, which included data from the city of Santa Rosa. The study found there are several costs to permitting vacation rentals in this region, some of which are: 1, shifting existing scarce local resident housing to the lodging sector; 2, encouraging tenant evictions if a landlord concludes they can earn more money from short-term rentals than from a long-term tenant; and 3, the negative effects on quality of life for residents in the area. This report also mentioned that vacation rentals typically provide double the income than a long-term rental. The first recommendation of this report was to prohibit vacation rentals in urban residential zones. It should be noted that this report was submitted prior to housing impacts experienced from the Tubbs fire and the pandemic. This ordinance does not ban or cap vacation rentals. This does not retain housing units for long-term renters or buyers who would live there. Bad behavior occurs on weekends and nights when city staff are not working. Further, the police department does not have the time or the resources to address these lower level complaints, which, while not criminal, create a high level of concern and impacts on surrounding neighbors. The staff report mentions preserving housing stock. However, based on a review of the city's zoning map, vacation rentals could be permitted in the bulk of every residential zoning district. What we know is we have a housing crisis, and by permitting vacation rentals in this blanket manner, this ordinance will only exacerbate supply and affordability issues for long-term renters and prospective homebuyers who would live in a neighborhood and contribute to the schools and community. Further, I think the city should consult with ABAG to determine whether there are impacts to the city's housing units by allowing conversion of residential units to a commercial lodging unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Johanna, followed by Rick.
Hello, this is Johanna's husband speaking. My name is Benjamin Goldstein. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa, a homeowner in the Montecito Heights neighborhood. 4 points. One, I really want to commend city staff for running an open, inclusive, transparent public engagement and comment process. It was one of the most inclusive processes I've ever been part of. There was ample opportunity for the public to be engaged. So I just want to thank city staff for that. I urge the council to vote and to approve the urgency ordinance tonight. It's well written. It's an excellent first step into getting a handle on regulating short-term rentals in Santa Rosa. It's well drafted. It had ample public comment. I urge the council to approve it tonight. I appreciate the economic arguments that some of the short-term rental owners are making, but that's exactly why we have hotels in Santa Rosa, in commercial areas, to host tourists, send them to our local businesses, and showcase Santa Rosa and the greater Sonoma County. That's exactly why we have hotels, for that purpose. And I'll just conclude by saying we really need this housing stock to be available for single-family owners. After losing 3,000 units in the Tubbs and Nuns fire, additional units in the Glass fire, we need every single possible residence available to house people living here and not for tourism. So thank you again. Appreciate staff and their excellent work on this. I urge you to approve the ordinance as written. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Rick.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers and council members. And I'd like to thank the staff for all the efforts you put into this. I think I heard Benjamin say that he ceded his last minute to me. So I think I have 4 minutes here. You've all heard testimony that any problems associated with unhosted short-term rentals are isolated incidences created by negligent operators. Nothing could be further from the truth. It is not an isolated instance when 350 to 400 houses are taken away from those who would like to live and work in the area. It is not an isolated instance when close to 2,500 people respond to a survey on short-term rentals, 87% of whom are not owners or operators of short-term rentals. It is not an isolated instance when every other major city in Sonoma County has limited short-term rentals and the County of Sonoma has placed a moratorium against further additions. It is not an isolated instance when cities as geographically diverse as Santa Monica, Palm Springs, and South Lake Tahoe regulate or limit short-term rentals. South Lake Tahoe has banned them altogether. Santa Monica only allows hosted rentals, and Palm Springs limits permits to only non-corporate owners. Similar ordinances stretch across the country as far away as Bangor, Maine. The truth is that unhosted short-term rentals inherently remove housing stock from the supply available to local residents and change the character of neighborhoods. We urge you to pass this urgency ordinance amended to respect hosted rentals and establish a moratorium to prevent further erosion of the housing stock available to those who live, work, and vote in Santa Rosa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. The last hand that I see on Zoom. I'm going to give folks on Zoom one more second here to put your hand up. Okay, we have Dale.
Hey, everybody. Just want to say that I live next to one of the party houses. It's actually on my back property line. I know everybody's probably seen my story and heard my issues here, but just as a recap, this is a non-hosted venue, house, weddings, events, large groups, DJ music, small gatherings, as the property owner calls it, which consists of 15 people or more. Recently, a limo bus dropped off 17 people just the other evening. So this is not a single family house. Party rental trucks dropping off catering equipment, banquet tables and chairs. This is a hotel. This is an event space. Non-hosted, it is the biggest problem. The frequency, there's a huge factor here of what happens. You know, it's 80 to 90% of the month it is occupied. 8 to 10 different groups. It's a bit insane. With this much turnover, everyone around here has had enough. Who wants to live next to this? I don't. I simply don't. I think it's very wrong. This is not about being good neighbors here. This is about cashing in. I just feel like we really have to step up. We have to act now. We have to approve this ordinance. It's the foundation for greater work. I know there's a lot that's been put into this. There's improvement that needs to happen, and there will be. But for now, I do feel that I strongly encourage City Council to approve this and do the right thing. So I support the urgency ordinance and moratorium on any new STRs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. We'll go to Monica, followed by Caroline.
Hi, this is Mark. I'm speaking for Monica, and I'm just wanting some clarifications. However, I am concerned about the enforcement issue, certainly because the house just down the street, which was on a septic system with a 4-bedroom septic, is now a 6-bedroom house, and I don't know how that got approved through the city. So that is a concern. I also have a question on the definitions, basically on your 20-48.30. You note on section L that owner includes personnel, family, such and such, but does not include residents or condominiums, owned or timeshare, limited liability, partnerships, corporations, or business entities. So therefore, the house that was bought by a corporate entity should not be able to participate as a VRBO. I also am concerned about the areas of the occupancy. You know, certainly this is a 6-bedroom house advertised for 14. You have a limit on 10. I don't understand how the city enforces that. Finally, as far as the enforcement penalties go, I think that they are too lax. The first violation at $500, that's less than half the cost of renting this house for one night. I think the first penalty should be 1 week of rental equivalent. And then the second violation should be 1 month of violation equivalent. And therefore, you would have a lot of these hosted homes, they don't have any problems. They all come out and say they're fine. It's these non-hosted events that are creating all the issues. And I think we need to make penalties high enough so these people will stand up, pay attention, and understand what they're facing if they do violate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to Caroline, followed by Nancy. Caroline, are you able to unmute?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to say that this is obviously a really complex issue, and I'd like to thank all the staff and elected officials who are spending time to try to get this resolved in an equitable manner. The fact that it's titled an urgency ordinance leads me to think that there is some urgency. And with that in mind, given it's a complex issue, I would suggest that there be a moratorium put in place until a more comprehensive ordinance can be put into place, addressing all of the complexity of the issue. Another comment I have is the enforcement. And I heard staff tonight say, well, if you had video footage of something, then that would be sufficient to prosecute. That's almost going to require trespassing, and I think is an undue burden to put on neighbors of these facilities. Another thought that I had is, so we're looking at police and fire resources responding to complaints of noise at short-term rentals. I would hate to call 911 if my loved ones needed police or fire assistance and be told, sorry, they're out monitoring a noise complaint at a short-term rental. That's just untenable to me. So I'd like to just reiterate that there really should be a moratorium until you have more time to figure out how best to manage this. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to Nancy, followed by Harry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, finally I got in. My name's Nancy Wang. I'm 44 years resident in Santa Rosa, raised all my 3 children, and all went to public school. Now my grandchildren's going to the public school. They stay in the city. Actually, I'm favorable for the on-site hosting short-term rental. I have no problem with that. One thing I really wanted to say, thank you for the city council, the mayor, the city staff to put on these urgent elements. As myself served for the city council advisor board for 12 years, our goal is go out to get a neighbor together, know each other with community residential area. Now turning to the commercial area. It's unbelievable. It's out of hand, this big corporation coming in to purchase the big house. You watch them to bring in the fire pits and barbecue things that purchase the house with the pool. And I think we went through the 2017, the fire. Our police department, our fire department it's already a handful. Now you're adding more things for them. It's going to be disaster. Also, for the residential area, I really want to ask the city council to abandon this short-term rental. Because we're going to have no residential, no community. Nobody wants to move into Santa Rosa, beautiful city I live in for 44 years. And you're going to school enrollment is going to drop. You want to ask the town, I remember we had to serve the town hall meeting to let the neighbor to know each other, to help each other. So whenever the disaster, we're going to have who's coming for dinner. We have all this program to try to put the residential together, community together, work together. Now you're turning to our residential, to the commercial zoning. I think it's going to be disaster for our city. Please, please consider it. Don't like the short-term on hosting. I mean, we have a wonderful neighbor. They are hosting short-term member, we have no problem with. I just can't stand they're doing the ad asking the people for investment to Santa Rosa to buying the big house for the short-term rental. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. We'll go to Harry.
Hi, my name is Harry Albers. I'm the one who owns the property that's probably gotten the vast majority of complaints to the city. Some of the people around me have written letters to the city almost every weekend. You can go and look at the records. It's voluminous. I did allow some weddings to occur after COVID. Since then, I've stopped them. There are no new events scheduled. My place, which is being mentioned so much, is only rented on weekends, rarely ever during the week. And the time it's rented is posted online. Everybody could see it. The issue I have here, there's so much misinformation. And I think the city should take their time and do the rules right the first time. We all want rules, but it's hard to make mistakes and change them later. It's much better to take your time, do the research, get correct information, not just people complaining, which isn't documented, and do it correct. My property has video cameras, and I'm listening to what people are saying, and I've got video to prove that their comments are grossly exaggerated. So please take your time, do this right the first time, and I urge you to be calm, be patient, and I don't think there's an urgency. These rentals have been going on for a decade in town. It's time just to be careful and make the rules right first time and get everyone's input so that we don't have to make changes later. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Let's go to TL, followed by Sarah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, I'm TL. I lived in Santa Rosa for almost 2 years. We have short-term rental next door. One of the owner claimed that we could correct everything, receive complaints, but turns out it twisted everything wrong. That the neighbor is making the problem, but which is not. And there's no regulations doing anything to account holding these types of owners. So I urge the city council tonight to vote to pass this urgent ordinance, because if you never start any ordinance to begin with, how can you able to account holding this bad unhosted house? So, and especially these owners making all these excuse, and I just heard working with the neighbors. But if there is to work with the neighbor, why would the neighbors keep complaining? So, once again, moving to Santa Rosa for 2 years is a nightmare, and I hope this can solve a lot of neighbors' concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, TL. We'll go to Sarah.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I work as a local nurse here in Santa Rosa. I don't belong to a big corporation. I grew up here, went to high school here, and I really wanted to buy a home here, but as a single woman, it was really hard. So I moved in with my partner and bought a home, and I use it as an unhosted short-term rental. And I really feel that it's been a really invaluable asset to me, and I think to the community. I've actually housed other nurses, respiratory therapists, and doctors during the pandemic when they were on 2-week contracts with the hospital for COVID. We were extremely short-staffed. And also PG&E workers that came to upgrade power lines and cut down trees and whatever people contracted through PG&E. So I thought I felt like I was giving back to the community by doing that. I've also hosted families that can't afford to stay in hotels because they have 3 or 4 kids and want to be able to cook meals for them. My house is managed by a property manager, and I'm at work, so I can't answer phone calls, but she does an amazing job. We have had no issues, and I think that because it's managed so well,
that it hasn't had a lot of the issues that other people have had, unfortunately. I also have cameras all around my property, and I monitor people if they're in my backyard. I can even talk to them through the cameras and tell them to go inside if I have to. It alerts on my phone after 9 o'clock at night. So I think there's a lot of things that can be done without passing a huge ordinance. And I'm really hopeful that you guys will take some of this stuff into consideration, because this is the reason I can stay in Sonoma County with my family as a single woman and have my own house. So I really appreciate it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sarah. That's the last hand that I see on Zoom. Madam Deputy City Clerk, let's move on to our pre-recorded voicemail comments. And for folks listening at home, I believe there's about a half hour worth of public comment.
This is regarding agenda number 15.1, short-term rentals urgency ordinance. We live in a quiet family community called Woodside Hills. My wife and I and several neighbors want you to know the following. Our CC&Rs specifically prohibit short-term rentals, and we are violently opposed to short-term rentals in our neighborhood due to increased fire hazard, noise, safety, and increased traffic. Recently, 2 properties have been operating in our neighborhood under the Airbnb platform. Woodside Hills is heavily wooded, and it would not take much to start a fire by groups of partygoers who are not used to the extreme precautions that we all take. In 2017, fire entered our community and slightly damaged several homes. Noise levels are also increasing, and by the way, noise matters at all times of the day, not just between 9 p.m. and 8 a.m. as stated in your proposal for quiet times. Both Airbnbs are over 4,000 square feet, and one of them has a pool. We moved here not intending to live near 2 hotels. We have witnessed large wine tour buses that hold well over 20 people coming to our quiet neighborhood to pick up wine drinkers. We strongly urged City Council to vote to ban short-term rentals, especially in heavily wooded communities such as the similar bans in Glen Ellen, Fitch Mountain, etc. And those neighborhoods that have CC&Rs that prohibit such rentals. And just as important, the city needs to have a department to enforce the bans. Thank you for asking the community to provide feedback. We will be anxiously awaiting and watching the decision.
This is a comment on the short-term rental problem. I urge the city to set a moratorium on short-term rentals until some reasonable laws and regulations can be established. Please stop the flood of short-term rentals. Sonoma County is a popular destination. Other cities have acted on the problem. I urge Santa Rosa City Council to do so. There frequently are just too many cars, sometimes blocking the street, noise after hours. There really need to be more regulations. Thank you.
My name is Robert Wells. I'm calling in regards to the short-term rental ordinance. And the problem I have is that in my neighborhood, there's 5 short-term rental ordinances, 5 short-term rentals in my neighborhood. I live on a real small cul-de-sac. Half the time there's cars parked on the street. The noise is loud. I could throw a rock to two of the short-term rentals. One is really loud on the weekends. They've done burnouts on the streets. Sometimes there are as many as 10 cars on the streets as well as what's parked in their driveway. There's one down the street that I think is a lot bigger, and they have a lot more problems with them. They have blocked the streets. The other thing is that with the ordinance that is maybe on the books now, with the permit requirement and the policies related to occupant limits, who polices that? Who says that if the place can only hold 10 people, that there's only going to be 10 people there? And what about all the people that drive in later and park, and then they have a big party, and then the neighborhood's all disrupted because of it? On the area where I live, you might as well put a big motel sign up in the air and say, right here it is, because all it's doing is disrupting everybody that bought a house and lives here and wants a quiet neighborhood. You never know who's coming or who's going. I live next door to a lady that had her house built in the 80s, raised her family there. She's moving because she does not know who owns the house next to her and all the people that come and go. And to me, that's just a disgrace. And you've already let the genie out of the bottle. It's just the life safety and parking requirements and noise is just, the city of Santa Rosa is, in my opinion, will probably never get a handle on that. And the people in the neighborhoods are just going to have to deal with it. So, anyway, it should never have started to begin with. Thank you.
Item 15.1 on the agenda, Ross Liscombe, Santa Rosa resident. An outright ban on any type or use in 22 of 29 zoning districts is premature and, quite frankly, an overreach. This will lead to economic losses to property owners, local businesses, public services, tourism, and our workforce, like our visiting nurses, on the short-term rental proposed ordinance. What are critical and deficient in this proposal are effective, transparent permit costs and standards, performance and enforcement procedures. Parking restrictions, quiet hours, and occupancy proposed should be the same as any property in the neighborhood in the city. This seems to be looking for another revenue generator for the general fund. Where is the problem that you cannot manage under the existing rules?
Hi there, this is Janae Avalar, and I'm a local realtor in Sonoma County, and I wanted to comment about agenda item 15.1. And I just think that it's unfair because the tourists and all of the revenue that comes in from tourism and food and wine would be affected. Plus the fire victims, do the short-term rentals, and they need that access. I mean, they've benefited greatly from that. Transient occupancy taxes. We can't let the complaints of a few disgruntled people punish the entire industry. And a better solution would be to monitor the activity and escalating punishments for specific owners who are not responsible. I have lived next door to an Airbnb for years, and I have never had a problem with it. The owner is very responsible, and his guests have been really cool. Please don't punish everyone for a few bad actors. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stacy Dolan. I would like to speak on behalf of short-term rentals. I feel they create revenue for the city via shopping, restaurants revenues, also through transient occupancy taxes to help support vital services like fire, police, road maintenance, etc. The short-term rentals has also been instrumental in the aftermath of the fires, housing medical professionals, contractors, and displaced families. A better solution for people who do not maintain good relations with their neighbors or uphold good rules for rentals should be having a series of punishments possibly for owners who are not responsible. But to punish everyone for doing something wrong is not the solution. Thank you.
This is Adam Miniconi. This is regarding item number 15.1 regarding further rental Airbnb restrictions. I don't believe that anything supporting further regulation of private property rights is needed. I believe that that is completely asinine to what we need to do as a community to continue to grow and to continue to build and be relevant as other communities are expanding and doing different things. Sonoma County as a whole has decided that it really does not want to change, and making a change like this is unfortunately moving in the wrong direction. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Avery. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa, calling about agenda item 15.1, the regulation of short-term rentals in Santa Rosa. I think these restrictions are much too strict, and they target business owners that are bringing revenue to the city, and their transient occupancy taxes that all Santa Rosa owners, short-term rental owners, must pay. They help fund vital services like fire, police, roads, et cetera. To overregulate and punish responsible owners will effectively end short-term rentals in Santa Rosa and cut this vital flow of funding. We can't let the complaints of a few disgruntled people punish an entire industry that is responsible, provides a vital service, and brings money into our community is working well in the whole. A better solution would be to monitor short-term rental activity and have a series of escalating punishments for short-term rental owners who are not responsible neighbors. To punish everyone as if they've done something wrong is not a good solution to this. I've had experience with many Airbnb rentals in the city, and I've not experienced any of these issues. So to punish everybody for a few bad players in the game would be detrimental to our city and to our income. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, I'm calling. My name is Scott Seeley, and I'm calling about agenda item 15.1. And I am in favor of the Airbnb to still continue in Santa Rosa. I have had no problems with my neighbor, and I've met some really nice people, and I think it's a great opportunity for people in the city of Santa Rosa to stay. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello, this is Karen Grotti calling regarding item 15.1. I'm a board member calling on behalf of the North Bay Association of Realtors. Thank you for allowing us to comment on this. There are a couple of things happening here. First, the subcommittee found the need to mitigate legitimate bad actors where renters were creating nuisances. This requires targeted, effective management standards. How do we best regulate this? We agree neighborhoods should be peaceful, safe, and laws well enforced. Much is already in place via the general plan, code, and law enforcement standards. Is enforcement effective here? Why or why not? But a second element has crept in, a prohibition on short-term rentals, although in several zones, most oftentimes fueled by assumptions, rhetoric, and a housing crisis that will never be solved by banning owners from renting out her home as a retirement plan. How did we get here? To a proposal that includes full-on prohibitions on rentals in several zones. More short-term rentals would be banned in multifamily residential, transit village, mobile homes, and the Gateway Historic Scenic Road, Downtown Station, and North Station areas. The county has held more than 15 public hearings on this in recent years. Their policies are mired in confusion, overlays, and housing supply has not been benefited by to any observable degree. Before moving to ban or any ban or moratorium, we urge you to reject a fashionable antidote that calls for, well, basically limiting housing to create housing and to focus on uniform management standards. Zone-by-zone bans result in hyper-concentration, confusion, and often simply miss their target entirely. A couple of specifics. The permit would automatically renew annually with no standards on how to renew, what constitutes justification and not to renew a permit. A 3 strikes and you're out system is already included, and they don't transfer upon sale, which is why annual renewal is necessary. Doesn't annual renewal just cause more staff time and owner fees? What happens to those already owning and renting properties? Several owners register and pay TOT, some do not. What opportunities have they had to understand what is required? Before we speak of them as bad actors, they must have the opportunity to comply. Many cities and counties begin with hiring a neutral, independent firm to evaluate and bring these properties into compliance with TOT. Petaluma has had great success with this. Thank you for allowing us to comment. We remain eager to serve as a resource and collaborator for sustainable Santa Rosa housing economy.
My name is Eddie Stevens, and I live in Santa Rosa, and I'm calling on item 15.1 for short-term rentals. Short-term rentals not only bring tourists and their shopping, dining dollars to our area, they also have, over the past 4 years, housed thousands of fire-affected families and have housed the thousands out of the area contractors who were vital to rebuilding our depleted housing stock. To regulate STRs out of existence would end this vital service. Transient occupant taxes, TOTs, and all STR owners must pay help fund vital services like fire, police, roads, and more. To overregulate and punish responsible owners will effectively end short-term rentals in our city, which will cut off this vital flow of funding. Also, we can't let complaints of few disgruntled punish the entire industry that is responsible, provides a vital service, brings money into our community, and is working well on the whole, providing more housing and bedrooms for all. A better solution would be to monitor STR activity and have a series of escalating punishments for STR owners who are not responsible for neighbors. To punish everybody as if they have done something wrong is terribly the wrong way to go. You might even say something like, I have lived next door to an Airbnb for years and I have never had a problem with it. The owner is very responsible and his guests have even been terrific. Please don't punish everyone for a few bad apples. I vote to keep short-term housing rental alive here in Sonoma County. It funds our tourism and adds to our local industries. Thank you.
My name is Sarah Carlson. I'm calling in regards to the short-term rental properties agenda. I am in opposition to putting regulations on short-term rentals. I believe that it should be the property owner's right to have a short-term rental. It not only is good for our community, it's good for our business owners, it's good for people coming into our community, and I feel that it would be a shame to do away with such properties. I also believe that it should not be, I've actually lived next door to a rental property and have had no issues. I've stayed in many rental properties, have had no issues. I do believe there are irresponsible homeowners that should be regulated that aren't regulating their own vacation rentals. However, I don't think that all property owners should be penalized. I am opposing this.
Hi, my name is Almandeep, and I am calling to voice my opinion for the Airbnb that's on the agenda. And I truly believe the Airbnb is a great alternative for families that are traveling and looking for a safe place. And I truly believe they get more for their dollar than staying at some hotel or some resort and paying those high fees. I've always used Airbnb whenever I've traveled. I prefer it over hotels because I'm just not a fan of staying in the hotels. And I think it does great for our community. It does great for small businesses. And I wish that everybody sees a positive in it and will continue to support the Airbnb ventures. Thank you for your time, and I truly hope that my voice matters. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, this is Mike Lynch, 15.1. I believe that this is a knee-jerk reaction to something that's been beneficial to the city. I myself have done Airbnb prior. I don't do it currently, but it's nice to know that that option exists. And I think that the laws out there exist to make this happen. You just have to enforce the laws. And if there are repeat offenders, then deal with the repeat offenders. This is a knee-jerk reaction trying to make rules to limit it for all people instead of just the offenders. Again, enforce the existing laws. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Mayor, that concludes our public comments on item 15.1.
Great. I will close the public hearing, bring it back to council. So I have a couple of follow-up questions based on some of the comments that we heard or questions that we heard. I will start, Sherry, if you're there.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi there. So one of the questions that I forgot to ask that you and I had talked about but thought was worth clarifying, and somebody kind of touched on it a little bit. So the definition that we have in the ordinance of owner would prevent apps such as Picasso because of the definition around not allowing an LLC, correct?
Correct. The definition of an owner is a natural person or persons, blah, 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 blah. And it says includes a personal or family trust consisting solely of natural persons, does not include residents or condominiums owned as a timeshare, limited liability partnership or corporation, fractional ownership of 6 or more interests, or a business entity.
So that was the other, that I appreciate that, because that was what was touched on by a number of the different comments, was the concern that LLCs, out of the area corporations, that they were coming in and purchasing homes specifically for this purpose. And as a point of clarification, based on the definition of owner, that is not allowed if this ordinance passes.
That is correct.
Okay. There was a question that was asked about children under 3 not counting towards the person count for the short-term rental. That comes from the county's ordinance. Did staff consider that sort of consideration?
Sorry, I muted myself when I meant to go the other way. So we did consider that, and we worked with code enforcement and the building side of things when we tried to figure out how best to look at occupancy. And Cece can maybe speak to this better than I can, but there are actually building code standards that you have to consider the size of the bedroom when you're talking about how many people can be in the room. I know for the first person it's 70 square feet, and anything, any additional people would be an additional 50 square feet, and that doesn't discriminate based on age. And since we're not really mandating in the ordinance anything about the size of bedrooms, we felt it best, just for safety reasons, not to overcrowd them. But if CC has more to add, I'm all ears.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. So currently, the International Property Maintenance Code does provide provisions for what would constitute minimum square footage for occupancy, for the very purpose of preventing overcrowding in a unit. So, like Sherry said, exactly that 70% or 70 square feet minimum would be what would be required for one occupant, and every occupant thereof would require an additional 50 square feet. And that is taken into account the fact that even a twin bed in a 70 square foot space is still pretty tight. So, you know, the provisions that are set forth for the additional square footage would then provide a little bit more ease of comfort for that particular space.
Okay, and remind me, I believe with Section 8 housing, I think the way that they do the occupancy, is it 2 people per room and then plus 2?
I'm not sure of how they have their provisions set for their occupancy of bedrooms.
Okay. There were a couple of comments about cameras. One of the things that, Sherry, I think you and I had talked about before, and something to put on the table for council to consider, is I do know that some jurisdictions have required that if there are cameras, that they be disclosed, because there have been negative elements around that. And so that might be something to add, but there were a number of comments around cameras, and that triggered that for me. There was a question about operators in good standing and whether they would be able to roll their approval forward, obviously still pay what they need to pay, but if they're in good standing and we do go in the direction of addressing over concentration rolling forward, have you there were conversations around how to do that for folks in good standing, and I'm just wondering if you could share it with the public.
Are we talking about for the comprehensive ordinance, looking at overconcentration type of things?
Yeah, it'll be addressed in that ordinance as I understand it.
So at this point, we haven't really ironed any of that out. I don't think we were taking the approach of a grandfathering in type of thing, but again, that would be something that if council feels strongly about, that would be a good time to let us know. And Claire, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
My understanding is you were talking about the comprehensive ordinance, and we're going to be all ears and take notes for that. But if it's about the urgency ordinance, then I mean, one thing I heard about operators in good standing is what if there's nonconformity with the locational criteria? I didn't hear a lot of objections from the operational standards or the registration and all that, but there may be a conflict with the locational criteria, and there would be an opportunity. We would have to write it in because it's not set up that way to allow for that non-conforming. Doesn't mean they would have it forever, but for the life of the urgency ordinance, you could add in a clause that they would be okay if, like, you would exempt them from incompatible locational criteria or something like that.
There was a comment/question about why the noise hours are different for the short-term rental than it is for the city as a whole.
I'll let John probably address that, but I will say that there are, for quite a few of the jurisdictions that I looked at, there are extended quiet hours. This isn't something that we just came up with. It was just something that we had seen in other jurisdictions that felt that it was a very successful compromise for the neighbors. And
yeah, I think the biggest point on that, we looked comprehensively at ordinances across the state, and it's important to understand there is a distinction between a residential neighborhood, or residential home, and a short-term rental, because these are commercial locations rented out where you have weekend after weekend large events. And we saw over and over, one of the common complaints we have is the noise in the evenings and into the late night. So we think it's really going to eliminate some of the biggest neighborhood concerns. And then also just having the firm understanding that these are commercial locations, and so they're going to have regulations that you won't see in some normal residential homes.
All right, thank you. There was a question about the $1,200 fee and why was it so much more expensive here than in some other areas. The examples that were given were all areas that had no fee or a smaller fee. Are there examples of other jurisdictions that are in line with what's being proposed? Or I guess a better way to ask this, how did we come up with the 1,200 number?
I'll let Claire talk about how we came up with the 1,200 number, and I'm looking at my notes so that I can answer the part about other jurisdictions, if that's fair.
That's good, because I only know the answer to the one and not the other. So this is good separation. So the cost of service for processing the permit is a little over $1,100. And that represents 100% cost of service. So I think it was back in the 2015, 2016, when the city last adopted our fee schedule for cost of service. And we looked at the true cost of service of supporting questions related to this type of permit, not this type of permit, in terms of the steps that are needed to process the scale of permit, just the quality control that happens, and answering questions about it is most similar to our temporary conditional use permit. And so the short answer is that's why it's in the $1,100 range, is because it's a exact match to the cost of service or the service associated with the work that would be involved with implementing this ministerial permit. So that covers the questions we're going to get about how to file your application or how to file the complaint, if that is the case. the intake of the application, the review of the application, which will include some site plan review. It will include the cost of service, does include preparing an action letter or a determination, and also providing a notice to the neighbors. And so that is what the fee goes to. And we do have some fees that are subsidized. They're deliberately subsidized, such as, tree permits and fence permits, where the city of Santa Rosa has decided very deliberately to subsidize because we want applicants to be incentivized to get permits. So that could be something that the council considers, but the true cost of service is the $1,100.
Okay, so me again. Cloverdale requires a conditional use permit for non-hosted, which is a similar fee. Healdsburg requires a planning commission level conditional use permit for non-hosted, which are only allowed in downtown commercial districts. Their residential districts require a use permit. Petaluma has a short-term vacation rental permit, which I don't have the fee for that one. Sebastopol has an administrative use permit and also requires a business license. The County of Sonoma has a $638 use permit for certain size, plus they also charge an amount for noticing. So we are higher than some. I haven't found any similar size cities at all that have no fee whatsoever. What I have seen is a less expensive initial permit or a similar starting point and then a less expensive renewal, which is something that we were going to be hoping to automate and make it much easier so that there isn't as high of a cost of service. There would not be a noticing requirement for renewals, unless of course information is changed based on a local contact information and that type of thing.
All right, thank you. There was a question about clarifying when we talk about an open fire, does that apply to propane as well as wood?
Yes, that is actually that is actually clarified in the language. We do restrict the use of wood outdoors during fire season, but we do allow the use of propane and natural gas, both during fire season and outside of fire season. So that language is actually in there.
Okay, and then the last one that I have, someone brought up that the city opted not to have Airbnb and other platforms collect the tax for us. Is there some truth to that? And is there something that we actually could do to have them collect that tax for us at this point?
I'm going to defer to Alan Alton, who is on the call. So hopefully he can raise his hand and answer that. He is our finance guru on the call.
He's being promoted.
Hi, could you repeat the question just to make sure I have it right?
I think the fundamental question is, for the collection of the TOT and the BIA, can we have the platforms that rent out the units or the homes, can we have them collect the tax for us?
Yeah, that's a good question. I believe so. But I need to research that a little bit further.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could, yes, it's possible to have the platforms collect the tax. However, the platforms refuse to share the data on the number of rentals and the location of rentals, and we can't audit or verify the accuracy of the taxes paid.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
If I may, Mayor,
Yep,
I do
absolutely.
know that some of the third-party hosting type of situations, the compliance agencies, they do offer that service. So that would be something that we could look at and consider for the comprehensive ordinance as well.
Okay, that's great to know. Thank you. Councilor, are there any other questions before we go into discussion about the ordinance? Councilmember Sawyer? Councilmember, are you able to unmute?
Ready for me, Mayor?
There you go.
Thank you. I want to go back to the issue of noise. Is it currently in our restrictions at night? Is it 10 o'clock or is it 9 o'clock? As far as the standard when the quiet time begins at what time throughout the city?
The standard is 10 p.m.
Okay, so this is my concern. Especially with someone calling the police, there is a short-term rental in home on a block to the left, or they're on the left. The complaining neighbor's in the middle. On the right, they're having a party and they can be loud until 10. On the left is a short-term rental. They can't go past 9, and the police department gets a call. And the neighbor on the right is now, or on the left is now quiet. The one on the right still having a party, and they can go to 10. So I really think we need to make it consistent. We either need to make it 9 o'clock throughout the entire city, or we need to make the noise piece in the ordinance the same as standard for the rest of the city. I just think it's too confusing. I don't think there should be to have the short-term rental more restricted, or you make them both restricted. So I think it would be crazy making. I think so. It might be a minor issue, but noise has been a major problem. So I think we need to be really clear about what we're looking for, and I think it needs to be consistent. This is my opinion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. So if there are no other questions, we'll go into the sausage making a little bit. What we'll do first and foremost, I think it'll make it a little bit easier on staff and a little bit easier for the public to understand, is I'll go around to each council member first to give some initial thoughts, and based on the ordinance that's being proposed, are there sections that you want removed, added, or amended, and share those. I'll keep track of them. I know staff will keep track of them. And then once we have the full list on the table of possible changes, we can go through and do a straw poll to see what the direction that the council wants to go on each of those is. I think that'll make it easier for us to clarify. Councilmember Tibbetts, do you have a question?
It's all right. I pulled up the presentation on my computer, but I was going to ask if we could have that slide pulled up that kind of encapsulated and summarized the ordinance.
I think we can do that. Councilmember Sawyer, can I start with you for your comments? And I'll also mention, I think as we talk about the urgency ordinance and then the proposed changes down the road for a more comprehensive ordinance, let's have a conversation after we deal with the urgency ordinance on what data council would like to ask staff to collect in order to better inform the comprehensive ordinance. But let's set that aside until after we deal with the ordinance that's in front of us.
Okay.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. You know, there are so many elements to this and facets to it. It is rather complex and difficult to know exactly which. I would have a hard time prioritizing these, so I'm just going to put out a few of my concerns. I do have concerns about the the amount that we would be for violations. I think they appear to be fairly onerous. So I would want to have a conversation about the first, second, and third violation. They just seem a little over the top, and also a way to kind of a due process. I'm not sure how that's going to be dealt with in code enforcement, but I think that if we're going to charge someone $2,000 for a violation, they better have a pretty good idea that the person deserves that kind of, that they have been, that they're worthy of a $2,000 violation. So I have concerns about that. I do, the operators in good standing, I would like to see them, their ability to continue during this urgency ordinance, as mentioned by Ms. Hartman. I think that they're, given that my target personally has always been the bad players, and generally what we have seen, as far as I know, is the bad players have unhosted environments. Not always, but that seems to be the at least in my knowledge, they seem to be the source of the most frustration. Overconcentration, we haven't had that conversation. I think it's a really, really important conversation to have. I would hope that there are some models out there that can deal with that overconcentration issue. Ms. Hartman brought up a really good point as to how do you decide who's going to stay and who's going to go, not unlike our cannabis regulations. So that is it's a difficult hill to climb, but I think it's an important one. Let's see, just checking my notes. So the as far as the ordinance appears to put higher limits on the number of people per bedroom for hosted as opposed to unhosted. I don't understand why that's the case, because when I think of a hosted environment, I think of much more control, much more eyes on those that are the client. So I would think that if we were going to put a heavier restriction on the number of people per bedroom, or in total, that we would be doing that for the unhosted environment as opposed to the hosted one. Let's see. Oh, there was another thing that has come up it did not come up tonight, but it came up in one of the conversations that I had from the numerous phone calls that I received, were existing contracts. So you have a hosted environment. They have a contract with someone to come maybe during the holidays, and maybe the Thanksgiving weekend, or one of the holidays, or whenever. And they have a contract, and that person's coming from Florida to California, and they are expecting to stay in this short-term rental, and all of a sudden because of the ordinance that we put into place, that person cannot satisfy that contract. What is our legal standing in that case? So that's something it's a question I didn't ask before, and it may not be able to be answered tonight, but it did give me pause. I thought it was a good question. And how will the operator or the short-term rental host deal with a contract that can no longer be satisfied due to the provisions of our short-term ordinance? I think at this point, I'll stop. I'll stop. There will be time for comments later, and I'm sure that after I hear my colleagues, it may spur some more questions. But I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to start off with my comments to kind of underscore what my philosophy is coming at this, and maybe it'll help inform to the public what some of my thought process was. My experience with short-term rentals began when I was a young man, and they were just kind of coming out. And my good friend's mother, who lived down the street, who was recently divorced, immediately turned one of the rooms in her house into a short-term rental. And she was mostly, I guess, what you would define as a hosted rental, but she also would go on trips and leave and then have a kind of an unhosted environment. For the most part, it went off without a hitch. Why I share that story is because I'm convinced that because of her situation in life, if she didn't have the ability to tap into that income, making the mortgage would have been difficult, to say the least. Maybe she would have made it, but it would have had a negative financial impact on her. This is how she recovered from divorce. So I want to kind of maintain that function of short-term rentals for people. That's really where I'm coming from, is how does this help people live in a community that is increasing in cost? We all talk about this at every single council meeting. That being said, I really, really don't like the idea of corporations coming in and buying up our housing stock. And Mayor, you asked the same question I wanted to ask, which was, is there a way in which, like Palm Springs, as I heard, that we can try to negate that or prevent it to some extent? And it sounds like we can, and I'm very happy for that. I want our short-term rentals in Santa Rosa to be for the common person who lives in Santa Rosa, period. It's not something for speculation. It's not something for outside companies to come in and buy and to take away our housing stock. So I'll go through my thoughts on the ordinance. Taking that approach, even though I think it actually makes a lot of sense not to have R2 and R3s be incorporated in this, I think we should. Because again, when I think about R2s and R3s, that might be somebody who may be mid to lower income, actually, who maybe wants to rent out a unit and get a little extra money while they go on a trip. So I want to try our ordinance to include that at first. I do think there could be some speed bumps with that down the road. I would even like to explore a system where, I don't know if this can be done. I raised it with staff last week, but where basically you have one short-term rental limit per resident of Santa Rosa only. This idea that you go out and buy short-term rentals and basically create a business out of it, to me, is really a circumvention of where my philosophy is, which this is meant to help you gain income and get a toehold financially in this community. But once you start buying up houses and turning them into this, you've become a hotelier that's not adhering to our zoning and land use laws, which is really what it becomes at that point. So I'd like to see something like that, one unit or one permit for one parcel per person in the community. It's a woman, I forget her name, brought up ADUs. Is that considered single or, ADUs with a single family residence? Is that considered hosted or not hosted? I actually consider that hosted. So that's just a definitional thing. But I think as long as somebody's on the parcel, they can probably pretty reasonably and in a timely way respond to any incident or crisis that's going on. And that should, I think, be the definition of hosted. Equality, I have another note here. You have to bear with me. I'm reading my chicken scratch. Equality between number of guests of hosted versus non-hosted. Carl brought this up in the public comments. I think he's right. I think that the number of people per rooms, and Mayor, I think you brought this up as well, should be the same, in my opinion. Those should be treated consistently. I do believe that, again, in the spirit of affordability and accessibility to people who benefit from this supplemental income, permit registration fees should be affordable. When we say a permit fee is $1,200, that actually suggests to me that the speculative LLC or rich person who really doesn't need immediate access to this income is going to be the only person who does it, which to me is flying in the face of where I'm hoping it goes. Disclosures on cameras, I would agree, but I think that's less a city issue. That's more of a civil rights issue between the occupant and the person providing the space, but there should be disclosures about cameras. And the one thing too, going back to permit fees, I think that for hosted parcels, those fees should be much lower than an unhosted one. Again, coming at that accessibility standpoint, like all the people who said, hey, I like to rent this out because it's added income, I'm a live-in host, we should really make that accessible for them. Over here, I've got, I agree with John on the noise thing. I actually see the benefits in the jurisdictions of having an earlier noise curfew, but I just would hate to be in an inconsistent situation. So I think it makes a heck of a lot of sense to make that consistent with the city's noise ordinance. I'm actually okay with the fines and the amounts. I would rather see us pay for city infrastructure, staff bureaucracy through, I guess, a penalty-based system as opposed to a permit application system. So if there can be balance found there, terrific. On the issue of over-concentration, I agree over-concentration is going to be a problem. I'm very concerned about the residents who came and spoke today, who talked about having 2 of these on their street. I think that could be very disruptive and problematic. That is something we should look at in a future ordinance. And then I think in the meantime, there was some discussion about moratorium. How I'm feeling is that the people who are registered today, who we can verify have been paying taxes today, should be allowed to continue to operate. But I do think there is benefit in saying until the new ordinance, the new comprehensive ordinance rolls out, we are not going to approve any more of these in that period of time. My fear being that we're going to create an artificial moment where a lot of people are going to rush in to start operating, obtain permits, get in good standing for fear that our comprehensive ordinance is going to work them out. We don't know if it is or not yet. Hopefully we can have an ordinance that is just that comprehensive, both in terms of the ordinance itself as well as who it's serving. But in the meantime, I think trying to bring stability and stasis to our neighborhoods and this issue would be a good thing. That's it. Thanks, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I really want to applaud staff, the entire team, and the subcommittee. This is a tremendous amount of work that's very complex. I know attending some of the classes up in Sacramento, it really was an eye-opener for me, and it was very clear, and I heard Sherry say several times, no one's doing it all the same way. It's total local control, so we get to do this, and sometimes that's good, and sometimes it can be a challenging evening or several evenings to come up with what's best for our community. But I really do appreciate all the work. And so I also don't want anyone on the team to interpret any comments I have, pro or con, about what's suggested. Don't take it personal, because again, this is just what we're trying to do is our vision of what's in the best interest of the city of Santa Rosa. And I also can't wait for the comprehensive strategy, because more community input, more discussion, that'll be I'm excited for that next process. So I'm just going to go through things that I liked and things that I would like to see us change in the ordinance. First of all, regarding the non-hosted and only certain zoning districts, I'm not supportive of that. I think both hosted and non-hosted should be allowed within the city wherever they may be. It adds to too much confusion to separate those. Regarding daytime guests and parking, I'm not supportive of eliminating those. I just think that enforcement is, it's how you do it because it's hosted versus non-hosted. I just don't think those limits should be there. The quiet hours I am supportive of. They should be consistent, whether it be 9 o'clock in the evening or 10 o'clock in the evening, but setting those hours, I think it is important. And I do appreciate Captain Cregan's comments about residential. This is a commercial business and residential. I get that, but the enforcement of it, as what Mr. Sawyer mentioned, house on my west side is loud, east side is quiet. That would be difficult for enforcement. I'm supportive of having no amplified sound, no events prohibited, or all events prohibited. I appreciate what we heard the adjustments were regarding the neighborhood notification, that the city would do that. That makes a heck of a lot more sense to me, so I'm supportive of that change. I'm supportive of the advertising and listening requirements. And last thing is on the hosted. I don't think there should be a limit on the number of rooms in a hosted single STR than a non-hosted. So don't limit it. If it's hosted, there should be no limits to the number of rooms they could use. And I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Fleming.
Yes, thank you. I agree largely with everything that the council members have said before me. I do have a couple of thoughts on where I'm coming from for this, just for us going forward in the future, which is, around, you mostly heard from folks living in my district and people who are trying to maintain character of their neighborhoods and preservation of these residential neighborhoods. And, we heard a lot from industry and what the industry needs. And I find it to be, in the term industry, to be really anathema to neighborhood. And so what I'll be looking for when we do the comprehensive ordinances, one that does balance individual property rights, including the right to be able to sleep in your own home without disturbance, to get out of your home during an emergency event without fear, to have your children play without strangers rolling up and down all the time. That said, I do acknowledge that these uses, particularly hosted uses, I'm very sympathetic to, and I don't believe that we ought to put restrictions on the amount of rooms that you can have in a hosted rental. That said, hosted to me means that you are sleeping on the property every night that you have guests on the property. I'm not too hung up if you're in the accessory dwelling unit, but do keep in mind, I say to my council members and our staff, that does mean that effectively we are taking an additional unit of housing stock off of the market. So I am also in favor of having an earlier quiet time for going to 9 p.m. for units, in particular because if you're living next to one of them, you think that how many times a year we have parties in our permanent residences, and you go and you talk to your neighbors and you let them know and you communicate with them. But if you're living next door to one of these things that's having a party every weekend, that could get quite onerous. The other reason I really like hosted rentals over unhosted rentals, I know when I've gone to unhosted rentals with large groups, typically you get food and you cook it at home. You're not out in the community. You're really there to spend time with the people that you went with, which is wonderful, but it's not contributing much to the economy or the tourism of our city and our region. So in short, what I'd like to do is I'd like to work most of this stuff out in the permanent or the comprehensive ordinance. And in the interim, I'd like to give those actors, both hosted and unhosted, who have been paying tax and who have been doing their best to abide by our rules. I suppose we're calling them, the term is eluding me right now, but our hosts in good standing. I'd like to give them an opportunity for a temporary use permit and then have a moratorium on additional uses while we're working this out. And so that way we could prevent what Councilmember Tibbetts suggested as an artificial period in which we have an influx of purchasers. And then I do hope that we have a clear, affordable path forward for hosted rentals in the future.
Okay, Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, thank you to the people that spoke on both sides of the issue and really sharing what this means to them, both financially and the service that they provide to the community. For myself, I definitely take account into the rights of the Santa Rosan, who deserves to enjoy Santa Rosa peacefully without others coming to our neighborhoods and disturbing such peace. But I also take into account the 3,000 homes that were lost in the fire, and if we're at 85% of them being rebuilt, it leaves us with 450 still of a deficit, not to mention the 2 hotels that went with it. So I believe the words ambassador that was used today and how it was used today, that we're referencing our guests to our local establishments, therefore creating a stronger, more vibrant economy that helps us recuperate from those fires that took them homes. I definitely also want to thank my colleagues as well as staff for educating me on the subject and even changing my position on some of the items. And a word, the common sense. You know, if we all had common sense, we wouldn't need laws or policies. But sometimes that's something as a village we lack. And therefore we must have this discussion, which I'm thankful that we're all willing to enter into. In regards to the different items, I definitely see the difference between hosted and not hosted. And even those that spoke against the short-term rentals had nothing bad to say about the hosted. So I definitely want to applaud those individuals for really being not only the ambassadors, but making sure that the guests respect the city of Santa Rosa and your fellow neighbors. So I definitely want to applaud you for that. In regards to the hours of operation, I think there should be some type of uniform, so there isn't, as we stated, different situations depending on if you're on the east side or the west side of the home in question. Moratorium, I do not agree with the moratorium. I believe that this is a learning process for us as a city, and definitely an opportunity for us to learn how to best serve both sides of the coin. I definitely would like to see the issue of no events, though. Definitely, I believe we have halls, we have places where we can throw these larger parties. Again, we are suffering both with the fires and the pandemic, and I understand the restrictions that causes. In regards to the pre-approved parking, I definitely see that causing a lot of confusion, and also why I was saying for the uniform hours. And I would like to see a difference of, and actually this was mentioned by one of my colleagues, the difference of fees that are being charged to the hosted and the unhosted. It is true that we're seeing some of our residents have the ability to cover their mortgage because of this program. So I definitely see the positive aspects that the STRs offer, especially to the hosted participants. In regards to the maximum, again, there's a conflicting difference between the hosted and the unhosted. In regards to the rooms, to the people allowed per room, there definitely has to be more uniform in that. So I would like to see that be aligned. In regards to the R2s and R3s, at first, I felt that R2s and R3s were definitely zones that we should not participate in. But then I thought, well, remembering back to the days when we lived at West 9th, there was always another family that was there with us. Throughout, even today, I still will open my door to someone who needs a night or 2 nights to spend the night. They're always welcome. But I also see the aspect of, again, making sure that they cover whatever shortfall they have economically. And I do have issues with the violation and the fees being assessed, as well as the permit fees. I do understand that it covers 100% of the cost of service, but I would like to be aligned with our fellow cities, or even our county with the 600. But if at the end of the day, 100% cost of our service is being covered, and this allows us for a program to be vibrant and to continue forward, I definitely see the positive aspect of that as well. So I retract that. It's good that we're charging the fee. We're covering the cost of services. I retract the statement of maybe it being too much, but I do not retract the statement of the difference between hosted and unhosted and the fees that are being charged. The ADU, I believe that they should be considered hosted. If one of our main complaints is the noise unless you're a couple parcels down from your own property, you will lose sleep. So therefore, if you are within the noise range, you should definitely be consider that you are hosting your guest and hosting the property, really. Other than that, I am in line with a lot of the comments that my fellow colleagues made. And again, I thank everyone for speaking up. It is a beautiful Santa Rosa, and I definitely want to keep it that way. Thank you.
Councilmember Tibbetts, do you have something to add to the list?
No, just really quick, Mayor. One thing that I didn't talk about and haven't heard these talked about tonight is the number of housing units that this does take off the market. And one of the things that I saw, I was actually pretty impressed by the amount of TOT tax that we were able to record that has been brought in by this program. So I wanted to suggest to the council, not necessarily for conversation tonight, maybe when the final ordinance comes back. I know we don't like doing budgeting from the dais on the fly, but to kind of answer that question for the community, understanding the nexus between that TOT tax and the need for that TOT tax to go into affordable housing down the road. So I just want to make sure that somebody mentioned that tonight.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sawyer?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure if this was mentioned, but I don't believe it was. As far as the permits, I think there might be some consideration that it not be an annual fee, and that maybe it could be every so many years. Maybe it's just once, unless there are problems. If there are problems, that would suggest that that the permit potentially would not be renewed. That I'm sure we would be tracking if there was a STR that had issues. I don't see why they would need to pay an annual fee for a permit. And I believe that's the case that was recommended. But I think it should be on that it could go a number of years unless there are issues with that particular STR. I just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. So the two that I'll add to the list for discussion was the issue of children under 3 not counting towards the head count, as well as throwing out there that perhaps the city should have on our website the contact list of the direct contacts for each of the registered short-term rentals, so that way, if I get a notice from the city, because I'm within 600 feet of one, a year down the road, 2 years down the road, I'm not likely to have that, or I might have lost it. And so having some form of central location where I as a neighbor could then log on and see who my direct contact is, I think the city should own that and make sure that we make that available to folks. Is there anything else that everybody wants to add on the list? Councilmember?
Yeah, I did bring this up during the questions portion. I would like an egress route, suggested evacuation routes posted in the short-term rentals somewhere, like near the refrigerator or something like that.
I think, Sherry, that's already in the current ordinance? Good, okay. All right, so let's do this then, council, if it works. We'll go through the list. We'll take a straw poll. So hands up if you agree, hands down if you disagree on each of these items. Staff will capture that, and then we'll probably take a quick recess, chance to grab a bite to eat if folks want to grab a bite to eat, while staff prepares what the ordinance can look like, so that way we're not asking them to do it on a moment's notice. Then we can come back and talk about what that ordinance now looks like, and vote on final adoption or approval. Does that sound good, everybody? Great. So the first that was brought up was the violation amounts, and it was brought up as it may be excessive. Is there interest from a majority of the council for lowering the violation amounts? Hands up if you agree, hands down if you want to leave them the way that they are. All right, I'm only seeing one, so we're going to go ahead and take that off the list. Sorry, council member.
No problem.
There was a question about adding a due process clause for those fees so that if somebody feels like they're being assessed a fee erroneously, that they have some type of recourse or some way to be heard. Is there an interest from council in putting in some form of an appeal or due process on the fees? Hands up or hands down? Okay, so I see 4 of us. So I'll put that one on the side. Let's deal with the zoning really quick. There was a question, and I didn't share my comments on it, but I spoke earlier. I think that the banning based on zoning district has unintended consequences for where things are allowed and not allowed. So I'll be in favor of not put, and I should also ask Madam City Attorney, there were a number of comments about moratorium. I heard that from you in the beginning, a moratorium cannot be considered tonight.
Yes, that's correct. It was not noticed to have a moratorium.
Okay. We can talk about noticing that or putting that in with our comprehensive ordinance if that's the direction that council wants to go. As to the question of, yeah. Good. Turn on your mic.
Right. I understand the thing about the moratorium in general, but you referenced earlier moratorium on it while a municipality or jurisdiction is considering an issue. So just because Councilmember Alvarez said earlier he wasn't in favor of a moratorium, I wanted to be very clear. I'm not proposing to stop the uses. I'm proposing to stop corporations and individuals coming in while we're working on it. So just no new uses while we're working it out.
Yes, the ordinance already precludes applications from corporations.
I understand that.
So that addresses that issue. You can put restrictions on, but if there's probably a little bit of gradation. But I had understood at one point, maybe a moratorium on non-hosted short-term rentals. That kind of blanket would, I think, require new noticing. But if you want to reshape portions of the ordinance, for example, to exclude in certain additional zoning districts, or you want to restructure how you're doing the kind of that issue of where they're located, you can do that. So you can shape the restrictions, but again, just not so far as prohibiting all new applications in a particular
So
category.
how do we protect ourselves against, one of the reasons why, it's my understanding, one of the reasons why we're in this pickle is because every jurisdiction around us has a moratorium or very restrictive uses. And so we're really just open season here if we notice the community that we're going to be coming forward with a comprehensive ordinance and we don't have a lot of protection.
You're right. And what I was also going to say is that we don't have to wait for a moratorium until we have the comprehensive ordinance. In fact, that wouldn't really make any sense. We could come back, within at your next meeting, I think. Maybe I'm going to get shot by Claire and Sherry. But putting together a moratorium is a very short document. It's pretty straightforward, and I know that I at least talked to some of the members of the group that is something that we could bring back very quickly. Okay. So if you're interested in that, we can do that. We can head in that direction.
Yeah, no, I get that it sounds draconian. I just want to make sure that we craft a policy while we have housing stock to craft it with. Yeah. But I defer back to the mayor who had a more specific question.
So could we, in the short term, so bringing something back at our next meeting, I already know what our next meeting looks like, and I think it's going to be a long meeting already. In the short term, until we have the comprehensive ordinance, could we consider something like that unhosted in order to get an unhosted permit, grandfathering in the existing, but in order to get a new unhosted permit, you have to be a resident of Santa Rosa?
Yes, I think you could do that. I'm just, what concerns me is restrictions that allow permitting only for residents versus non-residents. That raises a whole different set of legal issues, kind of unrelated to moratorium requirements. So unless members of the team have seen anything like that or dealt with that, I do have concerns about only allowing city residents to obtain permits.
Would it be acceptable to put a moratorium on new uses in the wildland urban interface?
Yes, you could restrict no new applications within the WUI areas. That I think there's a very rational basis for that, and that would be within the scope of tweaking the ordinance and where it applies and where these uses are permitted. Okay. It's in effect comparable to adding additional zoning districts where short-term rentals are not allowed. This is just identifying it by a different criteria.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so let me ask the question this way then. Council, hands up if you were interested in limiting based on any type of zoning, whether it's the land use zoning or the WUI, or if you are not interested in limiting via land use. Yeah, so hands up if you were in favor of having some form of limitation based on the land use type. Hands down if you are not.
Mayor, can I get some clarification before we have that vote?
Perhaps.
If I could. As far as the limiting the zones, it has come up, could that be coupled with the overconcentration conversation? Because if we allow the STRs in any zone in the city, and we don't have an overconcentration dealt with, that starts to concern me. So can we couple both of those conversations or both of those ideas? Because one without the other, it's concerning.
Yeah, and that's actually why I asked the question about unhosted and limiting it to people who currently live in the city. Because to me, as I mentioned, the zoning, and I absolutely get the rationale for not allowing them in the WUI, but in effect, when you look at it through an equity lens, you're banning it in our higher income neighborhoods, but not throughout the rest of the city. So that concerns me.
But from a policy perspective, though, then it's giving an economic opportunity, especially if we say hosted, no new unhosted rentals in the wildland urban interface. You're giving the economic opportunity to the not wildland urban interface. I mean, and it's really interesting when you think about the R2 and R3. I think that's a really great conversation that we ought to have about not preventing them in those, and how do we preserve our affordable housing stock while not interfering with individuals' ability to have this supplemental income. But I do think that by prohibiting them in the wildland urban interface and by saying that we can't have unhosted ones elsewhere, then I'm not sure that we're discriminating against anybody but the rich people.
I think it depends on how you see the issue, because you can absolutely make the case that you are allowing the economic opportunity in other districts, and also you could look at it from the other districts and say, you don't care about the character of my neighborhood as much as you care about it else.
Well, and to that point, I care about the character of every neighborhood and think that they only ought to be hosted. We haven't heard one bad word about a hosted rental here today, degrading the character of any neighborhood in our city.
Right. So, Councilmember, I heard from you that perhaps the zoning conversation is linked to overconcentration. I'm open to suggestions from the council on how to do that. The concern that I have is if you ban it in specific neighborhoods, you don't address any overconcentration areas from where you do allow it. You just selectively choose which neighborhoods you're going to protect. And I think that that is the broader problem that I have with the land use designations. I have no problem with addressing the overconcentration. We absolutely need to address the overconcentration, but it needs to be across the city and not pick winners and losers in terms of which neighborhood it's going to apply to.
Yes, I agree with that concern. I'm just not sure how to get there.
Councilmember Sweathelm?
If you could just reframe the question, because I think the overconcentration, I think we've agreed that should be addressed in the comprehensive strategy that we're not having a discussion about tonight, but we are. Yeah. So to me, that is that longer range. The urgency ordinance, we said overconcentration, because right now we could have that right now because it may not, there's 161, I'm not sure we know where they are. So if you could just reframe the question, let's get a straw vote and see where we go.
Then the question for the straw vote is, do we have land use designations that lead to where we can and cannot have hosted and unhosted in the city? So that's the conversation about the R2 and R3. That's the conversation about the WUI. Are you interested in putting a limit based on land use designation? If you are, go ahead, raise your hand. If you are not, do not raise your hand.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes.
We're not willing to differentiate between the hosted and the unhosted in that question, are we?
I'm open to that if folks want to do that. If they want to throw that question on the table.
Well, I'm thinking, my thinking is that the hosted seems to have very minimal, if at all, complaints. And I'm thinking of the R2s and R3s that could benefit financially while still being hosts to the STRs. And I'm seeing that as a benefit, unlike my interpretation of the unhosted.
Okay, so let's start with the hosted then and let's get that one out of the way. Does anybody want to regulate where hosted can be based on the land use designation? Hands up if you do, hands down if you don't. Okay, so I'm seeing none of that. So hosted, as we craft the ordinance, hosted short-term rentals will be allowed in any land use designation in the city. Agreed? I'm seeing nodding heads. So now the issue is the unhosted. Sorry, who had? Claire?
Just a point of clarification, that is exactly how the ordinance is currently drafted. Hosted is allowed in all zoning districts.
Right.
Right.
So now the unhosted is, quite frankly, all the ire that we heard. What I was looking for when I asked the question about Santa Rosa residents is the concerns that I hear is that they don't care about the community. They might not be as responsive. They might not be from here. So that's what I was trying to figure out. How do we still not create a disparity amongst portions of our city and also help control the impact of the unhosted? I'm open to suggestions if anybody has some. Councilmember?
Yeah, Mayor, I actually disagree a little bit on this point. Some of the worst hosts are residents. I mean, we have this one individual who is the center of most of this, who's a prominent businessman who lives in Santa Rosa. I don't know that, and I also don't know that we can easily, preference property owners who are Santa Rosans or not. I wish we had a little bit of time to think about another way to do this, and I'm wondering if the city attorney might give us some guidance on how maybe she's seeing this or how we might more broadly, because I get that saying the wildland urban interface I don't think it will drive over concentration outside of that. We see I want to say 70 to 80% of these uses in the wildland and urban interface and in the historic districts. Those are, I'd say, almost maybe 90% of these are in those two designations. But I wouldn't want to overburden the districts that don't meet those criteria. I don't see that happening, but I don't want to risk it. So how can we get as broad as we can without violating the issues around moratoria?
Excuse me, I'm not quite sure that I'm understanding the goal, unless it is to restrict. I'm understanding that you want to restrict unhosted short-term rentals in terms of where they're located?
My personal goal would be to entirely restrict any new unhosted rentals while we're collecting data on how our hosts in good standing perform in this 6-month period while we're working this out. So then we can go forward and say, this works for unhosted rentals and so forth. So how can we most broadly restrict that use without having to bring this back next week and go through this lovely process once more?
I think I need to think about it a little bit, and I certainly would invite any thoughts from the team that have been looking at this. But my quick reaction is looking at different zoning districts, which I'm not sure you want to do. Looking at, certainly you could restrict in the WUI where the fire risks are highest. There might be other geographic criteria that you want to use in terms, I'm thinking of the nature of the roads that are that they can be allowed on, that they're not on the small, where there may be evacuation concerns. You've already provided in the ordinance that there needs to be a local contact who can respond to any issues. I'm not thinking of things right off the top of my head, but the team may have, and I see a couple of hands up, so.
All right, and I'll come to you in just 1 second. I'll also throw out, and perhaps Sherry or Claire, you can respond to, what about the idea of grandfathering in the existing unhosted and then putting a restriction that no new unhosted until we have our comprehensive ordinance can be within 1,000 feet of those existing ones? That might get to the heart of the over-concentration question that Councilmember Sawyer brought up. But I'll go ahead, Sherry, and then I'll come back to you, Tibbetts.
Gosh, I couldn't figure out the unmute. Sorry about that. So I was thinking possibly a way to do this would be to something similar to what you're saying, Mayor Rogers, would be just to consider all of the operators in good standing that are non-hosted to be legal non-conforming, and then just change the ordinance to where non-hosted short-term rentals are only allowed in commercial districts.
Sorry, repeat that.
So if we were to consider all of the existing non-hosted operators in good standing as of October 7th, we'll just consider them non-conforming and legal. So they get to continue doing what they're doing as long as they follow the regulations and, apply for their permit, that type of thing. Then we can amend the ordinance where we now say non-hosted short-term rentals are allowed in all these different districts, including residential. We can just limit where they're allowed, either just period to 1, or we can include all of the commercial districts, maybe not even the mixed use districts right now. And that would have an effect of allowing the ones that we have now to continue as non-conforming, because they wouldn't be in conformance with the ordinance, which would now say only allowed in commercial, which would then stop them from happening ideally within the residential zones while we collect this data and that type of thing. Just an option.
Sue?
Yes, that would be within the boundaries of the public notice for this item tonight, and that would be fully legitimate.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Chris, I was just going to actually say something along the lines of what you brought up, and I think that if your proposal is legally allowable, then we should put that to a straw poll to the council.
So the straw poll would be grandfather in the folks who are in good standing, and then any new proposed until we have a comprehensive ordinance would not be allowed within 1,000 feet of those operators. Go ahead, Councilmember.
I apologize to make this more complicated, but when we do, if we were to say that the existing operators in good standing are a legal non-conforming use, could we say until, things change or stay the same with the comprehensive ordinance? I want to avoid a situation where we determine in the future that it's making us crazy and we're stuck with like a Bodine type of situation where, in 20 or 30 years, we still can't move them along.
No, once you've determined that they're legal non-conforming use, and they are a legal non-conforming use, that would be subject to the allowances and the restrictions that apply to legal non-conforming uses.
Can we make that a temporary use rather than a legal non-conforming use and still maintain what the suggestion on the floor from the mayor?
Yes, you could say that those in good standing will be issued, can obtain a permit, a 1-year permit, and all the 1-year permits have to be renewed, and then that no new permits are going to be issued. And I'm hearing two proposals right now on the table. One is the mayor's, which would be nothing within 1,000 feet, and the one from Sherry, which would be only in commercial zones, either all of the commercial zones or one or more of the commercial zones. Either of those options.
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to avoid is a de facto ban. Banning it without calling it a ban, because I think that becomes problematic for us. What I'm trying to do is address the overconcentration. So I'm happy to do straw poll. Let's see, we'll start with Sherry's suggestion of the legal non-conforming and then accept the only allowable location is commercial. Councilmember Sawyer?
Thank you, Mayor. But you're right. You just said a couple of seconds ago that is that not just a de facto ban, except in commercial districts? I mean, it is very limiting, and I have to say that even though we did not hear any criticism of hosted rentals this evening, I know that there are good players out there that are unhosted, and so I'm a little bit. I mean, I guess I could deal with it or go for it for during this interim until we get the more comprehensive ordinance. But it does sound like a ban to me, and that I didn't think that we would be going down that road.
Let's do the straw poll on Sherry's suggestion. Ibbets, do you want to say something first?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mayor, to do this to you, but I guess I'm confused about calling it a ban. To me, when we say we're banning something, we're saying there's going to be no more short-term rentals in Santa Rosa from tomorrow until we come up with a new ordinance. What I was trying to say is that everybody who's operating now gets to continue to operate. We're not going to rob anybody of contracts, of financial expectation, but trying to prevent a situation where, frankly, like rent control, where you see something on the horizon, you anticipate a change, and the way in which you anticipate it is you dive into that market and you get there before the law does. And so that's what I'm trying to prevent, is a situation like that where there might be, rentals, long-term rentals coming up for renewal, lease renewals or new leases in the next 5 months. But owners are going to say, well, I want to be in good standing because I think the council is going to make a move to issue people like me permits because I already have one. That's what I want to avoid.
All right, the other option, council, is we've still got a full list. We could come back to this item once folks have a chance to think about it a little bit, and we can keep working our way through the ordinance for now. All right,
Good idea.
we'll come back to this portion in a minute. There was a question, an amendment that was suggested to coincide the bedroom limit for hosted and unhosted. Hands up if you're supportive of doing that. Hands down if you're not supportive of that. All right, that looks unanimous. So we'll make that change to the ordinance. John, you asked about the breach of contract. We'll come back to that when we actually figure out what we're doing with the unhosted, if that works for you.
Yeah.
There was an amendment that was suggested that if you are living on the parcel, it is considered hosted. Let's see, hands up if you are interested in making that amendment to the ordinance. Yeah, living and staying on. That looks unanimous. There was a amendment to lower the permit fees for hosted. Let's go ahead and see hands up if you're interested in lowering the permit fees for hosted. I've got 3 yes and a neutral. John, are you going to try to convince us? Okay, so that one does not move forward for now. Disclosure of cameras on site. Hands up if you agree.
I'm sounds like illegal to me.
You're the deciding vote, John.
So this is that we need to disclose that there are cameras on site?
That if the owner has cameras on site monitoring what happens in the home or out of the home, that they have to disclose that. And I'll share this. The reason that I brought this up and the reason that I heard about this from council members at League of Cities is because there was a regrettable instance where an owner had hidden cameras within the home, which is obviously problematic depending on where they have them, and just making sure that people are able to make an informed decision about what they do in the home and out of the home.
So I would say that it's the property owner's right to have it outside of the home. There's no reasonable privacy when you're outside of a space. I'd say inside, you gotta say.
Okay, so I'm okay with that if it's, cameras, nanny cams, whatever you want to call them in the home, that has to be disclosed at the time that somebody rents it. That'd be my suggestion.
And I think I'd go with that. And I think it also suggests that they are under a fair amount of scrutiny. And I think that adds to the change in potential behavior.
Okay. So hands up. All right.
I can support that, but cameras, hidden cameras inside the home is actually, I think, criminal behavior. And there's already litigation out there, laws out there about that.
Mayor, I was going to say, at what point is it overreaching? Are we stepping outside our lines with the contractual understanding between the tenant and the inside of the home? I completely understand. The outside of the home, I'm just thinking, is that understanding between lessor and lessee?
Yeah, we limited it to it's inside the home. Yeah. There's an amendment that suggested coinciding.
Mr. Mayor, may I
Yes.
just clarify? What we're doing is requiring disclosure of cameras on site. We're not regulating where the cameras can be. We're not getting into that level.
No, correct. Just
Thank you.
disclosure that there are cameras within the home. There was an amendment that was suggested to coincide the noise ordinance. and I can ask Sue about this, my suspicion is that the only way for us to do that with this ordinance is actually to move it from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, because otherwise redoing the entire city's noise ordinance would require notification.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so hands up if you're in favor of moving the 9 o'clock noise ordinance in this to the 10 o'clock for the full city. I only see 3 at the moment. Sherry?
I was just going to say that if we do decide to change this, it changes from, if we want to coincide with the city, it's 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. rather than 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. as written in the proposed ordinance.
Okay.
So it's moving both directions 1 hour.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I saw 3 hands for that. I personally, I'm in favor of the 9 o'clock in coinciding it. I'm not in favor of the 10 to 7 while we have the urgency ordinance. There was an amendment that was suggested to eliminate the section on daytime guests and parking associated with that. Hands up if you're in favor of eliminating that portion. Okay, looks like that has 5. I'm just going to confirm, Sherry, your 5 that you had put on the table, some of them were mentioned by council members, some of them were not. One was the updated definition. Can you go over that one more time?
Sorry, let me pull that up. So we recommend that we revise section 20-48.030N, definition of operator in good standing, to read a short-term rental operator who is registered for TOT and BIA assessments as of October 7th, 2021. We recommend that you strike section 20-48.040B1B and C2 and C3 and amend subsequent numbering. We recommend that we revise section 20-48.070E2 to read, upon permit approval, the city will provide mailed notice of permit issuance, local contact information, and short-term rental limits to property owners and tenants within 600 feet of the short-term rental. And then staff proposes that we strike section 20-48.030I, which is the language that no more than 2 bedrooms in the dwelling may be used as a short-term rental.
All right, hands up from council if you accept those recommendations from staff. Okay, seeing unanimous for that. I suggested an amendment having the city create a database or a website that has the contact information for all of the registered point people. Hands up. Okay. There's the amendment to not have children under 3 count towards the overall head count in the rental. Hands? Saying 4.5, I think. Oh, I'm aware. And then Councilmember Sawyer had a amendment, and I think I'm going to paraphrase John, so tell me if I'm wrong. The amendment was that the permit is every 2 years if there have been no complaints.
Yes, I wasn't specific on the frequency, but I think it should be longer than 1 year, and it should be unless there are complaints. Yes.
All right, I'll offer that.
Which would, I guess that would trigger, the complaint would trigger the need to reapply.
All right, I'm going to go to Sherry and Claire, and then I'll come back to you, council member.
Hey there. So the concern with that is this being an urgency ordinance, we really want to limit it to that 1 year maximum. We don't want to provide a 2-year period here because we will be coming back with a comprehensive ordinance, but we can look at that as part of the comprehensive ordinance as being the permit approval period.
That sounds reasonable. I would withdraw the item based on that information.
Yeah, we'll look for that in the comprehensive.
Sounds good.
And then I think I took a note down here. I think this was from you, Councilmember Tibbetts. It was limiting one rent. Maybe it was Councilmember Sawyer. I apologize. It's been 5 hours. It was limiting one rental per person in the city, that you couldn't have more than one in the city. Did I get that accurate?
That wasn't, it was Jack. Yeah.
Okay, and is that, just as a point of clarification, does that grandfather in people who currently have more than one?
I would say if people, geez, yeah, that's a tough one. If people have already been operating more than one, I think that over time they should fall into compliance with this, maybe 3 years.
Okay, so perhaps that can be, then if we've got the comprehensive that's coming, perhaps that's something that we could look at in the comprehensive.
Yeah, I actually intended that comment to be for the comprehensive.
Okay. Yeah, so hands if you want a one rental cap for the urgency ordinance. Oh.
Can I make a comment, Mayor?
Yep.
Would it be possible to move the number from 1 to 2? And the thinking or the reasoning behind that is if I have a property which I am a resident of, that would be the housed. But if I have a secondary dwelling, which I do not live at, that would be the hosted and unhosted. So I see the point of not beyond 2, but 1 seems limiting for the obvious reasons or the reasons I just stated.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
I'd maybe try to shorten that and simplify it to 1 parcel per owner. Then my thing is that you're either a landlord, offering long-term rentals in this city which are needed, or you're a hotelier, frankly, circumventing our land use laws. I mean, I feel pretty strongly that if you have enough money to own 2 vacation rentals, one of those should probably be in the long-term housing market. That's not somebody of limited means.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Thank you, Mayor. I think Jack has a point, because at what point does someone start just buying? I mean, I think it's important to limit it because they do become hoteliers, just broken up into individual homes. And when dealing with the issue around housing stock, I think it turns our homes into nothing but a business. And I just think that that's an unfortunate direction to move in. If someone wants to buy 10 homes and turn them into little hotels all over the city, I'm sure that they would be very pleased to do that. It's not a city it's not a neighborhood I would want to live in. And I think we need to, one way or another, deal with that a limit. I just don't know what the number is. But I agree with the concern.
So how about a suggestion? I think we can have that further conversation in the comprehensive ordinance. What I'm hearing is a desire to grandfather in the existing operators who have more than one, but then put a cap while we have the urgency ordinance in on people who do not currently have more than one from having more than one. Councilmember Alvarez.
Not actually differentiating between the hosted and unhosted. I'm completely on the same page with the unhosted, that a person should only be allowed one unhosted property. I'm just wondering what if we're also going to limit the person who lives at the second dwelling and they cannot actually participate in the program with one of their rooms. So we wouldn't really be taking off anything off the market that isn't being done already in regards to the unhosted. What was the reason behind that?
Well, to my mind, the reasoning here is that I think we're all saying that these unhosted or these hosted rentals provide a needed stream of revenue. If you've got it so good that you've got a full-on unhosted rental and then you still need to rent a room out to make your mortgage, something's going wrong there. So I'm really, with just one is enough.
And I do agree with that. My thinking was after the housing crash where people did purchase a second dwelling, this would allow them to stay afloat, but not become a hotelier with 5 or 6 or even 8 houses or even 3 in that case. But I am willing to entertain and participate in the fact of only one unit parcel, such as Councilmember Tibbetts stated.
All right, let's go ahead and see hands then for that proposal. I'm seeing 3. Are you up or sideways, council member? Okay.
I think we're going to need a little bit of clarification on that, and I'm a little concerned how we're defining the person who owns more than one parcel, how we're going to be monitoring that. If you have a family, you put one of the properties in another name, another family member name. If you want us to try to craft something for tonight, we can try to do that, but this may be a whole concept that might be better dealt with in the comprehensive ordinance.
Okay. Councilmember Tibbetts?
Yeah, again, I'd like to clarify, since this was my idea, I'd like to be clear about it. This was my idea for the comprehensive. I don't think that we should be trying to enforce this on people who are used to operating a certain way right now. When the new ordinance comes out, I hope to see it in there and it applies to everybody, maybe with some ramp up time for people who are operating today that are used to a different system. But I think in terms of this ordinance, Mr. Mayor, we should leave it status quo and not have a cap.
Okay. Then we're back then to the conversation about overconcentration and individual land use designations. So I'm going to suggest out there and see where the council goes with the vote. The idea of not banning within any individual land use designation, grandfathering in the existing operators in good standing, and then putting in a 1,000-foot buffer for any new ones that are proposed during the urgency ordinance, and then leaving the conversation to the comprehensive ordinance down the road. Let's see if there's hands.
Could I get a clarifying question?
Yes.
Where do the 161 folks that are not registered fit into that?
I'll be honest, council member, if you haven't been operating under the rules and paying your TOT and your BIA, maybe we have a small buffer window, but I'm not that sympathetic to those folks.
I just have heard one of the speakers talk about other cities have done amnesty period. You've got X number of weeks to get online, otherwise, which I could support that, but I don't think I could support the way it was said.
I'm comfortable if we want to do a short amnesty period. I don't know what's reasonable, 2 weeks. What was that, council member?
My thought is that if you've been skirting the rules that, we give you, 14 days or something, or 28 days, but that you can no longer operate until the comprehensive ordinance comes out and provides guidance on new uses, because I don't consider you to be an existing use if you haven't been contributing.
Sherry?
My comment was actually related more to eliminating zoning districts. I just want to be clarify that you guys are including open space districts and things like that in saying that that non-hosted could be in any zoning district, or if we want to clarify that we just want to expand it to R2 and R3, because there's public institutional, there's open space, things like that I'm not sure. It's up to the council. Obviously, we would want to have non-hosted short-term rentals.
I'm thinking.
Here's the sausage.
All right, is council, so if we add R2 and R3, and I'm doing this a little bit out loud, so help me, Claire and Sherry. If we include R2 and R3, then what's excluded? I heard public institution, I heard open space, maker space.
Industrial, public institutional.
Sherry, you're muted.
I keep going back and forth. So if we include R2 and R3, we could include TVR, Transit Village Residential, if you guys wanted to open it up to that. It would still exclude mobile home park, motor vehicle sales, open space districts, industrial districts, public institutional districts, and any planned developments where short-term rentals are explicitly prohibited.
So we'd be adding in R2, R3, and TVR.
Yes, and from the little bit of research that I did based on who is operating now, that actually seems to encompass anybody that would have otherwise been excluded.
Okay, I can compromise and go that route. So let's see hands for adding in R2, R3, TVR, grandfathering in our existing operators. I'm going to suggest a 2-week amnesty period for those who have been operating, who will give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps they didn't know the rules. We'll make it very clear now that we know where they're at. To come into compliance. All right, we'll take them. We'll take them separate. So,
Mayor, question.
Yes.
Sorry. We haven't had any conversation about historic districts, and I have a feeling that we have well-run, hosted rental short-term rentals in historic districts. Is that not the case?
So historic districts. So given the proposal, adding in R2, R3, TVR, I don't think it makes any different designation for historic districts than it does anywhere else in the city. I'm seeing Sherry nod her head.
Okay.
I'll just clarify that historic is an overlay to a base district of R2, R3, CMU, SMU, whatever. So it would not have any exclusion in a historic district.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm starting to wonder with this level of sausage making going on, if we might be well served to leave a lot of this for the comprehensive ordinance. And again, just try to focus on what can we legally do to let the current operators continue to operate on a temporary basis until the permanent ordinance comes out. And then, I was supportive of doing for lack of a better term, a ban on any new people coming into the market in the next 5 months while the comprehensive ordinance is getting developed. And I thought I heard Sue say that we could do that, but we would have to go through another week or two of noticing. And knowing how this night's going to stack up, we're going to recess and this is all going to come back. You know, procedurally, might it make sense to just keep it as simple as possible, bring it back in a week with the moratorium later? I'm just throwing that out there to you.
All right, I'm going to suggest, since we're 5 hours in on this, rather than coming back in a week, we try to at least get some product if we can get there tonight. Happy to come back and have the conversation about moratorium. But the suggestion that I'll throw out, and I'll take it in two, is adding R2, R3, and TVR back in as permitted zonings, grandfathering in the existing good operators, and we'll come back and we'll talk about buffer and others in a minute. We'll start there. So add an R2, R3, TVR, and grandfather in operators in good standing at the moment. Let's see hands. Okay. And then allowing operators who have not, up to this point, registered with the city, a 2-week amnesty period to come into compliance. Hands?
And Mayor, will the staff have the capacity to deal with the flood? If in 2 weeks, it's a curiosity question. Do we have the capacity to deal with what could be a fair number of applications coming all at once?
How about, I'll go to Sherry, but the suggestion could also be that their application has to be in within 2 weeks with no guarantee that they get their approval within 2 weeks.
I like that.
Sherry?
So my question is actually a clarifying question. If we're talking about having this 2-week period to bring not really operators in good standing, but existing operators, if you will, into compliance, are we saying that they only have to apply for their permit and throughout the entire process of planning approval, they have the same benefit of being able to advertise, operate, and that type of thing? Because I don't think we're going to have any permit that's turned around in a day or two. I mean, these are going to take a little bit of time, especially because we'll have to, once they're approved, we still have to notice the neighbors, and it will take a little bit of time. And that was kind of the benefit of staggering the operators of good standing and giving them that 50 days so that we weren't inundated with, 197 plus permit applications tomorrow morning. We're almost there, on the day after, and then that others would have to wait that hadn't followed suit. So just if you could clarify what exactly you mean by that 2-week amnesty period and how that relates to what we're doing with the operators in good standing 50-day period.
I think what I heard from Councilmember Sweathelm was give folks an opportunity to come into compliance, give some folks the benefit of the doubt that perhaps they didn't know the rules, and now we're clarifying everything. And for me, that 2-week amnesty period doesn't mean that they are able to operate until they get approved. They still need to get approved. To me, that 2-week period was what is potentially the next question around creating a buffer between the folks who are in good standing, the folks who are currently in not in good standing, but then also before you have new people coming in who haven't been able to operate. That's what I was hoping to find. Claire?
Well, I don't know if this will help, but I'm going to offer it anyway. The current definition that we're proposing for operator in good standing sort of puts the line in the sand at October 7th. And the threshold upon which you can't even begin to be operator in good standing is that you've registered for TOT. So we could extend that date by 2 weeks or 2 weeks from tonight, whatever date, we could pick a date 2 weeks from tomorrow. And that could be the amnesty period in terms of, they do need to at least do that. They could do that online. What I don't want to do is commit to an action date on the part of the staff. I don't think we could do that. I think they can submit an application within 2 weeks from, say, tomorrow. I think we'll have our application up that they can start to fill out. And I think they can submit for TOT. I think they can get started. And that's what I would look for.
Councilmember?
Yeah. For me, the whole objective of this is to get people into voluntary compliance of our ordinance, no more, no less. And so what will incentivize that? And I think a 2 week is reasonable. Otherwise, yeah, then we start holding people accountable for not being in compliance with our ordinance.
And to that point, my whole thing is trying to protect our housing stock from people who've been behaving unscrupulously. I think that we ought to not allow them to operate.
So the suggestion that I heard from Claire is essentially move the operational date of the ordinance 2 weeks. And if folks come into compliance before then and become good operators, they're able to continue. If they don't, they're out. Is that correct, Claire?
Yes. They would be able to catch up to those that are pre-October 7th. They would be able to catch up by filing an application for a short-term rental and by registering for TOT.
Okay. So let's see hands for the operational date.
Mr. Mayor, may I just clarify? The effective date of the ordinance would still go, the ordinance will still go into effect tonight. What I understand Claire's proposal is the definition of operator in good standing would get moved from October 7th to 2 weeks from tonight or
I'd say
whenever.
October 27th, so 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Okay, 27th. And now, under the current ordinance, an operator in good standing then has 50 days to file to get their permit. Is that right? So that would then open that period up to anyone who had gotten registered with TOT and BIA by the 2 weeks. Is that correct? Did I state that?
So the 50-day period for the operators in good standing was before, that's how long they have to even just apply. And that however long it takes us planning to give them their approval, they're still allowed to continue business as usual as long as they're in compliance with all the regulations that go along with the ordinance and they're paying their TOT, that type of thing. So if we extend the operator in good standing period until the 27th, that's giving them 50 days to apply, whereas I think we were trying to say we wanted to keep that to a 2 week period. So I think we need to maybe consider adding different language that treats them as existing operators or something like that, to give them that 2 week period or whatever that ends up being. Unless we want to just give them 50 days to apply, which is what I thought I heard.
I think for me, and let me lay this out and see if there's a way to do it. For me, I want the folks who are not in good standing to have 2 weeks. And if they come into good standing, great, then they can then continue to move through the process just like a good operator right now. If they miss that 2 week period, then they can't.
And through the mayor, how are we going to communicate that? And we don't, if there are some, they don't know what they don't know. Some of them know and are just being, in defiance. But how do we get the word out to those that don't know what they don't know?
I'm looking to staff.
We don't know who they are, so there's really no way for us to reach out to them besides what we've been doing through the city connections, the website. We put stuff out on Nextdoor to all neighborhoods. We, put stuff on Facebook and Twitter. I don't know, outside of hiring a compliance company to tell us who these other operators are, I don't know how else we can reach them besides what we've tried to do so far.
That makes it. I mean, we don't know what they don't know what they don't know, and we can only do what we can do. So I guess that we're both in a bit of in a restricted environment, if you will. So it's a compromise.
If it helps, council member, we have a reporter that's in the audience that's been here for 5.5 hours, so that might help.
I'm sure it will.
Mr. Mayor, it looks like we got on slide, whatever slide this one is, 161 unregistered short-term rentals. Someone did a Google search, Wine Country short-term rental, July 31st, 2021. Wouldn't that be a place to start? And I know it's going to take an employee to do that, or volunteers. I mean, there might be some way to get some sort of notification, good faith effort. We're trying. Again, I would hope our local newspaper, our city connections, we're trying, but for me, it's a little bit easier. Yeah, you had this 2 weeks. If you didn't do it, I'm sorry, that ship has sailed. Right. But somehow we got up with 161.
Council member?
Thank you, Mayor. The unintended consequence, we go from 167, so all of a sudden we have 500 people that claim that they want to apply within the window. I do see that as an unintended consequence that causes concern. Thank you.
All right, so I'll see if there's a majority of folks to move the operator in good standing date to October 27th. Okay, I'm seeing a majority to do that. The final thing was adding in for operators in good standing or operators who come into good standing by October 27th, a 1,000-foot buffer that while the emergency ordinance is in place, we will not approve any new short-term rentals within that 1,000 feet. Let's see hands. Okay, that looks unanimous. Okay, so I'm going to read back to you.
Through the mayor, one last thing about that. Sorry, to go back one point to the operator in good standing. Are we comfortable with it if it comes back that we have like 1,000 new applications in the next 2 weeks? Not from a staff, can staff handle it, but from a policy perspective, are we okay with tons and tons of people just saying, I'm going to enter this market? Because we really have no way to verify. We're not going to be able to go, I mean, like Councilmember Schwedhelm said, you could go to this web scrape, but realistically, we're going to have to take people at their word. Really, anybody's going to be able to say, I'm an operator in good standing, I'm now registered to do this. Is that what we want to do?
Sherry?
We'd love to be able to hear you.
Maybe you wouldn't by now. No, my comment was actually directed towards the 1,000-foot buffer. We stated it as no new short-term rentals within that, and I want to make sure we mean hosted and non-hosted versus just non-hosted.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, Councilmember Fleming's bringing up a policy question, which has kind of been through this entire thing, which is even with that buffer zone in, or even folks coming into compliance right now for the operator in good standing amnesty period, for lack of a better way to put it, what if we have an influx of 1,000 people who suddenly say that they're operators in good standing?
So I'm assuming that the fee structure is still a component in this discussion. You'd be assuming that they're willing to pay that $1,100 fee.
Right, and then we would have,
through the process.
Tons and tons of cannabis-style evenings here of picking between one constituent and another. I just think that it leads to a lot of unintended consequences that if we're putting in sort of open door for a couple of weeks, followed by a over concentration policy. If you all want to stay here for those nights, I mean, that I'll be here, but was not my first choice.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
I'm wondering, there's got to be, I keep coming back to, this is intended to help people who have done this before, who are used to a certain way of doing things and maybe didn't understand the rules all the way, right? So they're going to have an Airbnb profile, I'm guessing. They're going to have emails from Airbnb, dating prior to 10/7 or whatever day we just landed on. Do you see what I'm saying? I think there could be some way to verify that it isn't just Jack Tibbetts wanting a good business opportunity, walking in tomorrow saying, hey, I want to get my ticket to the future Airbnb market here. I think the staff could ask for some sort of verification.
Okay, so I'll put that to a straw vote, requiring that the folks who are not currently in good standing show proof of prior operations during that 2-week period to be able to come into good standing. Let's see hands. All right, I'm only seeing 3. I'm seeing a lot of sideways looks on it. Councilmember?
I mean, ask me what proof you want and I'll produce it.
All right. Are there any other suggestions on how to handle that? Increased fee for folks who haven't been operating legally? I mean, there's a couple of other policy options we can throw out there. Because I understand Councilmember Fleming's concern. I think it is a concern that we'll hear from the public. It would be nice if, I want to make sure that folks who have been operating have a chance to come into compliance, but I'm looking for a way for us to limit people who haven't actually been operating, trying to jump in just because they hear that there's a deadline. Councilmember Tibbetts?
Yeah, I'd support that, and I think there's a logical and political nexus to what you're saying. We're defining good actors predominantly as somebody who has paid taxes in the past. Well, if they didn't pay taxes either knowingly or unknowingly by charging them a higher fee or some form of cost recovery for the city. So I'd support it.
This is in addition to the required fees to operate, the $1,100, $1,200.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I still think that's too high, but I recognize we're past that point now. Hope to see that come down in the comprehensive ordinance, but yes, that's in addition to the 1,100.
Okay. Is there any recommendation on, let's call it a compliance fee to come into compliance, what that should be for those operators?
Yeah, I have a question. What is the average TOT payment for an unhosted, and what's the average for a hosted on an annual basis?
I'm not sure that we could provide that. Alan, maybe you would have more information. I mean, we've seen, if you just do a quick Google search, you'll see that some places charge $1,600, $1,700 a night. Some are down in the $200 range. So, 9% of each of those would be a dramatically different amount. But I'm going to let Alan speak to that.
Yeah, the information that we have isn't broken down between hosted and not hosted. It's just total TOT. I have total TOT revenue amounts, and I'm not even sure our form goes into hosted or non. I'd have to double check that.
Where I'm driving at this, I think everyone can see, would be, a year or a percentage of a year of TOT to essentially make us somewhat whole for them getting to conduct business and not paying tax.
So
I'd be interested to hear from my council members what percentage that ought to be.
Mayor, if I may, in the staff presentation, there is a slide that's titled 161 unregistered short-term rentals. And on that slide, the median nightly rental rate is $225. And the average occupancy rate is 277 nights per year. So if you wanted to get an annual revenue figure based on that data, you just multiply the two numbers, which we can do in a moment here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we want to make it such that, you know, I think where my council members are coming in is wanting to give the existing operators an opportunity. So I think that we should base it off of that.
That's approximately $62,000 a year.
I don't know what your appetite is for a percentage of that. I'll leave it up to you guys.
So based on that, with a 12% TOT, 12%, right? It comes out to be about 7,500.
Mayor, it's clarification.
Councilmember.
So are we talking, we're basically talking a fine for, I mean, is that kind of the basic concept is they're going to be paying a fine for not coming into compliance earlier?
That's the direction that we're going. The intent is a barrier to entry for folks who have not been operating, so that you don't have people jumping in front as we're trying to get people in. Sherry?
I was just going to say that I have seen other jurisdictions that if somebody comes in to apply for a permit and it's been demonstrated that they have not been paying TOT and BIA, I've seen it from as much as 2 times the regular application fee up to, 5 times the regular application fee. So I didn't know if that was maybe something to put on the table.
My thought about doing this is actually not to fine people, but it's to, one, recoup our lost revenue and also differentiate between individuals who are operational and can bear it, and those, and dissuade people from pretending to be operators. So we might get a few people who are willing to pay that much to have the pleasure of operating, but I think most people would say that's not a startup cost they'd like to bear.
Again, I'm just going to suggest the easiest way to achieve this is to show proof that you've been operating prior, whether it's emails, whether it's an active Airbnb profile. There are ways that staff could verify. So I'm just going to throw that one out there. There were 3 votes for it. Is anybody willing to change their vote so that we can do that?
I will, Mayor.
Great. Okay. Now, so here's what I heard from council. So the existing ordinance plus the 5 amendments suggested by staff, adding in a due process or an appeal for the penalties, removing the bedroom limit for hosted, clarifying that if the owner lives on the parcel, that it is considered hosted, disclosure of cameras within the home, eliminating the section on daytime guests and parking, creating a city database or contact list of the point person or the contact person for each home, not considering children under 3 as part of the head count, adding in as allowable uses R2, R3, and TVR, grandfathering in good operators, allowing those who are not currently in compliance to show proof of prior operations and a 2-week period to come into compliance, amnesty with that start date of October 27th. And then once all that's dealt with, a 1,000-foot buffer from anyone who remains in good standing for new operations while this ordinance is in effect. I can give you the full list while we take a recess if that's helpful.
That generally matched my list, and the 2 clarifications that I would ask is you're eliminating the daytime guest limits, and then you said and parking?
There's a section in the daytime guest limits about the guests parking.
Okay. But just the park, you're only eliminating the parking limitations with respect to the day guests. Okay.
Correct.
And then with respect to I know we've been talking about it, but perhaps I'm a little bit confused. In terms of grandfathering in those folks that have been operating without being registered for TOT and BIA, they have until 10/27 to file for their TOT and their BIA.
Correct.
And
show proof of prior operation.
And they need to show proof of prior operation. And then at that point, they will be considered a operator in good standing, and they will have the 50 days to submit their application.
Correct.
Okay. I think I'm clear, but I do see Sherry has her hand raised, and I did want to ask if Sherry or Claire had questions.
As long as somebody understands the difference between the 2-week period and the 50-day period, because as we have it now, operator in good standing, we have the definition specifically saying registered for TOT and BIA assessments as of the 7th. So I was going to switch that up to the 27th, but that then does not allow anywhere in the ordinance that somebody has to apply for their permit within 2 weeks. If that makes any sense. They're given the same 50 days, but maybe I'm misunderstanding the mayor, but I thought he was saying he wanted them to apply within 2 weeks.
Let me clarify, and then we can figure out how to actually write it into the ordinance. And council, let me know if what I say is not what you heard. So for folks who are currently in good standing, they can start to apply immediately. For folks who are not in good standing, they have a 2-week period to register for their TOT and BIA and to show proof of prior operations.
Okay.
Once they have that, they become good standing, and then they go through the process just as a good standing operator does. I'm seeing nodding heads from council. Claire?
Having lived through an overconcentration clause on cannabis, I just want to put out for consideration the no new within 1,000 feet. We could have a situation where you have someone who's been abiding by TOT and is that original form of good operator get beat out by someone who's new, who's going to register for TOT within 2 weeks and could be first in line, right? And unless you specify, it's first come, first served.
To clarify, Claire, what the council said was in good standing or comes into good standing during that 2-week period can be near each other. It's any new application that comes in the door that's within 1,000 feet will not be allowed. So that way, those that are currently operating are unimpacted by it, but it would address any overconcentration issues going forward. while we have this ordinance in place. I'm not seeing
All
any
right,
council members jump up and say that I'm wrong.
We will learn a lot with this ordinance.
All right. Let's go ahead then. If staff is clear, let's go ahead and take 15, 20 minutes. What do you need, Sue?
I would ask, we've been keeping track of everything in a, offline. So I would really ask Sherry or Claire how long it'll take for staff to put this together. Is this a 15 or 20 minute effort?
Claire, I don't know. I'm thinking 30 minutes, but I also am looking at the time going, holy moly. So what do you think, Claire? Can we bust it out in 20 minutes?
Yeah, I think we can make a go in 20 minutes.
And Sue, can we, I don't know what the procedural term would be, pause this item while they do that, move on to 14.1, take 14.1 in public comment for non-agenda items, and then come back to finish this item once
Yes.
they have time to craft the item?
Yes, we can do that.
Great.
And Mayor, I am so sorry. I just thought of something else. When I read that original change to the operator in good standing definition as part of my original staff suggested recommendations, I need to strike that original definition and reread it to include the updated date.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think you've got the thumbs up from the council. Let's go ahead and make the amendments and then bring it back.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. And council, I know we've been going since 12:30. So if you need to take a dinner break, go ahead, feel free to step away from the dais, have some food, come on back, but we'll move on to 14.1 if there's no big objections. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. So staff is going to come back with language that I will be able to read because I have the item. It'll be included in the language in the ordinance. So they will be readying it for me, correct?
The answer is yes, council member. And what I'm being told is that staff actually does need a break. So we're going to go ahead. We'll take, let's say, a 10-minute break and then come back for item 14.1.
Sounds good.
All right. want food? All right, Madam City Clerk, let's see if we have a quorum.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Tibbetts?
Here.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
It's right there.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers? Mayor Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Here.
Thank you. Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Vice Mayor Rogers.
Great. Mr. City Manager, let's go on to item 14.1.
Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council, item 14.1 is a report and a request for a waiver of competitive bid and approval of 2 agreements for the city's In Response program with Catholic Charities and Buckaloo programs. John Cregan, captain in the Santa Rosa Police Department, will be presenting the staff report on this item.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. And I know it's been a long night, so we'll get right into this. Can we go to slide number 2? In May and June of this year, we saw a local and a national demand to reimagine policing in our communities. And I'm proud to say that the city of Santa Rosa heard these calls for change and has responded. We've developed a comprehensive plan and created a specialized team to respond to those experiencing mental health crisis, substance abuse concerns, and homelessness throughout our community. And how we've done that is starting hearing some of the demands from our community about the Cahoots program in Eugene, Oregon. We reached out as a city and entered into a consulting agreement with the Whitebird Clinic, which is the nonprofit organization which runs the Cahoots program in Eugene, Oregon. And we've been working with them over the last year very closely to help mirror a program for our community right here in Santa Rosa. We go to slide number 3. So what I'll get to for us is we've examined what they're doing right in Eugene, Oregon, really worked with comprehensively with some of our key community stakeholders, our city leaders, hearing from our community, and created what we really consider an even improved program from what they're doing in Eugene. We kind of refer to that affectionately as a Cahoots Plus model here, and I'll explain that. So what we've done here with our team that we're proposing, it's going to have licensed mental health clinicians as opposed to in Eugene, they actually have non-licensed mental health clinicians as part of a cost savings. But we've seen that we're going to get a much more enhanced level of service and expertise by having licensed mental health clinicians. We're also going to upgrade and have a paramedic versus an EMT. This is where we're going to build in the Santa Rosa Fire Department. It's been a key partner in helping us build and develop this team. And by having the paramedic, we're going to have a lot higher level of expertise in our field for medical evaluations and be able to work toward diverting more individuals away from our local emergency rooms. Also, we're all very aware of the acute homeless problem that we have here in the county of Sonoma and specifically in the city of Santa Rosa. So we're going to work to build with a homeless outreach specialist built into our van, which is not something that they have there in Eugene, Oregon. And then such a critical part that we're going to add is our holistic wraparound services. And this is going to be a group that are working to provide services to those who our team has contacted throughout the week, and then working on some of the upstream approach issues of making sure they're getting individuals, make sure they're going to doctor's appointments, getting their prescription meds filled, getting other assistance, and they're going to kind of help them navigate the rather complex system we have within some of our mental health and substance abuse programs here in Sonoma County. The key partners that are a part of our team are the Santa Rosa Fire Department. They'll be handling our medical response. The County of Sonoma, and through their behavioral health division, is going to be assisting us with their mobile support team. Catholic Charities is proposed to be the nonprofit, which is going to focus specifically on our homeless outreach efforts. And Buckaloo Programs is going to be providing 2 key parts, not only our wraparound services, but also like an administrative oversight of the team to work toward the day-to-day operations of working toward staffing, scheduling, and liaisoning with the police and fire department individuals. We're also in early works to be able to introduce Humanidad to our team, which is a local nonprofit which specifically focuses on our Latino community members, and we think that's going to be an integral part of our team. We go to slide number 4. So we've presented to the Public Safety Subcommittee several times over the last year to keep our council members aware, but also our community. And as you all know, in this last fiscal year, the council awarded $1.1 million toward one-time funding for this fiscal year to launch the pilot program of this year. And we've still been working to build up the capacity and the staffing and get these contracts finalized to be able to get this program off the ground. We go to the next slide. For our community who hasn't heard this before, it's important to understand the scope of our services. This team is going to be focused on the most predominantly of those struggling with mental illness in our community, but obviously going to work with a wide array of other things, with people with substance abuse, with alcohol intoxication. They're going to be doing welfare checks on those in our community. Our medical team will be providing basic medical aid for suicidal or self-harm calls. Another important part is going to be delivering death notifications. So currently a police officer and a chaplain goes out there. Now we're going to be able to reduce having an officer go to those calls. Requests for transportation, like we talked about, to assist those with getting meds filled and doctor's appointment. And this is so important because this part of the program really helps reduce getting people the services they need before they go into crisis. So you're never getting that call to 911 because our team is focusing on some of these issues before they go into crisis. And we're also obviously working with our unsheltered population and assisting with people with mental health and substance abuse issues and get some of the permanent and supportive housing they need and emergency shelter resources. Can we go to the next slide? So we have to make sure that we're very clear on some of the service restrictions. And we talked about this extensively in some of our community education, but here for tonight to make sure that our team understands that everyone on our team is not armed. They're not performing law enforcement duties. They're going to be wearing, we have a slide coming up that we'll talk about. They're just going to be wearing polo shirts, blue jeans, tennis shoes. They have little ball caps that are distinctly look different than a police officer, but they're not going to have pepper spray or any type of weapons with them. But with that, we have to make sure that we're ensuring the safety of our team. And this team is not going to go to service calls that involve crimes, and then they're not going to go to calls involving hostile people, potentially dangerous situations, or emergency medical issues. And that's where we would still have to call an ambulance and a fire engine to those. These are handling more low-level medical calls and doing some of the medical observations and checks on the individuals who we're having mental health and substance abuse calls with. And then obviously all calls will be within the city limits of the city of Santa Rosa, since the city of Santa Rosa is paying for this team. We can go to the next slide. Calls for service are going to be received to our dispatch center, and this is modeling off of what they're doing in Eugene, Oregon, because it's much more expensive and complicated to set up a separate dispatch team for this, and the training and equipment that comes with that. So we're focusing on training our dispatch team to be able to evaluate these calls, triage them, and make sure they're sending the right resource to the issue and our problem that our community is facing at that time. So all calls will be received through the Santa Rosa Police Department 911 Dispatch Center. They'll be able to dispatch those directly to this team. So our team is going to have a police radio and a mobile data computer in their van. They'll be able to communicate just like a police officer or a firefighter does directly with the dispatchers. And that also is going to be a safety perfection for them, that they're going to be able to call for assistance if they need that, because they're going to have direct communication with our police dispatch center. We're working on some extensive dispatch protocols that make sure that our dispatchers are clear on what the criteria for this team to assist with, and to make sure that our team feels comfortable and safe on the calls that they're responding to. Next slide, please. So this is something that really brings a smile on my face, because we put a lot of work into this, and this was such a team effort, not only with our internal city team, but really got a lot of community feedback on this. So we didn't want to use the same name Cahoots like they're using in Eugene, Oregon. We wanted our own unique team here that meets the needs of our own unique community. And so we really worked on getting a lot of community feedback. We went through dozens of different names and little taglines and colors. And what we ended up coming to is In Response. And In Response was really symbolic to us, meaning that we wanted to be a constant reminder that this team was created and built in direct response to the cry from our community for a different police model. So it's in response to that. We chose the color green because it's the mental health awareness color. We have the arms right here in the O, which is supposed to be going toward like a comforting or warm feeling that our team has. And our tagline here of the mental health support team, we want to be continually emphasizing about this team is here to support those in our community, provide assistance that we've never had provided here in the city of Santa Rosa. And we wanted to also make sure we were staying away from distinct colors like blue or red that represent fire or police. We want to make it very clear when people see it on the uniforms, when they see it on the car, that this is not a police vehicle that's responding to assist their family member who may be in need. And we worked with a local branding company here, the city of Santa Rosa, who helped us create this and kind of use their expertise with that. And our city communication team was also a key part of that. If we go to the next slide. So this is just, we're still working on getting our vans, which has been quite a struggle with some of the national shortages with vehicles and microtrips across America. This is just a mock-up. So we're going to order these white Ford Transit vans that look similar to this, and we're going to have the in response on the side of it. It's going to look a little prettier once we get ours actually done, but this is the mock that I want everyone to see in our community about that. It distinctly does not look like a police car, and it's going to be very clear when it's coming up to a call for service or driving around in our community that it's such a separate and distinct response vehicle. If we go to the next slide. So this is actually a picture from some of my individuals I'm working with in Eugene, Oregon. So this is the Cahoots team right here. So we're modeling our vehicle identical to their vehicle there. So they have the white Ford Transit van as well. You're going to see just the writing on the side. And then our team members is stressing again, we're going to be modeling what they're doing in Eugene with the khaki pants or blue jeans. We have our polo shirts are gray because it goes with our logo. So we have gray polo shirts with our in response and gray ball caps. And they're going to be doing, so when you look at this team, they don't have some of the triggers that we've heard from our community of members that get triggered, are community members that fear the uniform, and especially someone armed with a gun. So you look at this team as something who's going to be very responsive, doesn't come off as intimidating, and can really, I think that we're going to be able to see a greater calls for service because people are going to feel so much more comfortable, not only with the enhanced level of education from this team, but even the look of the vehicle and their uniforms. If we go to the next slide. So what does success look like? And I know that's a question we've been getting a lot from our community, and we certainly expect to get from our city leaders here as we invest this money. So one of the things that we're looking for is that we believe, obviously, what we talked about, that we're going to have a better response model for those in crisis in our community. We know right now that we have some community members that will not call the police department for fear. And their fear is that maybe their young daughter, son, husband, wife, whoever it may be, is going to get in a confrontation with law enforcement and they could get harmed. They could even worse, end up getting in some type of fatal confrontation with law enforcement. So they choose not to call the police department. We believe that they're going to be able to reach out for this service. We believe, obviously, the holistic wraparound services is going to be such a crucial part that doesn't exist right now in our city. We believe that will divert calls from both the police department and the fire department that are going to be able to go to this. We've talked in some of the early presentations that we're estimating with a full 24/7 response model that we could see in excess of 5,000 police calls a year that get diverted to this team. We're looking, what we talked about, for more people calling in for the level of service. We expect to see a dramatic diversion from our local emergency rooms with people with low-level medical issues are going to be able to evaluate it with our team and then also get directly transported to our crisis stabilization unit and the Orinda detox facility and not have to go through local ERs. One thing that I'm really excited about is I believe that we're going to see a decrease in our jail bookings. So many times over and over, we see those in a mental health crisis that commit some type of low-level crimes, and they end up get treated just for the criminal offense and sitting unnecessarily in our local county jails. So this team is going to be able to work to be able to evaluate what is the root cause of the issue, and it may not be a criminal offense that's occurring, but they're really needing mental health or substance abuse training and to be able to provide a better level of service for that. And then what we're really excited to be able to work with our large homeless population here in the city of Santa Rosa is to be able to work with our housing and community services and with our homeless program manager here in the city, and obviously with our local nonprofits, to be able to increase the number of unsheltered individuals in our community receiving emergency shelter placement. If we go to the next slide. So some more indicators of success. So we're going to be really evaluating, and the data comprehension and analysis for us is going to be critical. And that's going to be that we're going to be tracking on the team, and we'll be working with the crime analyst team here at the police department. But we're going to be really examining about obviously the calls for service that are diverted within the police and fire. If we're seeing an increase in calls for service, the shelter placements, we're really going to be looking about what are some of the cost savings that we're seeing in the city in the long run. So we're going to be looking at a host of these issues, and we'll be reporting out in our next slide. We'll talk about some of our reporting mechanisms that we're going to come up with. If we can go to the next slide, if you don't mind. So continuing to report back that, we're going to have our team has built in a steering committee that we're going to be having, and the steering committee is going to be composed of representatives from the police, the fire department, from each of our nonprofits which are involved, our local hospitals, and some of the other key community organizations who are part of the success of our team. We're going to have a stakeholder group, and that's where we're going to have key families like NAMI Sonoma County. We're going to be working with some of our other mental health providers, our homeless providers, our substance abuse, and other key community organizations are going to be part of that group. And then obviously we'll be coming back frequently to our city council public safety subcommittee, reporting back to them on the progress in our team, what the data collection has been so far, and where we are as we progress toward expanding this team and our hours in the future. Can we go to the next slide? So our next step, we're going to be continuing to work with with the fire department, with behavioral health. We're evaluating, Petaluma Police Department has started a reduced team, and we're working closely with them in the city of Rohnert Park, and then REDCOM, which is our medical dispatch program. We're working on continuing on how we're going to track some of our internal success. We're here tonight to be able to get the nonprofits to be able to fund it, and we're still working toward launching 10 hours a day for 7 days a week in November of this year. So we're just weeks away from being able to do a soft start with this team. If we go to the next slide. So here's a common question that we've asked about how quickly are we going to be able to get to the 24 hours? And really right now, the two things that hold us back from the 24-hour, 7-day a week is funding and then the capacity of us hiring the staff. So we're starting off with the 10 hours a day for 7 days a week. We've already received the city council funding for the $1.1 million. And so we're going to be off to a start with that. To be able to go to the 17 hours, which is our next model, it would be an addition of $865,000 to what we have now. Now we're working aggressively towards some local private funders to be able to fill that gap. And also we've applied from some county, state, and federal grants to be able to work toward bridging that gap. And we'll have more information coming to council in the coming weeks and months once we're able to finalize some of this other funding options to be able to support our invaluable program. And that's going to help us getting back toward this 24/7 model. And we'll have to evaluate how much funding we're able to get from the private funders, from the county's Measure O program, and from other state and local funding grant opportunities that we're working on. And we'll be able to report back to council at the end as we start the budget hearings in 2022, looking at the 2022-2023 fiscal year, and be able to see how large that funding gap is at this point. And then also be able to report back to council about what is our data showing, how successful this team has been. And then we can make an informed decision as a city about where we want to go from there and how quickly we can reach this full 24/7 response model. We go to the next slide. So I know this is a very late night, so we were going through this quickly, but I wanted to make sure that our community and each one of our city leaders was able to hear the important steps we've made with this program. So what we're asking for tonight is that the city council, by 2 separate resolutions, waive the competitive bidding process for Catholic Charities and Buckaloos, and that we would enter into 3-year agreements with each of these organizations, and the combined total for each of these organizations would be the 1.473, and that's the combined for both Catholic Charities and Buckaloo at the end of a 3-year contract. And we're asking for the waiving of the competitive bid process because we've heard such an immediate cry from our community to get this team off the ground as quickly as we can, and to be able to respond to really the crisis that we have in our community of those experiencing mental health concerns, substance abuse, and homelessness. And this is the fastest way that we can provide this level of service to our community. And at the end of this 3-year contract, we'll be able to evaluate the success of this program and be able to go out to a competitive bid process at that time. So I know I was very quick going through this, but I'd like to take any questions from the mayor or council that you may have on this.
Thank you so much, Captain. Councilmember Fleming, you have a question?
I have a brief, I know it's late, I hate to bug you with a question, but you did mention one thing about diversion from emergency to crisis stabilization. And one of the challenges that we're currently having at crisis stabilization is that everybody who comes to us, we have to send out to the emergency department for COVID clearance. So that may be something to keep in mind, that everybody who comes in until the nut gets cracked. So I don't know if your team would have the ability to do rapid tests or something. And it's really beyond me as to why we can't do it at CSU, given that but anyway, I don't want to lose my job today. Why don't you consider maybe a way to get that done without going through the emergency department as a way to not overburden that service? That would just be my comment.
Yeah, that's an important question and one that we've evaluated. So I meet with the Behavioral Health Director, Bill Carter, quite regularly on this, and then Sid McCoy, who runs the CSU, she joins us in the meeting. So we posed that question about having our paramedic has that higher level of medical training, be able to provide the rapid test, which is pretty simplistic to apply, and be able to avoid that. So they're considering that, and that'll certainly be a county decision in the long run, but that's something that we pose to them, and our hope is that we could provide a rapid test in the field with our paramedic and their training and expertise providing that rapid test and being able to read the results, and then be able to assure the CSU staff that they've passed that test or that they haven't come back positive on that test, and then divert them from the ER. So I'll keep you posted on that, and we're working with CSU to get that approval.
Councilmember Sweatto.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, John. Can you just give us an update on another potential funding stream if we get to 24/7 with the Cahoots Act in the Medicare or Medicaid reimbursement? Where are we at with that?
So that's an important one, and we've been working with Congressman Thompson's office. He's been very supportive of this program and looking at some of the federal funding. So with the Cahoots Act, they passed where simplistically that you'd be able to charge getting some of the Medicare funding. But right now, the federal legislators wrote it that it would have to be a 24/7 response model to be eligible for that. So right now, with us starting at the 10 and then working toward the 17, we wouldn't meet that criteria. But we're working with Congressman Thompson's office to see what changes can be made for that and how our team can, as quickly as possible, meet that criteria. And we're really looking at a host of other federal funding options. And as we see our federal legislators see the importance of these teams and help them grow across the country, I think we're going to see more federal funds coming toward supporting these teams. And we're excited about the possibility of getting some of those funds and using them to expedite our team getting the full capacity.
So just to confirm, the act has been signed into law?
No, it has not been signed into law at this point. And that's why we've given strong consideration from our perspective about the limitations of putting the 24/7 into that.
Great, thank you.
Council, any other questions? All right, let's open it up for public comment. If you're interested in providing comment on this issue, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on Zoom. I see nobody making their way towards the microphones here in chamber. So we'll start with Eric, followed by Gregory.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. And I also appreciate this program coming to fruition. It's been, fairly rapid to pull it together. When I was looking online, it looks like the effort started in mid 2020, like around August 2020. And so, I appreciate within that time that you've made a deliberate effort to engage the community, to get feedback from stakeholders, to have a serious in-depth look at how other jurisdictions operate. And again, I want to applaud your effort for doing that. I can't help, though, but compare and contrast that with the thing that we're mired in with today. And, it's really sort of stunning, the difference. So on the one hand, when you want robust public involvement, you can do that, ironically, in the same time frame of the other issue that we're dealing with today, which had no stakeholder engagement, was built on a bed of lies, which the Cahoots or this program isn't. And it just really strikes me that really the conversation is about mental health. And yet, by abrogating just processes, public involvement, what are you doing to people's mental health that you're dragging through the mud in this process that's still ongoing this evening? When on the one hand, you're investing time in creating robust mental health support programs. It's just, again, one of these things that the city, it sort of amazes me, actually, where you can just sort of go like a pinball machine with no real rhyme or reason. I suppose there's rhyme and reason if you dig down to it. Mental health is a crisis that's obvious. The other thing that we're dealing with is a political football. So, again, I appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate your comments. Gregory?
Greetings. My name is Gregory Farron. I want to thank John and all of the people who've been putting this together. The homeless community has been waiting for it for a long time and advocating for it, and it's going to be a terrific program. The advice I want to give you, however, is I didn't hear anything in there about the participation of or the involvement of lived experience homeless and people who are going to be served. I can tell you, because most people know I'm pretty much an advocate of finding money. I'm on several large foundations, and I'm also involved with some local fundraising and grant writing. And I can tell you that the writing is clearly on the wall for most state and federal monies, that unless you involve them in the process of both planning and evaluating programs, you're not going to get that money. Every grant that I've seen lately, especially the large ones, is demanding that participation by those being served is essential in the evaluation and in the design. And though I heard agencies, and I want you to understand there's a very different point of view in evaluating and deciding on things between agency staff and those they serve. You're not going to get very far, John. I can't advocate for the program with a straight face at the same time we're advocating on the COC board and lots of other areas that lived experience be involved. We're doing a lot of things to get them involved in the process. And I just didn't hear that in your description of how you're putting the program together, how you're evaluating it, how you're making decisions. They seem to be left out. And I think that's a weak part of your grant writing process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gregory. It's the last hand that I see. Do we have any pre-recorded voicemail public comments?
We do not.
Okay. Captain, I'm going to give you a chance to respond to that question about lived experience. And is there a way that we are incorporating those voices? And if not, is there a way we can incorporate those voices?
Gregory, you bring up a really good point. And so we have NAMI Sonoma County has been a key part of this conversation and helping us create this team from day one. And we are going to incorporate two elements of lived experience, and they're going to be in our stakeholder group. So we have NAMI Sonoma County. They teach a peer-to-peer class where they have someone who's struggled with mental illness, and they teach the other peers of those struggling in our community, and they're going to have a stakeholder. And then we're going to work with Catholic Charities to be able to get someone from living from the homeless community to be part of the lived experience on our team. So they're both going to be part of our key stakeholder group, and that stakeholder group is going to be meeting regularly, evaluating the success of our team and helping us create this team as we get it off the ground. And we'll look for other opportunities and using some of the different organizations and other nonprofits in our community that are going to get to be invited to be part of that local nonprofit. But we have from day one had both someone from the lived experience from our homeless community and from the mental health community who will be part of that stakeholder group. I hope that answers the question.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay. Councilmember Fleming, you have the item.
It's my great honor and pleasure to introduce this item, and I think that I speak on behalf of so many of us in the community and on the council in saying that it's really exciting to be bringing this forward, and thank you to all of your hard work. So with that, the first of two resolutions. Resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa waiving competitive bidding pursuant to Section 3-08.100D of the Santa Rosa City Code and approving the agreement with Buckaloo Programs, a California nonprofit corporation, to provide program implementation services to the city for the In Response program, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Second.
It's a motion by Councilmember Fleming and a second by Councilmember Schwedhelm. Let's go ahead and call the vote.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Councilmember Tibbetts is recused from this item.
Oh, thank you for the reminder. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers? Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Vice Mayor Rogers absent and Councilmember Tibbetts recusing.
Resolution 2, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa waiving competitive bidding pursuant to Section 3-08.100D of the Santa Rosa City Code and approving the agreement with Catholic Charities of the Diocese of Santa Rosa to provide program implementation services to the city for the In Response program, and waive further reading of the text.
I'll second.
Councilmember Fleming with a second from Councilmember Alvarez. Councilmember Sawyer was slow yet again. Are there any final comments on this item before we go to a vote? I just want to thank you, Captain, for everybody who's been working so hard on this item. I think In Response, as you've explained what the name is supposed to encapsulate, is the perfect name for it, quite frankly. I think that that's what you're doing is you're responding to the community. We're going to have a better response to these types of calls. I just really want to appreciate everybody who's been working on this, and thank you to the subcommittee for driving this process as well.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to add one last thing to tag on to that, that the graphic, I think, does a really great job of visually demonstrating the care that we're going to be providing to the community. So just well done all the way around. I'm really excited for its inaugural ride.
And Madam City Clerk, if you could call that vote.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers? Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Vice Mayor Rogers absent and Councilmember Tibbetts recusing.
All right, thank you so much, Captain. Before we go back to item 15.1, we have no written communications, and we'll do public comment for non-agenda items.
You guys aren't going to pass until past midnight if you can't hurry up.
So if we can go ahead and see if you're providing comment for non-agenda items, feel free to raise your hand. I'm seeing nobody in the chambers. So we'll go to Eric, followed by Gregory.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I rise on this agenda item to speak about, well, first of all, my name is Eric Frazier with truthinTourism@gmail.com. So I rise to speak specifically about the lack of transparency that seems to be surrounding the selection of a new city manager. I haven't seen any public hearings on this. When I requested through public records requests on 9/21, next request number 21-1133, where I was inquiring about any advertisements, responses, headhunter firms that were hired to aid in the search, anything really. Even at this late date, I haven't received any responsive documents. And so it leads me to believe that this process might be some sort of inside deal, some inside track. And of course, we know the power of that city manager's job, especially since we have so many ambiguous laws and processes and policies in the city. And, probably even be adding more of them, that the city manager has a great power, really, to, by administrative fiat, create new law practically. And I'm concerned that what's being planned behind closed doors might be an extension of what we see as a corrupt environment that's caused by this BIA scandal and the rise of this funded tourism economy, where there's been millions of dollars that have not been accounted for properly. And so, on behalf of my fellow residents, I would hope to find more transparency in selecting the new person to take over as city manager. And I can't really explain, I can't explain to other people who say, well, isn't that a transparent process? I can't really explain why it isn't and why on every city council agenda there isn't an update on this. And I think you're passing over the opportunity of engaging people that come from a minority or from an outside point of view. You're just really setting it up for some sort of inside play. We need to grow out of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Gregory?
This is Gregory Farron again. My wife just told me the only thing that you guys probably want to hear from me is you're adjourned or something to get you out of that council. You've been there a long time, but I know you also like hearing about how Santa Rosa is a pilot for the rest of the state and is selected for its excellence. So I want to give you an example that you probably don't know about. A couple of months ago, the Benioff Center on Vulnerable Populations announced a study in 8 counties of California in which they would hire recently homeless and homeless themselves to interview 350 to 400 in this county at the Arlene Francis Center this week and next week and the following week, and administer a survey, which they're going to ask a lot of questions that we've all wanted to ask. And it's one of 8 counties. We're the first county. We're what they chose to test this out first and get it right. And they spent all last week training the surveyors. Kara Young, Dr. Young from back east was brought out, and the UCSF team is up here. And this week, today and yesterday, they began asking homeless questions in a long survey. Homeless Action is having a welcome lunch on Friday for the staff who are asking the questions and the staff from UCSF. And I'm here to ask that either the mayor or the vice mayor come join us for lunch. The lunches are being provided by the living room. They're the lunches the living room prepares, and we've asked them to prepare 15 more, and we're going to be there at 12 o'clock on Friday to welcome this team and this study and to thank them for choosing Sonoma County and to be here in our community. That's all, and I hope you take us up on it. It's going to be a wonderful lunch, and I think we all need to get to know them. They need to get to know us and hear that we are appreciative of their being here, and we look forward to the results of their survey.
Thank you so much, Gregory. And if you could email me the details, I'll do my best to try to be there. Madam Deputy City Clerk, do we have any pre-recorded public comments?
We do. One moment.
Item 13, public comment for non-agenda items. Name is Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. The city has been spending a lot of money for what they call a community engagement department. It came about after the Andy Lopez killing and the dissatisfaction with government response by many citizens. And this community engagement department seems more about just having another bureaucracy instead of actually doing authentic community engagement with citizens throughout the city. It may be occurring in some other areas, but here in Roseland, it's been very deficient. It's not reaching out to longtime Roseland residents, many of whom had tried to be actively involved in positive activities for the future of Roseland, attended meetings, participated when they could, spoke up in a positive manner, and yet then get ignored down the road. The dilemma that we face right now, excuse me, is that many folks are becoming disenchanted, not just because of dissatisfaction with the decisions that city officials and politicians make, but outright feeling that they're being ignored, and that this whole community engagement department is almost a fraud. It's money being spent in a big way and bureaucracy built, people getting jobs and pensions, but not really invigorating our democracy or really helping community members who, especially coming from disadvantaged, underserved areas, have been historically ignored and neglected. That benign neglect of racism and classism that's looked down the nose at those low-income people from areas like the Roseland Creek neighborhood. Please, at least reinvigorate that community engagement department so they'll come out and talk to a lot more people, not just the old standbys they've been going to, apparently. We're uncertain who they actually talk to, and we can't find folks that they've engaged with. So maybe you could put out an email or some sort of a written comment about who these folks are and where they can be contacted so that there'll be some true authentic community engagement for the Roseland Creek neighborhood, Shepherd, and Roseland neighborhoods, the lowest in the Human Development Index of the Portrait of Sonoma County. This next census might show it's not even any better, but we would hope with the millions being spent on community engagement, you folks could come and tell us in person. Thank you.
That concludes public comment received via voice message.
Thank you so much. Madam City Attorney, are we ready to go back to 15.1 with the proposed text amendments?
Yes, we are.
This is Councilmember Sawyer's item. I think his request was to make sure that he had the language in front of him. I think the urgency ordinance language is going to be the same. And so perhaps what you can do is help him craft a motion with the proposed amended language. Does that work for you, council member?
Yes, I could just read the ordinance and then refer to the changes, or just have the city attorney add those changes to my language. I think I can make it. I can read it in such a way that it would open that door.
All right, let's do that.
If that works. Okay. So I'll introduce an ordinance, an urgency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code to add Section 20-48, short-term rentals, to include regulations and operational standards for short-term rentals, plus the changes articulated by our city attorney now.
Second.
And thank you, council member. I am going to, though, I am happy to walk through the changes that have been made, but I also know that Sherry and Claire are here, and that Sherry has been actually the one making the changes, and I would offer if she would like to walk through them, I'm happy to if you prefer that I do. But I know there is.
Let's go ahead and let Sherry get this one across the finish line.
Great, thank you.
Yay. Okay, so we'll start with page 4, the fourth whereas, which is whereas pursuant to section 36934 and 36937, et cetera. We are striking that based on the fact that we do not have 7 council members present. And then we can scroll down to.
If I may, we could share the screen so that you can visually see these amendments, because there are so many. Maybe
Yeah,
for the
please
sake
do.
of the public, that would be best.
That's a great idea. Thank you, Claire.
So we are now going to move to page 7, and we will be looking at item I, the definition of a hosted short-term rental. We're going to modify it to read a short-term rental where the host lives and sleeps in the dwelling unit or lives and sleeps in another legal dwelling unit on the same parcel throughout the short-term rental period. Striking, no more than 2 bedrooms in the dwelling may be used as a short-term rental, but keeping hosted short-term rentals shall be allowed only in the host's primary residence. Moving down to adding a new definition, item L, new operator, a short-term rental owner that is not registered for TOT and BIA assessments as of October 27th, 2021. Moving down to renumbered item O, operator in good standing, to read, modify to a short-term rental operator who has registered for TOT and BIA assessments as of October 27th, 2021, and provided proof of prior operation during 2021. Scrolling down to page 9, section 20-48.040, adding to modifying to include the language, a short-term rental permit may only be issued to an owner, capital O, and only for a dwelling unit at a fixed location and address. We're simply adding the words to an owner and only to that section. Section 20-48.040B, application submittal. Number 1, operators in good standing. We are changing the number to within 51 days of the effective date of this ordinance by December 3rd, 2021. And that's given the fact that we are now at October 13th. Changing 20-48.040B1A, operators in good standing may continue to rent, offer, or advertise a short-term rental at the location specified in the short-term rental permit application while obtaining required city approvals, except as specified in subsection B below, striking section C. So we are striking section 20-48.040 B1B and renumbering. We're adding section 20-48.040 B, section 2, new operators. Item A, new operators may not apply for a short-term rental permit until after December 3rd, 2021. B, new operators may not propose short-term rentals within 1,000 feet from the property line of a short-term rental owned by an operator in good standing. C, new operators shall obtain a short-term rental permit prior to renting, offering, or advertising a short-term rental. Moving on to section C, application requirements, striking items 2 and 3 and renumbering as follows. Adding section, let me get back up there, make sure we're still in the same one, 20-48.040 adding a new section I, appeals, to read as follows. The procedures related to appeals and revocation in Division 6 Zoning Code Administration shall apply following issuance or denial of a short-term rental permit. On to page 12, occupancy limits, B, adding language that the occupancy maximum shall not exceed 10 short-term renters, including children over the age of 3. Changing item C, daytime guests, to read as follows. Daytime guests shall be allowed to visit the property at any time between the daytime guest hours of 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. We had some good discussion about this and are concerned about some unintended consequences that could happen with this, and have some proposed language as an alternative. We were concerned that if a short-term rental does not have a maximum daytime guests, they could have, say, 10 short-term renters overnight and invite 50 people over during the day. And there would be no enforcement or way to prevent that from happening. So in discussions with police and fire and code, we decided to propose alternative language that would say, in addition to the maximum number of short-term renters allowed pursuant to 20-48.060B, daytime guests shall be allowed to visit the property at any time between the daytime guest hours of 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. The maximum number of daytime guests shall be equal to 2 times the maximum occupancy for the short-term rental. So what we're trying to achieve here is that if there are 10 short-term renters, then 10 guests would also be able to visit during the day. Or if you want to go even farther, we could do that. Scrolling down to page 13, item B, life safety requirements, adding item 2, all video surveillance or any mechanism that can be used to capture or transmit audio, video, or still images on site shall be disclosed to short-term renters. And then renumbering as follows. Item D, I apologize, advertising and listing requirements. Because we struck item C, item B from above, now it's renumbered to 1A and B. And then I'll give the section number again because it's been a minute since I've done that. 20-48.070, section E2, reword to say, upon permit approval, the city will provide mailed notice of permit issuance, local contact information, and short-term rental limits to property owners and tenants within 600 feet of the short-term rental unit. And then the only other change is to the last page of the ordinance, page 17 of 17, updating the in-council duly passed and adopted this 13th day of October 2021. So the only thing that we would need to potentially have further discussion on is whether you guys would still want to have no limit on daytime guests or accept the proposed language.
All right, thank you, Sherry. And I did have one question. The way that I read the amendments that you scrolled through could potentially open the door for somebody who is in good standing as an operator to propose a new location that's within 1,000 feet, so long as they're in good standing by the operational date. Does that make sense? The section with the 1,000-foot buffer, I think by you placing it within the discussion of new operators, which by definition is different than the in good standing operators, it would seem to me that the 1,000-foot buffer does not apply then to folks who are in good standing who propose a new operation.
Boy, that is a very good point. Boy, anybody have some advice on how to reword that? Because that is not the intent of what we're trying to say here. So what we're trying to say is that no new short-term rentals
So here's my suggestion. You take that language, and you have a portion of the of a separate section of the ordinance that becomes operational on a specific date, which is a date that is once our good operators and our folks who come into compliance are at that point. So you have an enactment date for the 1,000-foot buffer that goes into place before new ones can be proposed, but is after the compliance. Does that make sense?
It does. So maybe we could say application submittal by, oh, I hear somebody making noise. Help me. Do I hear somebody willing to offer something, or was that just a random background noise?
Well, I'll weigh in.
Please.
The provisions on the operator in good standing, those applications must be submitted by December 3rd.
Right.
So any new short-term rentals would come in after December 3rd.
Right, and we have that language, but what Mayor Rogers is suggesting is that because we call them new operators,
right,
he makes the point that somebody that is one of these operators in good standing could then come in with an application for one that is within 1,000 feet, even though it would be a new short-term rental use, but not a new operator.
Right, and so I had two options. One is to change that number 2 to new short-term rentals, so that applications for new short-term rental permits for new short-term rentals, may not be submitted until after December 3rd. So would have no new submissions from now until December 3rd. The other way to do that would be to still keep this as new operators, but take B into a new section 3, which would be
could we do application submittal by December 31st, 2021, and have it only be that, and then have application submittal after December 3rd, 2021, and include,
right.
Would that solve it? That wouldn't solve it, though.
Let's go ahead and work on that for a couple of minutes and see if we can come up with something. I'll bring it back to council for the discussion about the daytime guests language.
Yeah, okay.
While you all work on that, Councilmember Tibbetts?
Yeah, my feeling is that this is something that we can probably do without. I'm happy to support it. I seconded the motion if it's in the paperwork, but I think that that's one of those details that should come in the comprehensive ordinance.
Councilmember Fleming?
My concern is, can staff remind me, did you say 2 times the number of nighttime guests? So if you have 10, because you said 2 times the number, and then you said for a total of 10 guests plus the 10 nighttime, so I need that reread.
Yes, so just to clarify for guests, while they're working on the other language, it is basically you would not be able to more than double the occupancy in total. So yes, if based on occupancy and bedrooms and whatnot, if you maxed out at 8, then you couldn't have any more than 8 guests during the day.
So the concern I have is on the larger places, the places that like say sleep 16 and having an additional 16. I would maybe tie it to, the amount of guests that have an additional 50%, and say that the cars, that there needs to be parking for those additional guests.
Well, as you can see in the subsection B, the total maximum is 10. You can't exceed 10.
Oh, then I'd say, I think five more is reasonable. I mean, 20 is a lot of people to have at a residential place. But, I mean,
So that's the issue we're trying to reconcile. We, not having a limit, we don't know how we would enforce that. So we're looking to council for direction on guests.
And if I might,
Councilmember Sawyer and then Tibbetts.
thank you, sorry to interrupt. Not only would 20 be a fairly high number, but they would also be there from potentially from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. So that's a lot of extra people all day long.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Sorry, Mayor, that hand was old.
All right, so we'll do the straw poll. Hands up if you want to accept the alternate language that would put the cap at twice the maximum during the day. That's the 20.
If I may, Mayor, we need to reword that. It's a little confusing. So how it really should read is that, I'm sorry, let me get back down to it. I'm trying to work on two things at once. That the maximum number of daytime guests shall be equal to the maximum occupancy for the short-term rental. Not 2 times, because that would then imply the 20 could arrive in addition to the 10, and we were just trying to make it equal to. Does that make sense, or should I reread it?
Go ahead, reread it one more time.
So in addition to the maximum number of short-term renters allowed pursuant to 20-48.060B, daytime guests shall be allowed to visit the property at any time between the daytime guest hours of 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. The maximum number of daytime guests shall be equal to the maximum occupancy for the short-term rental.
Okay.
So if 10 are allowed, 10 short-term renters, 10 daytime guests, 8 short-term renters, 8 daytime guests.
Okay, that's clear to me. Council, let's see hands for accepting that language, or if not, keep your hand down. I'm seeing one hand. Sherry, can you remind us what the current language is, not the alternate version?
Current after your recommendation, or what I started with?
I'm not sure I know how to answer that question. The language that was not the alternate language that you had that you showed us.
Okay, so what you proposed was that daytime guests shall be allowed to visit the property at any time between the daytime guest hours of 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. So there was no limit involved at all.
Okay, let's see from council hands up to accept that language, hands down to not. I'm having a hard time seeing John and Jack. All right. John, do you have comments?
I agree with Victoria. I'm looking for half, another 50% in addition to the 10.
And I'll speak to that. I'm looking to avoid people coming for weddings and large gatherings during the day. I'm not looking to avoid people having, family over for a meal, time. If you've got a 10-person rental and you have 5 people come over for lunch or whatever, that's all good and great. But if we don't cap it, people are going to have large events.
Well, and to be fair, the rest of the ordinance does ban all events.
That's understood, but I think that people will figure out a way to get around things.
Okay. So, John, I'm not sure. I don't remember where your hand was. So the suggestion from staff for the alternate language would put a cap of no more than 20 essentially, but it would be tied to what the maximum occupancy was. So if your max in the evening was 8, your max during the day would be 16. If your max in the evening was 4, your max during the day would be 8, as I understand the language that Sherry was proposing. So let's see, one more time, let's see if there's hands from council to include that language in the ordinance.
Mayor, what is that? That language, if you could explain what that is?
Sherry, if you could pull it back up.
Can you guys share the screen?
Yeah.
The ordinance, the alternative language? Thank you. So originally, when I came before you, we suggested a maximum of 4 daytime guests. That council recommended that we eliminate a cap entirely. Staff took that suggestion. We had our conversation during the break while you guys were working on another important project, and decided that no cap would not serve the community. And I don't think that was what was intended. So we were trying, in the spirit of being lenient, came up with equal to the maximum occupancy for the short-term rental. That said, if council prefers to make it more restrictive, closer to the original 4, we could say half the occupancy, we could cap it at 5, whatever council would prefer.
Okay, we're going to do it this way then, because the original direction from council when we went through the straw poll exercise was to have no cap, was to eliminate that section entirely. So, council, we're going to do a straw poll. If you would like a cap of some sort, and then we can sort it out, raise your hand. If you would not like a cap, keep your hand down. All right, so I'm seeing 3. So the existing language is to have no cap. Councilmember Sawyer?
I'd like 50%. But I'll, in the spirit of moving forward, I could acquiesce. And I'm just, I just think that 20 people all day long is impactful to neighbors, and that's kind of who I'm thinking of protecting.
Right, because, by that, if we did 20 and you don't have an event, but you have a pool there and you abut to a pool, you're going to be listening to 20 people in a pool for 8 or 10 hours in the middle of the summer every Saturday and Sunday. I just think that really degrades the quality of life. So I'm not trying to be overly restrictive here. I'm just trying to make it manageable for people who have to deal with this on a regular basis.
Every weekend.
All right, Councilmember Sawyer, I heard you say daytime guests 150% of the maximum for the site. So let's see if there's support from the council for that. So to be clear, if your maximum during the evening is 10, during the day you can have up to 15. Let's see. All right, I'm going to go ahead and throw a vote that way. Let's change that language so it's 150%, and let's move on. And then Sherry, were you or Sue or anybody else able to come up with language to address the buffer issue?
Yes. I think that we're settled on proposed language now for the new short-term rentals. And I don't know if has that been sent to you, Dina? I can say, I can try forwarding it to you. Did that come through? No.
Sue, do you want to read it to us while we try to send it over?
Sure. What we've done is in the section on application submittals, we have paragraph 1 concerns operators in good standing. And that is revised only to say that operators in good standing shall submit a short-term rental permit application for existing short-term rentals accompanied by the fee, and you submit that by December 3rd. Then we have paragraph 2, which is the new operators, and the new operators may not apply for a new short-term rental permit until after December 3rd. And then we've moved the provision about the 1,000 feet to a new paragraph 3, which now reads, new short-term rentals. After December 3rd, 2021, no short-term rentals may be proposed within 1,000 feet from the property line of a short-term rental owned by an operator in good standing and in operation as of December 3rd, 2021. And the idea is that this will capture both new operators proposing new short-term rentals and operators in good standing who might be proposing a new location. And that would be the intent of that paragraph.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that language. Okay. Councilor, are there any additional questions about the proposed amendments or on the motion?
Mayor, I'll need to stipulate the final number as the final piece of this ordinance, if this is the right time.
Yep, please do.
Stipulating file number REZ 21-004 and waive further reading.
Excellent. Second. We have a motion from Councilmember Sawyer, a second from Councilmember Tibbetts. Are there any additional comments on the motion before we go to a vote?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, yes, we wanted to also point out, and Claire, I don't know if you want to speak to this, the discussion on, I apologize for not mentioning it earlier, you had a discussion of having the list of contacts on a database of contacts listed on the website, and that was not incorporated, and I'll hand it over to Claire to explain why we made that decision.
Yeah, so as we mentioned in our presentation, our intent to support the program for residents and for the industry is to use that website. And it's a one-stop shop for all things short-term rentals. And our intent is to provide that as the location for mapping short-term rentals, posting of the contact phone numbers. So we do intend to use that, and I don't feel like that exercise is needed to be memorialized in a zoning ordinance, but that is something that you can direct us to do, and that we will commit to doing, is posting that contact information through our city website.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that if council is. The only other two that I just want to verify, because we talked about them before and we gave direction on amendments. One was the bedroom limit for hosted, and then the other was adding in R2, R3, and TVR as acceptable land uses.
Yes, those were both those revisions were made, and I can tell you the sections. Of course, Sherry probably knows the sections right off the top of her head, but I'm looking for the.
I was just going to mention that in the definition of hosted short-term rental, so it's 20-48.030, item I, we struck completely no more than 2 bedrooms in the dwelling may be used as a short-term rental, and actually added the language that it's considered a hosted rental if the property owner lives and sleeps in another legal dwelling unit on the same parcel. And then let me get down to the zoning districts. Oh, I typed those in, and you know what? I don't see them on this copy. So do you guys see it on yours? And looking at 20-48.040, item 2. Is it showing up there? It is not. So I need to retype all of those in. I'm not sure what happened because I did type them in one version of it. So I will do that immediately.
Yes, it was in the earlier versions.
Yeah, I don't know how it got lost. That's the joys of SharePoint. Oh wait, it is there. Part of it is. Whoa, it's okay. So it must have been. I've got to fix this.
And I think that we can move forward those additional districts, the R2, R3, and TVR will be added into this section 20-48.040A2.
Okay.
Okay, they're in there now. I typed them in. You can't see it because it's not updating your document, but they're in and I'm saving right now. I just hit save.
Great. And Sue, these.
Glad you caught that. Thank you.
This draft of the ordinance will be available to the public, published tomorrow morning.
It will be, no, we'll need a little bit of time I want to go through it, given that we're doing this drafting at rather late in the evening. I will want to have us have a chance in the morning to walk through, make sure that we've gotten it all cleaned up so that the version that we can give to the public will be a clean copy. I know that we have a public safety subcommittee meeting from, no? Oh, is it canceled? It's canceled, okay. Then we will have time to focus on this in the morning. So we will get it out as quickly as we can.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you, Sue.
Thanks.
All right, Council, are there any last questions or comments on the motion? All right, just a big thank you to Sherry, to Claire, to everybody who has participated in this process and stuck with us tonight. Thank you guys for still being here. With that, let's go ahead and call the vote.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers? Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes, with Vice Mayor Rogers absent.
All right. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, Claire. With that, I believe we are ready to adjourn. I ask skeptically of the city attorney. With that, we adjourn. Thank you.
Yes.